Chapter 2068. The Heaven Dragon's Mysteries. The previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken away everything that could be taken from this place, leaving only the cultivation method for the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for Xiaoqin. At this moment, Xiaoqin felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaoqin had guessed that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had already passed the test and would not leave anything good for him. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not even leave behind trash for Xiaoqin. At the very least, to Xiaoqin, what was trash in the eyes of a faux god was definitely worth it. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had plucked everything from goose feathers to goose feathers, leaving nothing behind. The Heaven Dragon had taken away all the treasures and trash. Even the shelves that held the treasures had been taken away. Xiaoqin felt angry and funny at the same time. He felt helpless and stifled. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind could be put to good use. Any other dragon race cultivator would have fallen into despair on the spot. They would not have comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind was trash, completely useless. As Xiaoqin continued reading, the method to leave that the previous generation Heavenly Dragon gave him attracted his attention. It was actually not difficult to leave this place. The previous generation Heaven Dragon relied on the faux god inheritance and his accumulations. After successfully breaking through to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor in this land of the Blood Moon, he could explore any corner of this place. Of course, Xiaoqin could not go to the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Not to mention Xiaoqin, even the master of this palace failed several times when he tried to explore the Blue Dragon's ancient city. The key to leaving this place lay in the Blood Moon in the sky. The Blood Moon in the sky was the formation core of Emperor Wu's bloody battle back then, using the entire desolate sea as the formation core. The 100,000 mountains and rivers in the desolate sea were the nodes of the formation. The blood rain above was the core of this vast formation. Controlling this Blood Moon was equivalent to controlling the blood sacrifice formation from back then. Naturally, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not have the strength to control the Blood Moon. After Xiaoqin advanced to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor, he studied the Blood Moon and managed to find a spatial passageway. As long as he could enter the Blood Moon, he would be able to use the method he left behind to find this spatial tunnel and leave the land of the Blood Moon. As for this land of the Blood Moon, the previous generation Heaven Dragon guessed that it was Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's small world. If one reached the faux god realm, one could use the Dao domain as a foundation to create a small world of their own. The small worlds that regular faux gods could create were pathetically small. The environment was even more rough. It was either a volcano or a wasteland. A small world as vast as Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's would require strong divine energy and faux god energy to support it. According to his guess, this small world should not have been so barren in the past. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant and did not disperse for a long time. The 5 elements were even more so all present. There should have been some unforeseen event that caused this place to be in its current state. As for what the changes were, he didn't know. As for that ancient Blue Dragon city, the previous generation Heaven Dragon felt that it was a legacy that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun left for the Blue Dragon race. It contained astonishing treasures, waiting for the later generations to come and take them. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had sent those evil spirits to guard this dragon city. No one knew what secrets were hidden in Dragon City that made him go to such great lengths to guard it. When Xiaoqin saw this, he thought to himself, **T. Why couldn't he enter? Instead, he was treated with hostility and hunted down. Could it be that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun was like the master of this palace, leaving behind a group of evil spirits to test me? When Xiaoqin thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. He would have to wait until he had the strength to suppress Soul Reaper and the desolate slaves inside. He probably didn't need the treasures of the Blue Dragon ancient city anymore. In the end, the previous Heaven Dragon also explained the identity of the master of this palace. He was a peerless expert of the dragon tribe. He passed the test of the heavenly law, killing formation with the strength of an empty god. Xiaochen wanted to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city and obtain the treasures that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun left behind. Unfortunately, after a great battle with Wu Chang, they perished together. Before he died, he left behind this palace. He did not want to waste his lifetime of comprehension on the martial Tao. As for Wu Chang, he clearly came back to life after dying. It had to be said that perishing together with a desolate slave was an extremely foolish thing to do. Xiaochen looked through all the information left by the previous Heaven Dragon. Xiaochen walked out of the palace expressionlessly. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he entered deep thought. How can I enter the blood moon? Under the blood moon, my movement technique and strength are greatly restricted, making it very difficult to soar. Egg, you came out. The black and white eggs quickly walked out, showing some excitement. Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious, who are you calling? Of course, you. Earlier, the two of us thought for a long time and finally decided on your title. You will be called Egg. What do you think? You are even stronger than that person from 50 years ago. That person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. After thinking about it, only the stronger Egg is worthy of the stronger title, White Egg said happily. He was the one who came up with this title. Don't reject it. You are the one. You are absolutely suitable. Black Egg said righteously and seriously as he patted Xiaochen's shoulder. These two fools are really hopeless. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not be bothered to explain what the previous Heaven Dragon did. Egg, then. Egg, it is. Not calling me Bastard Egg is already giving me a lot of face, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and walked forward. Xiaochen emptied out the faux god expert's treasures, not leaving anything for himself. Furthermore, the black and white eggs gave him a nickname that he could not refute. Xiaochen was truly ruthless. Right now, he only wanted to be alone. Who is Bastard Egg? How is he stronger than Dog Egg? Perhaps. Look at Egg's sad expression. Bastard Egg must have beaten him up. In that case, he must be an unparalleled expert. If I have a chance, I have to meet this Lord Bastard Egg. I wonder how he compares to our master. Right. We have to meet him. Let's ask Egg. We still don't know what Bastard Egg looks like. Whoosh. The expression of Xiaochen, who had been walking slowly, changed drastically. Then, his figure moved like lightning, moving quickly. The black and white eggs looked up and found it strange. They asked, where is Egg? Where did he go? He was here earlier. Over there. After him. Egg, don't run. Quickly tell us who Bastard Egg is. The land of the blood moon, under a rock, Xiaochen released his bated breath. He had finally shaken off the black and white egg's pursuit. Knowing that these two puppets were actually as strong as faux gods, Xiaochen was no longer interested in fighting with them. Xiaochen decided to take a look at the cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind first. He had not thought of how to get to the blood moon yet, so he could only put it aside for now. The cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind was very practical. There was a complete and systematic introduction to how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's profoundness, how to execute it, and how to use it. This was an eye-opener for Xiaochen, who previously knew nothing about the Heaven Dragon's profoundness and could only figure it out himself. Many questions suddenly became clear. It turned out that the Heaven Dragon profundity could be used in this way. Among them, the one that attracted Xiaochen the most was the Heaven Dragon body. The Heaven Dragon's profoundness could be combined with the elemental Great Tao that one comprehended, allowing one's body to transform into lightning, water, ice, fire, and wind at will. This was different from when he used the light of freedom to turn his body into lightning. The heavenly dragon body was more casual and free. One only needed to think about it. He didn't need to consume any quintessential essence to change his physical body, allowing him to exist as long as he wanted. Right now, he had grasped two types of great Taos and could turn his body into ice and lightning. This was somewhat similar to the undying body of a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor. A divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor already surpassed the limits of humans. It was like they did not have the concept of a body. They could freely change their physical bodies without any restrictions. Flowing water, ice, lightning, wind, fire, earth, quicksand. He could change them however he wanted. There was no need to comprehend the corresponding great Tao. Of course, most divine Vane Realm sovereign emperors would choose the great Tao they were good at. That way, they would be able to bring out stronger might in battle. The previous generation Heaven Dragon's profoundness also explained how to become a Heaven Dragon. As long as one comprehended 9 Heaven Dragons' profoundness that could turn solid, then merged the 9 dragons into one and formed a Heaven Dragon's heart, one could reverse their bloodline and become a Heaven Dragon. Cultivating 9 Heaven Dragons' profoundness was already as difficult as ascending to heaven. Merging 9 dragons into one was even more difficult. The danger involved was no less than a cultivator's tribulation. However, at least it pointed out a path for me. It is no longer pitch black like before. Shao Chen entered deep thought. He was not afraid of the difficulty of becoming a Heaven Dragon. He feared not being able to figure it out, wasting his effort. Chapter 2069. The profound meaning cultivation method left behind by the previous Heaven Dragon did not only point out a path for Shao Chen to follow in the Heaven Dragon's cultivation. This was one of the few ways that Shao Chen could leave the land of the Blood Moon. With Shao Chen's current strength, he was far from being able to enter the Blood Moon. The pressure of the Blood Moon was extremely powerful. In this place, leaping into the air would cause people to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Soaring into the sky and charging straight at the Blood Moon was even more unthinkable. However, if he could successfully cultivate the Heaven Dragon body and raise the Heaven Dragon's profundity to the next level, he would be able to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's profundity to another level. It was not impossible for them to ascend to the Blood Moon. The profundities of the Heaven Tao had always been boundlessly ethereal, fused with the heavens, yet greater than the heavens. No matter how strong the pressure was, it was still able to guarantee that its aura wouldn't scatter and fall into disorder. Come to think of it, it must be thanks to the Heaven Dragon's profundity that the previous generation Heaven Dragon was able to leave. You didn't leave anything for me. I hope that your Heaven Dragon's profoundness can help me escape. Shao Chen looked at the Blood Moon and said in a deep voice. Anyone would be extremely unwilling to be trapped for 3 years, and Shao Chen was no exception. No sunrise, no moonset. Inside Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's small world, Shao Chen entered bitter cultivation again, researching the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. If the Heaven Dragon's profoundness ran into a bottleneck, Shao Chen would ponder his own Saber Tao. Shao Chen's Saber Great Tao had already reached the peak. However, he still could not break through to the Saber domain. Shao Chen thought, why is this happening? Maybe it is because I lost something. Shao Chen's Saber Tao took form in the Kunlun realm. His flawless Saber Tao, the state of cycle, the Taiji force field, and many other things had changed after he entered the Great Thousand Realms. Shao Chen was dazzled by this world, dazzled by the powerful martial techniques. Shao Chen had blindly pursued new saber techniques and martial techniques, but he had forgotten the foundation of his Tao. It was easy to throw away some things, but it was easier said than done to get them back. The path of martial arts was like an endless ocean, and one's self was like a boat sailing against the current. In order to make the ship move faster, some things were thrown into the ocean. When the ship was far away, when he turned back to look, there was still no end in sight. Even if he wanted to find what he had lost, he could only lament his inadequacy. Many years ago, he had planted the cause, and now he had created the effect. Apart from himself, there was no one else to blame. Ice. On a certain day half a year later, Xiaochen muttered to himself. His ice Tao energy immediately merged with the strand of Heaven Dragon's profundity in his body. They fused and converged, changing ceaselessly as they condensed all sorts of profound seals. The next moment, Xiaochen's body began to change, turning into ice crystals bit by bit. Bang! Then, his entire body suddenly dispersed, turning into a ball of flowing ice that flickered with a faint fluorescent light. The body of a heaven dragon. So that's how it is. Hu-chi. Although his physical body had turned into flowing ice, Xiaochen's thoughts were still there, and he could easily control this ball of ice. With a thought, the ice turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. As Xiaochen controlled his new body to travel in the sky, the pressure he felt was clearly much weaker than with his physical body. What was even more mysterious was that controlling the ice-attributed energy in the world was 100 times easier than with his physical body. Hu-chi. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, his ice body instantly materialized a snowstorm. Everywhere it passed, heavy snow flew. Soon, heavy snow covered this land of the blood moon. Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Aside from the ancient city of the Blue Dragon, a thick layer of silver blanketed the land of the blood moon. Whoosh! When the ice landed, Xiaochen's physical body appeared. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which felt cold. The blood moon hanging high amid the heavy snow made the scene before Xiaochen very poignant. What is this? How beautiful! When the black and white eggs came out and saw the snow in the sky, they felt joyful. The two puppets grasped only one great Tao. This was their first time seeing such a scene. This is snow. Without the Heaven Dragon's body, Xiaochen would have to put in a lot of effort to cover this land of the blood moon in silver. After the Heaven Dragon's body turned into ice, its usage of the ice Tao was on a higher level. However, in combat, the physical body was better. The ice body was too singular and could not control the other great Tao. It could only be useful under certain circumstances. Black egg, white egg. I will be leaving after a while. As Xiaochen looked at the black and white eggs immersed in the snow, he hesitated for a while before saying it. While traveling around earlier, Xiaochen already sensed that he could enter the blood moon. No matter what, Xiaochen had stayed in this land of the blood moon for 4 years. Now that he had to leave, he felt somewhat reluctant. You are leaving just like that? The black and white eggs turned around, feeling somewhat shocked. However, they soon understood. Those who should leave would leave eventually. Xiaochen did not belong to this land of the blood moon in the first place. Xiaochen nodded and said, I will stay for a while longer, no more than a month. White Egg smiled and said, after you go out, remember to come back and visit us when you have time. 50 years ago, Dragon Egg said he would come back, but he has not shown up yet. Xiaochen said seriously, he is locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison and can't even protect himself. He did not lie to the two of you on purpose. Starry Heavens Dragon prison. The black and white eggs felt confused. After Xiaochen explained, they understood. Could this purple gold dragon emperor be the bastard that you mentioned? He must be. To think that he locked up Dragon Egg. A bastard is indeed a bastard. He is really strong. The black and white eggs exchanged looks, feeling somewhat indignant. They even said that if they had a chance to go out, they would definitely meet this bastard. The snow fell for 1 month before slowly stopping. 1 month, amid the wind and snow, Xiaochen practiced the flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance, void breaking stance, cloud-reaching stance, falling moon stance, heartbreaking stance, and heaven-swallowing stance. Many things were hard to retrieve after one threw them away. The flawless saber technique was a saber technique deeply ingrained in Xiao Chen's bones. He could not possibly forget it. However, after recalling it for half a year, he still felt somewhat rusty when executing it. This was especially so for the strongest heartbreaking stance. When he executed it slightly, he felt unbearable pain, unable to complete the heartbreaking. The wounds of the past had already healed. How much courage did one need to break them again? However, Xiao Chen had to retrieve his Dao and form a Dao domain. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how much heartache he felt, he had to retrieve it, bit by bit. It's time to go. The wind and snow already stopped. The hazy blood moon appeared clearly before Xiao Chen's eyes. 1 month had already passed. Xiao Chen's final reluctance to leave this place would end here. However, he would return sooner or later. He had to think of a way to enter the final dragon city of the blue dragon race at least once. Take care. Black Egg and 2 Eggs, these 2 fools, revealed some reluctance as they parted. This was a rare sight. The 2 sharp-tongued puppets showed serious expressions. Should Xiao Chen tell them that the palace had already been emptied out? There was no longer any meaning to their protection. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose not to tell them. The puppets definitely had a mission when they were created. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, they would not be able to escape. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, no one knew what would happen. Xiao Chen might as well let the 2 of them guard this place. At the very least, there was a reason for their existence and meaning. They could continue to persevere and protect the inheritance that their master left behind. Goodbye. Parting was always somewhat hard to accept. Even though Xiao Chen had been trapped here for 4 years, he really had to leave this time. Suddenly, just as Xiao Chen was about to bring out his heaven dragon body and soar into the air, something strange happened. A beam of intense light shone from behind. A strong light shone from behind. The land that was always dark and gloomy with the blood rain suddenly brightened. This is sunlight. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he turned his head back, he saw a blazing sun rising slowly at the edge of the vast desolate plain. A blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Its light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Such a miraculous scene was simply too shocking. Let's go. Let's find a place to hide first. However, the black and white eggs were greatly startled as if they had seen something terrifying. Without saying anything, the black and white eggs led Xiao Chen to the top of the palace. A special light screen immediately covered the black and white eggs and Xiao Chen. This made them look like they merged with the palace, hiding them ingeniously. What's going on? Xiao Chen had never seen the black and white eggs so nervous before, even when they faced Wu Chang. Don't say anything. You'll know later. Chapter 2070. I'll know once I keep watching. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, that vast sun soared into the sky. The sun and moon competed in brilliance in the sky. Although Xiao Chen could bring out the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon with his will of soul, it was just a soul mysterious phenomenon in the end. It could not compare to the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon. The sun and moon before Xiao Chen were like the desolate sea's blood moon and blazing sun appearing at the same time. Sun and moon competing brilliance. This is the true sun and moon competing brilliance. Xiao Chen muttered in shock. However, he did not understand how this blazing sun appeared. The blood moon hung high in the desolate sea at night, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky during the day. The afterglow of the setting sun was terrifyingly vast, much larger than the blazing sun outside. The sun and moon in the desolate sea were at least 100 times larger than the sun outside. Since Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun could use the moon as the energy source for the blood-stain formation, why could the mysterious person fighting him not use the blazing sun to suppress him? Xiao Qin had thought of this scene long ago. Now that this scene appeared before Xiao Qin, it verified some of his guesses. However, where did the blazing sun come from? This was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world. What was the purpose of this person appearing here? It could not possibly appear for no reason. Since it existed, there had to be a reason. Whoosh! As Xiao Qin watched, the blazing sun soared into the sky, and a golden sea appeared below. The seawater looked like paint, flickering with golden light. However, that was not the important point. The important point was the rows of golden-armored cultivators standing on the sea. These golden-armored cultivators were densely covered in golden battle armor, revealing only their empty eyes. The strange thing was that these golden-armored cultivators were like the dead guards patrolling the Blue Dragon ancient city. They did not seem to have any life force. The only difference was that Xiao Qin could sense a faint trace of divine nature in these golden-armored cultivators. That was right. It was divine nature. Xiao Qin had once been to the city left behind by the martial god. These golden-armored warriors were very similar to the divine crystals in the city, just much weaker. Apart from divinity, he could not sense any vitality or emotions from these golden-armored martial artists. He was different from the black and white eggs and the two combat puppets. Aside from the golden-armored cultivators, there were also some powerful existences riding golden-armored mutated beasts. They wore blood-colored cloaks, and their auras were even more terrifying. Boom! 100-meter-tall golden-armored cultivator slowly descended from the blazing golden sun. There was a golden flag on his back, and he held a giant blade in his hand. His body exuded an extremely cold aura. Under his helmet, his eyes were hollow, and his body was burning with golden flames. The strong aura inspired fear. Xiao Qin finally understood why the black and white eggs hid. Roar! At this moment, a series of deafening dragon roars came from the Blue Dragon ancient city. One of the Desolate Sea's 10 great desolate slaves, Soul Reaper, leaped out of the ancient city. The originally dim blood moon. After Soul Reaper appeared, it erupted with startling light. The sun and the moon shone at their peak. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Faint cracks appeared in this incomparably stable small world. Many visible cracks appeared in the air. A terrifying energy storm surged out of the cracks, spreading throughout the entire land of the Blood Moon. Kill! The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade and took the lead, leading the golden-armored army as they charged towards the Blue Dragon ancient city. The desolate slave Soul Reaper snorted coldly, and the army of the dead came out in full force. Countless desolate slaves soared into the air. Among them were the sovereign emperors that Soul Reaper once hung on its metal hooks. Now, they had all turned into desolate slaves. In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A startling chaotic battle unfolded. It was a horrifying battle. With Xiao Chen's strength, he could not participate at all. Any random soldier of the dead or golden-armored cultivator had the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world was already very vast. It spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the moment the battle started, it spread to every corner of the land of the Blood Moon. The palace where Xiao Qin and the black and white eggs were was no exception. However, the black and white eggs seemed to have activated the formation of the palace, allowing Xiao Qin and the black and white eggs to merge with the mysterious palace. The nearby mountains and rivers came one after another. The dilapidated palace endured wave after wave of attacks, but it did not collapse. The battle was incredibly intense, making everyone's blood surge. They wished that they could personally join the battle and charge in. The blazing sun in the sky slowly approached. The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade as he fought with Soul Reaper. Xiao Qin could not understand the battle between these two at all. It already surpassed his understanding. One bathed in golden flames, and the other radiated a death aura. Every time they attacked, this vast land of the blood moon trembled intensely. This made one worry whether this small world would be broken. However, there was one thing that Xiao Qin was sure of. Several of the martial techniques that Soul Reaper used were the secret techniques of the Blue Dragon race. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Qin had seen them before. However, one was in his mind, and the other was in reality. What exactly is this Soul Reaper's identity? Bitchy Egg is starting to lose. After the previous miserable defeat, it looks like Foolish Egg made ample preparations. He must break into the Dragon City. We can't stay here any longer. Egg, after we get out, we'll follow you. The black and white eggs chattered in Xiao Chen's ears as they observed the battle. Although Xiao Chen could not understand the battle between Soul Reaper and the Blazing Cultivator, he could feel the blazing sun in the sky slowly approaching. The mysterious golden-armored army indeed held the upper hand. Who is that Blazing Cultivator? Why does he want to occupy the Dragon City? Xiao Chen asked seriously, feeling somewhat worried about the Dragon City's outcome for some reason. White Egg replied softly, who knows? Both sides are a group of dead people. I don't know why they are fighting, but after we came to this place, we didn't know why. Ever since we came to this place, Foolish Egg has led a group of little foolish eggs to charge over every few hundred years. The most powerful time was when they killed their way to the city gates. The most miserable time was the last time. Only he managed to escape. Black Egg continued, however, this time, Foolish Egg is truly well prepared. There are too many little foolish eggs. Bang! As the two spoke, the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed in the sky for the first time. In an instant, endless flames and a rain of blood rained down from the sky. The golden-armored cultivators and the soldiers of the dead exploded at the same time. For the first time, a 1-kilometer-long black crack appeared in the small world. Be careful. The black and white eggs threw themselves at Xiao Qin at the same time. Rumble. In the next moment, many holes appeared in the dilapidated palace. Egg, are you all right? Xiao Qin felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Although these two fools were lacking in intelligence and had a terrible venomous tongue, they were still reliable. At the crucial moment, they could still be relied on. I'm fine. Xiao Qin glanced at the palace that could block a foe god's attack. Now, it was riddled with holes, which gave him some lingering fear. This time, they will really break into the city. Haydn sighed softly. Xiao Qin looked carefully and saw that the blood moon had dimmed significantly, retreating to the top of the ancient city. The golden-armored army pressed forward, charging towards the Dragon City. When one side advanced, the other side could only retreat. The army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city was in a somewhat passive position. Bitchy Egg is in trouble. White Egg suddenly exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Right after White Egg spoke, the blazing saber drew the golden banner on its back and tossed it out. The banner pierced through Soul Reaper's body and carried it forward, pinning it to the majestic city walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city. In an instant, Wu Chang let out a cry of agony. Black smoke rose from the wounds on his body. Soul Reaper tossed aside the metal hook in its hand and grasped the golden banner with both hands. Soul Reaper's palm immediately got burned, and a flame started burning along its arm. The desolate slave Soul Reaper struggled to pull the banner out. Its expression was one of unbearable pain. With every inch it pulled out, it suffered inhuman torture. The flame not only burned its physical body but also its soul. Without Soul Reaper's obstruction, the blazing saber swept through everything in its path. Soul Reaper led the golden-armored army forward, forcing back the army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city. The 100-meter-tall, blazing golden giant burned with intense flames. Although its body gave off light, it gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Soul Reaper held the gigantic saber and attacked coldly. No one in the army of the dead could stop it. At this moment, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover a trace of dissatisfaction in the desolate slave Soul Reaper's eyes. How could this be? The desolate slave was a dead man. How could a dead man have emotions? That was not right. It was indeed a dead man, just a desolate slave. However, its will remained in its heart before it died. Like the black and white eggs, its mission was to protect the Dragon City. However, it had been a human when it was alive. Its feelings and attachment to that ancient city were not something the black and white eggs could compare to. Soul Reaper's attachment, his blood, sweat, and tears were all in this ancient city. Even though every inch of this golden banner made Soul Reaper feel incredibly unbearable, it still persisted without hesitation. The Dragon's Gate's war venerates would not rest until death. Suddenly, the group of Dragon's Gate's war venerates under the Qing Emperor appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. No, I have to think of a way. I cannot break the blue dragon ancient city. Strange, where did this golden banner come from? I have never seen Foolish Egg use it before. This golden banner completely restrains Bitchy Egg. This is too tragic. He has all his strength, but he cannot bring it out. The black and white egg sighed softly, feeling somewhat sorry for Bitchy Egg. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin, and he pleaded, "Black and white eggs, I know that you are foe gods, no weaker than Soul Reaper and that blazing saber. If you make a move, you will definitely be able to change the situation. Please make a move. I beg you." The black and white eggs exchanged looks. After a moment of silence, they said helplessly, "We cannot make a move. The setting that Master gave us is that we can only be stronger by one cultivation realm. You are a small perfection sovereign personage, so we can only be great perfection sovereign personages. Right now, we can only bring out the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Unless a peak sovereign emperor comes to challenge us, we can only bring out the strength of a foe god." Rumble. As the two spoke, the golden armored army climbed the city walls. That 100-meter-tall blazing saber stood with the two statues at the city gates. However, the two statues were no match for him. After exchanging moves for a while, they showed signs of weakening. The city gates were about to fall. Is there no other way? Xiaoqin asked, feeling anxious and somewhat despairing. White Egg replied seriously, "It is not that there is none. If you are not afraid of death, we can lend our strength to you temporarily. If we can let you erupt out with the combat prowess of a foe god, you might be able to turn the situation around." That's right. We still have our strength. We just cannot use it. However, although your divine body has already awakened once, it will not bode well for you to withstand the power of a foe god. Egg, you have to think this through, Black Egg said as he nodded. Xiaoqin did not hesitate at all. With a determined look in his eyes, he quickly said, "Come, then. This is my city. Even if it falls, I will be the one to do it. It is not up to a group of outsiders to behave atrociously. As you wish." The black and white eggs exchanged looks and attacked at the same time, each throwing a palm strike at Xiaoqin. Chapter 2071. Boom! When the black and white eggs' palms landed on Xiaoqian's body, two vast forces appeared. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, the energy surged into Xiaoqian's body unreasonably. In an instant, the meridians in his body were filled to the brim, expanding to 4 times their original size. Instantly, his entire body felt intense pain, so much so that he wished he were dead. He felt like a rubber ball about to explode. But this was not the end. His strength continued to soar, and his 9-star primal core shone resplendently. Inside Xiaoqian's body, it was like the sun was burning. His entire body surged with heat, and he sweated profusely. You can't open your mouth. You can't scream. The slightest leakage of power will result in failure. Haydn glanced at Xiao Chen and said coldly. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he allowed the pain to spread throughout his body. Suppressing the power in his body and the intense pain that accompanied it, he struggled to hold on. As expected of a divine body that has awakened once. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded long ago. White Egg praised as it continued to lend its power to Xiao Chen nervously. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression was twisted and his face was red. Coupled with the pain he was trying his best to suppress, he looked extremely terrifying. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Cheering himself on in his heart, Xiao Chen watched coldly as the blazing blade pierced forward. Slash after slash, the undead guards were cut down like vegetables. The cultivators formed by the two statues gradually lost their strength. They could no longer restrain Xiao Chen. They could only watch as he continued to slaughter the undead guards to pave the way for the golden-armored army. The blazing sun in the sky was getting closer and closer. The Blue Dragon ancient city had reached its most critical moment. White Egg could sense Xiao Chen's anxiety. It reminded him, don't get emotional. This is the final step. It is time to raise your will of soul. It's starting. Hua! The azure-colored dragon mark that represented Xiao Chen's soul intent released a dazzling light. His powerful soul power turned into a golden ocean that spread throughout his soul pool. As his soul will poured into his body, Xiao Chen discovered that he could gradually control the violent and terrifying power in his body. Indeed, no matter how much strength the black and white eggs lent him, the black and white eggs would not be able to stop them. If one's soul will wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to control it and could only randomly release the energy in one's body. Xiao! The instant the black and white eggs let go at the same time, they formed a black and white talisman seal in Xiao Chen's body. This is the talisman that we used when we executed our secret technique. Although you are not a faux god yet, the power that you can burst out with is already comparable to a faux god's. However, one must remember that when the sigil disappears, all of its power will be lost. Thus, when the seal starts to flash, you must quickly retreat. Otherwise, with your true strength, you won't be able to escape. Sha Dan, I only need a finger to kill you. After lending their energy to Xiao Chen, the black and white eggs felt somewhat weak. However, they did not forget to remind Xiao Chen. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Chen did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes to familiarize himself with his current state. Rumble. Many golden warriors had already scaled the walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city and fought with the soldiers of the dead. The two statues that appeared were thoroughly defeated. The blazing golden giant easily crushed the two statues with one foot while holding a huge saber. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the city gates. After breaking the city gates, half of the Blue Dragon ancient city's formation would be broken. At that time, a strong existence like Xiao Chen would be able to enter the ancient city. Under the helmet, two spots of fire flickered in the empty eyes of the blazing golden giant. The golden giant that was covered in raging flames seemed to feel a trace of excitement, and its aura increased once again. The eyes of the desolate slave Soul Reaper, which was still struggling to draw out the golden banner, filled with helplessness. Whoosh! Just as the blazing giant was about to break the city gates, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Martial and soul as one. As Xiao Chen stood on the dilapidated palace, he drew his saber, and his will of soul instantly merged with his martial Dao. The instant Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, only black and white remained in the world. Only the saber in Xiao Chen's hand remained colorful, giving off a resplendent light. Even the blood moon and blazing sun in the sky paled in comparison to this saber light. The entire golden-armored army turned their heads and looked at Xiao Chen, finding it strange. Even the blazing golden giant looked at Xiao Qin after looking at the sun and moon in the sky. Kill! Sensing the surging energy in his body, Xiao Qin leaped into the air and charged at the blazing giant. Whoosh! 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 Several golden-armored cultivators immediately soared into the air and charged at Xiao Qin. The weakest of them were great perfection sovereign personages, and many were sovereign emperors. In the past, when Xiao Qin faced sovereign emperors, even the weakest sovereign emperor, he could not retaliate. Before their auras, Xiao Qin found it hard to block. With a casual wave, he could use his divine energy to kill him. However, now, die. Xiao Qin's gaze turned cold. His entire body radiated a terrifying saber intent as he swung his saber. None of these sovereign emperors or sovereign personages could block his saber strike. Bang! 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 The golden armor exploded, but there was no physical body inside, only a clump of flames containing a divine nature. No wonder the black and white eggs said that these golden-armored cultivators were just a bunch of dead people. The blazing giant coldly watched as Xiao Qin killed all the golden-armored cultivators who tried to stop him. The blazing giant stood there without moving. Just as Xiao Qin broke through many obstacles and was about to charge at the blazing giant, the 100-meter-tall blazing giant moved. The 100-meter-tall flame giant moved. Its figure flashed, and it vanished from Xiao Qin's sight. Where is it? Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed. He extended his spiritual sense but could not find the blazing giant at all. Just as Xiao Qin felt bewildered, a clump of golden light suddenly burst out in front, illuminating the land of the blood moon. Xiao Qin did not have much time to think. He could only rely on his instincts to quickly attack. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and the entire land of the blood moon shook intensely. Xiao Qin's palm exploded, and his arm went numb. Divine energy spread through his arm and into his body. Xiao Qin was knocked back 10 kilometers. Before he could catch his breath, the blazing giant launched a storm-like attack. Then, Xiao Qin saw a vast expanse of golden saber chi interweaving before him, pressing at him in a dense wave. The blazing giant released a divine light from its body. The blazing flames made it look like a deity. Xiao Qin resisted the pressure and took a deep breath. Then, he gently shook his wrist. The tyrant saber immediately trembled tens of thousands of times, sending out thousands of saber chi that clashed with the golden giant's saber moves. When facing the other party's strong pressure, Xiao Qin executed his flawless saber dao to make up for his lack of momentum. Using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, he danced around in the air, using the thousands of mysterious phenomena as sabers. Dang! 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 The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Every move was a life and death test for Xiao Qin. He could not afford to be careless. If he got careless, he would die. The strength that the black and white eggs lent to Xiao Qin at the same time was still slightly weaker than this golden giant's. The battle lasted for 4 hours. After thousands of moves, Xiao Qin became more familiar with his own strength and gradually got rid of the disadvantage. Resolving the mundane. Xiao Qin shouted and executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In his current state, Xiao Qin executed resolving the mundane. When the eternal and inextinguishable saber light chopped down on the golden giant's body trembled violently. For the first time, Xiao Qin's tyrant saber stabbed deeply into his opponent's body. However, before he could rejoice, Xiao Qin was sent flying. He was forced to let go of the saber in his hand and tumbled to the ground. Whoosh! The golden giant took a step forward and grabbed out with his hand. His 5 fingers were like mountains as a great pressure enveloped Xiao Qin. Firmament's rage. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique. The five-element divine lightning materialized a complete nation of lightning and saber chi in his palm. Bang! The two palms clashed. Shao Chen knocked back the golden giant's confident grab. Oh no! Just as Shao Chen was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the black and white talisman seals in his body started flickering. Shao Chen's energy continuously faded. Thinking of the black and white egg's advice, Shao Chen's expression changed slightly. He needed to retreat quickly at this moment. However, after being knocked back, the golden giant's figure trembled slightly. Then, it took another step forward. The divine might firmly suppressed the golden giant. Even if Shao Chen wanted to retreat, he could not. The shadow of death shrouded Shao Chen. However, just at this moment, a clump of golden light burst out of the 100-meter-tall golden giant's chest. An ancient metal hook pierced through the golden giant's chest. It was Soul Reaper. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. The golden giant finally managed to pull out the golden banner that was suppressing it. Whoosh! Soul Reaper stretched out its hand and pulled. The 100-meter-tall golden giant snapped in half in front of Shao Chen. The golden giant's body fell to the ground. Only a clump of flames managed to escape, instantly entering the blazing sun in the sky. The ferocious golden-armored army retreated like the receding tide. The desolate slave Soul Reaper remained expressionless as it appeared in front of Shao Chen with a hook in its hand. Its body was no smaller than the golden giant's, and its aura was not inferior to the golden giant's either. While Shao Chen was feeling a little nervous, the golden giant's aura was not inferior either. One of Wu Chang's hands suddenly grabbed at Shao Chen. Chapter 2072. The black and white talisman seal in Shao Chen's body dimmed, looking like it would vanish soon. Shao Chen could not resist Soul Reaper at all. If Soul Reaper's attack was meant to kill Shao Chen would not be able to resist at all. When the black and white eggs saw this scene from the dilapidated palace, they asked sullenly, "Bitchy egg, what are you doing?" Shao Chen no longer had the energy to think. He could only leave it to fate. No matter what, the golden-armored army had already retreated. Under the pressure of the blood moon, the blazing sun in the sky also slowly moved into the distance. Whoosh! The force of Soul Reaper's palm strike grabbed Shao Chen, holding him in its palm. Soul Reaper used the Space Dao, making Shao Chen's entire body smaller than its palm. It's over. Shao Chen did not die to that blazing saber but to Soul Reaper. Fate really knew how to play tricks on people. However, the result was not too surprising. Be it Soul Reaper or that blazing saber, they were already dead. They had limited intelligence and could only exist with a will. Whoosh! However, just as Shao Chen began to despair, Soul Reaper did not crush Shao Chen to death. Instead, it only looked at Shao Chen. Soul Reaper showed doubt and a probing expression. Immediately, Shao Chen felt his bloodline circulate uncontrollably under the other party's gaze. In the next moment, Shao Chen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and his eyes turned golden. A terrifying, ancient, and mysterious dragon might burst out of his body. This was the divine might of the blue dragon, the head of the 7-colored divine dragons. Shao Chen felt somewhat astonished. This was the first time he activated his bloodline uncontrollably under the stimulation of an external force. Soul Reaper's body suddenly relaxed as it gently put Shao Chen down. Then, it placed a finger on Shao Chen's forehead. Shao Chen's forehead instantly split open, and blood seeped out. The soul energy and the blood formed a strange blood moon mark. Before Shao Chen could understand what was going on, he landed in front of the city gates and looked back. He saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper place its right hand on its left shoulder and make a special gesture. Then, it turned around and continued its pursuit. He held the iron hook in his hand and chased after the blazing sun in the sky, as well as the remnants of the Golden Army. Puzzled, Shao Chen turned around and faced the city gate. Shio. The blood moon mark between his eyebrows suddenly bloomed with light. Xiaochen felt that this mark was deeply connected to his bloodline and soul. With a rumbling sound, under his bewildered gaze, the ancient city gate opened. The surroundings were filled with the remains of the dead soldiers, the remaining desolate slaves, and the dead soldiers. All of them followed impermanence and began their final counterattack, wiping out the golden-armored army. At the edge of the land of the blood rain, above the golden ocean, he slaughtered the remaining gold-ranked warriors. Let's go in and see. Xiaochen did not know what had happened. Perhaps the desolate slave Soul Reaper had confirmed his blue dragon bloodline and opened the city gates to him. This was a rare opportunity, and the city gates might close in a moment. Xiaochen didn't hesitate and headed straight for the blue dragon ancient city. He really wanted to know what kind of existence the city was. Look, Dandan went in. The black and white eggs in the palace felt incredibly shocked. Back then, their master had spent his entire life trying to enter the blue dragon ancient city. In the end, he even lost his life and failed to enter. Right now, Xiaochen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, yet he managed to enter. Boom! The moment Xiaochen entered the city gates behind him closed with a loud bang. After glancing back, Xiaochen ignored it and strolled around the ancient city. The layout of the Dragon City was roughly the same as that of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City that Xiaochen had been to before. However, they were more majestic and imposing. There were also many buildings with the unique characteristics of the Blue Dragon, which the other dragon cities did not have. As Xiaochen strolled around the city, he could clearly feel the ancient air of the ancient city. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The Divine Dragon Empire's dragon cities were built on ancient dragon race remnants. The accumulations of the Blue Dragon Ancient City before Xiaochen were far more profound than those of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City. Aside from the dragon souls wandering in the sky, there were no other living creatures in the city. It was empty, somewhat sinister, and even a bit cold. Being in it made one feel slightly uncomfortable. If not for the dragon race bloodline in his body, Xiaochen would not have been able to stroll through the heavy accumulations and dragon might. Qi! Qi! The blood moon mark on Xiaochen's forehead flickered continuously. He felt a mysterious existence there. Ever since he entered the city, it had been calling out to him. Xiaochen gently leaped up and landed on the roof of a nearby building. Then, he looked into the distance. After determining the direction, Xiaochen's white robes moved about the Dragon City's buildings. After 1 hour, Xiaochen stopped. A majestic Dao platform appeared in front of him. This was an ancient Dao platform on a cliff. From there, one could see the entire Blue Dragon Ancient City. A Dao platform. This was an ancient existence used for transrealm transportation, not something from the martial epic. It was something that had been passed down from many epics, combining the wisdom of countless experts to form. Xiaochen had experience using transrealm transportation formations before and had seen Dao platforms more than once. However, he had never seen such a colossal Dao platform before. Xiaochen was deeply shocked. When this Dao platform was activated, it could transport a legion of cultivators at the same time. If one activated it, one could teleport from anywhere in the Great Thousand Realms while standing on this Dao platform. However, this was not the focus of Xiaochen's thoughts. His focus was on an upright piece of wood. This piece of wood should be divine wood equal to the propping mulberry tree. It looked like a stone pillar as it stood on the Dao platform. A totem of uncanny craftsmanship was carved on it. This was a totem, the Blue Dragon Totem. Xiaochen had once left a similar dragon totem in the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate according to the old Dragon Gate's instructions. However, compared to this totem before him, it was like child's play. He could not bear to think about it. The totem in front of him looked like a real azure dragon had appeared in front of him. The dragon might spread to every corner of the Dao platform. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently leaped onto the Dao platform and arrived before the totem. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand to touch it. Immediately, a strange feeling spread in his heart. It felt like a vast azure sea appeared before him. As he stood on the shore and looked at the sea, a feeling of inferiority filled his heart. The soul energy in Xiaochen's soul pool, the veritable essence energy in his primal core, and the wandering vital qi all gathered at this moment. At the same time, they converged together, transforming into a river that flowed into the ocean. All this was beyond Xiaochen's control. In mere moments, he drained a third of his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy. Whoosh! 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 Motes of light appeared on the surface of the sea. There were blurry scenes in the motes of light. When looking carefully, one would discover that they were cities. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he immediately understood. These motes of light represented the cities connected to the Dao platform. They all seemed to be the legendary gathering points of the Divine Dragon Empire. They were either within the empire or the great realms controlled by the dragon race. Aside from the cities, there were actually some special secret realms. In the secret realms, Xiaochen unexpectedly discovered the Heaven Dragon Palace, the secret realm that nurtured countless spirit herbs, representing the accumulations of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaochen even saw the blurry image of his own divine rank medicine cauldron in that secret realm. Aside from these, there were many other dim motes of light. Those were the connections of the other empires and dynasties. Xiaochen understood. The transportation formation of this Dao platform was driven by the totem. However, with Xiaochen's current strength, activating the formation was somewhat difficult. He could only take a look, and he could not even see it clearly. Whoosh! After noticing this, Xiaochen prepared to stop. However, just at this moment, a blurry azure dragon image appeared at the end of the sea. The dragon image gathered and formed a totem. Xiaochen's expression changed dramatically. This totem was at the end of the sea. Xiaochen's vision was blurry, and he could only make out a silhouette. However, with just one look, Xiaochen recognized it. This was the totem that he personally carved in the Kunlun realm. Could it be that this platform could send him directly back to Kunlun? Whoosh! Although Xiaochen felt shocked, his veritable essence energy and soul energy were about to run out, so he had no choice but to let go. The azure sea vanished, and the scene before him immediately returned to normal. Rumble. Before Xiaochen could resolve his doubts, the entire mountain range where the Dao platform was suddenly shook intensely. Suddenly, an azure dragon statue appeared in the middle of the mountain range. Then, it swam around the mountain range like it came to life. Finally, it stopped at the summit of this mountain, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Xiaochen. This looked somewhat similar to the Heaven Dragon statue in the Heaven Dragon Palace, except it had more spiritual energy. Chapter 2073. As Xiaochen looked at the blue dragon statue surrounding the mountains, he thought to himself, the totem must have absorbed my veritable essence energy, triggering the appearance of this blue dragon statue. The appearance of the blue dragon statue was somewhat strange. There should be some trick to it. As Xiaochen stood on the vast Dao platform, he looked extremely insignificant. As Xiaochen pondered, his expression did not change. He did not move at all. However, great waves surged in his heart, his shock fading. Actually, Xiaochen had wanted to return to the Kunlun realm long ago. However, the journey back was very long. It would take at least 4 to 10 years. How vast was the Great Thousand Realms? If Xiaochen ran into some unpredictable danger along the way, it would be hard to say how long he would have to spend. After cultivating bitterly in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years, Xiaochen did not fear peak sovereign personages of the outside world. However, this bit of strength was nothing before the Golden Dragon bloodline. Right now, Xiaochen urgently needed to raise his strength. It was not just to become the Dragon Emperor but to survive. However, the mysterious Dao platform in this ancient dragon city could allow him to return to the Kunlun realm easily. How could Xiaochen not feel excited? I have to think of a way to make use of this Dao platform. Otherwise, I don't know if I can enter again. Xiaochen always liked to take the initiative and did not like to be passive when dealing with things. This time, he had been passive when he entered the Dragon City, getting in for some inexplicable reason. Next time, he would not feel confident and did not like this feeling. I have to think of a way. Xiaochen started walking around on the Dao platform. As he thought of a way, he searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for information about the Blue Dragon Ancient City, the Dao platform, and transrealm transportation formations. Time passed without him realizing it. In the land of the Blood Moon, the battle between the army of the dead led by the desolate slave Soul Reaper and the golden armored army reached its most intense moment. Above the golden ocean, the huge setting sun slowly sank into the ocean. Right now, it was no longer a question of whether they could break into the Dragon City but whether they could retreat safely. Clearly, the desolate slave Soul Reaper did not want to miss this opportunity. It led the army of the dead to prevent the setting sun from sinking. Inside the huge setting sun was a scorching space formed by extreme yang flames. It was even more vast and vast. Soul Reaper entered the depths of the blazing sun and began to fight the blazing warrior that had been resurrected. Even though he was on his home ground, the flaming giant that had been killed once still found it hard to match the Soul Reaper. However, he didn't need to defeat a Hellguard. He had to maintain his undefeatable state and wait for the blazing sun to sink into the vast ocean before impermanence would retreat. At this moment, the intensity of the battle was even more intense than when the golden armored army was about to breach the city. Even Xiaochen, who was in the depths of the ancient city's Dao platform, could sense that the entire land of the Blood Rain was shaking violently. But at this moment, Xiaochen had no time to care about it. He was still thinking about how to smoothly come here next time. He had found a way to activate this Dao pillar. The amount of information about the Space Dao and transrealm transportation formations in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories was rather startling. Most of the messages were spam, and it was extremely troublesome to eliminate them one by one. As for Xiaochen, he knew very little about the Space Dao, transrealm transportation formations, and Dao platforms. Amid the chaos, Xiaochen appeared somewhat anxious. He did not know how long he could remain in this ancient city. Divine Universe Steel. Just as Xiaochen felt helpless and was about to give up, preparing to explore the blue dragon statue first, a piece of information flashed in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Divine Universe Steel, the most profound treasure in the world. It was born from a cosmos divine stone fragment. After countless epochs of life and death, the cosmos divine stone fragments disappeared without a trace, completely destroyed. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives for it. Only the divine Aeon tablet still exists in the world, and its value is something that even true gods would be moved by and not hesitate to take risks. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives. When the primal chaos shattered, when the world was born, many miraculous things were born. One of them could reverse time and space. Later, it shattered in the struggle for it. At the same time, its ability to control time and space was split. One fragment contained the ultimate mysteries of the Space Dao, and the other contained the ultimate mysteries of the Time Dao. The Divine Universe Steel was a spatial treasure forged from the Cosmos Divine Stone fragment containing the ultimate mysteries of the Space Dao. That was the gist of it. After all, it had experienced too many epochs. No one could be sure of its true origins. However, that did not matter. Right now, Xiaochen did not care about this. What he cared about was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The Divine Universe Steel was a miraculous item that could control the Tao platform and break trans-realm transportation formations. Xiaochen had known long ago that the Divine Universe Steel had other mysteries. However, he was too weak. Furthermore, the Space Tao was too profound. Hence, he had not bothered with it, only treating it as a large storage ring. It is not too late to know now. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his somewhat fatigued face as he looked at this Tao platform, filled with lofty aspirations. He no longer hesitated. He carefully studied how to use the Divine Universe Steel's secret method. Although he did not grasp the Space Tao, he could still control the Divine Universe Steel to bring out the mysteries of space. 4 hours later, Xiaochen revealed a brilliant light in his eyes, and he showed a cautious expression. In the past, he did not care about it. Now, he realized how strong the Divine Universe Steel in his hand was. If he did not expose it, some faux god-old monsters would come after him to fight it out. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter once said that there were only 3 grades of soul tools in the world: inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. The only transcendent grade soul tool was the Wings of Time. Although the Divine Universe Steel in Xiaochen's hand could not cause much damage and could not kill his enemies directly, its mysteries were at least equal to a superior grade soul tool. However, its profoundness was at least comparable to a superior grade soul tool, infinitely close to the Wings of Time. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel appeared in Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen looked at the blue dragon totem cautiously. He felt somewhat nervous, not completely confident. Even with the Divine Universe Steel in hand and grasping some of its mysteries, he did not dare to say that he could decipher this Tao platform. As long as Xiaochen could decipher this Tao platform, it would be equivalent to him controlling this Tao platform in another way. If he wanted to come here in the future, he would only need to use the Divine Universe Steel. He would not need to rely on Soul Reaper's strength or follow the rules of the ancient city. He could come and go freely by himself. The benefits were immeasurable. This Tao platform could control all the transportation formations in the entire Divine Dragon Empire. It could even enter many secret realms. The significance of this to Xiaochen was immeasurable. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaochen had the capital to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently let go, and the Divine Universe Steel slowly flew into the air and hovered above the Tao platform. Success or failure depends on this. Xiaochen formed hand seals according to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy and soul energy, sending beams of light into the Divine Universe Steel. The ancient patterns on the Divine Universe Steel flowed like blood. In that instant, it gave off a bright light. Many mysterious and unfathomable steel scripts appeared on the Divine Universe Steel, forming an ancient scripture. Xiaochen felt that it was somewhat strenuous. He did not dare to relax. At this moment, if he was not careful, he would die. If he got careless, he would suffer a rebound from the Divine Universe Steel. The power of space would instantly tear his physical body to shreds. However, as long as an opportunity presented itself, Xiaochen would not give up. Furthermore, this opportunity before him would determine whether he could return to the Kunlun realm and whether he could gain the capital to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Since Xiaochen made his choice, he would continue on without hesitation, never turning back, never hesitating. Boom! When all the steel scripts appeared, the light in the surroundings of the Divine Universe Steel withdrew. In the next moment, a mysterious water-like energy turned into ripples. The ripples spread out in all directions from the Divine Universe Steel. Traces of gentle fluctuations appeared in the space. Water-like energy spread out and slowly covered the Tao platform. Whoosh! Mysterious talisman scripts of light and shadow leaked out of the ancient Tao platform and poured into the Divine Universe Steel. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. With Xiao Chen's startling talent, his first attempt at this secret technique went incredibly smoothly. However, this is very tiring. Very tiring. Xiao Chen felt his soul energy and veritable essence energy draining continuously. It was no easier than when he checked the blue dragon totem. If it were an ordinary Dao platform, Xiao Chen would have succeeded already. However, this Dao platform was ancient and mysterious, boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen had only deciphered a third of the Dao platform, and he already found it somewhat taxing. He could only clench his teeth and endure. I cannot give up here. It is hard to say if I will have a second chance. Perhaps I might be expelled in the next moment. I cannot give up on this opportunity. When one was fatigued and under pressure, a demon would appear in one's heart, giving oneself all sorts of excuses to give up. This was a heart demon, but it was human nature. No one could avoid it. Xiao Chen was the same. However, he had a strong will and knew the importance of deciphering this Dao platform. No matter how the demon in one's heart tempted Xiao Chen to give up, Xiao Chen's will would instantly shatter it. However, every time Xiao Chen shattered it, the heart demon would quickly appear. As Xiao Chen's physical body grew increasingly fatigued and the pressure increased, the heart demon grew stronger, sweeping out in an even more ferocious and berserk manner. The heart demon wreaked havoc, arrogant and despotic, disrupting my state of mind and disturbing my peace. How should I deal with it? No confusion, no panic, no fear. Trample on it. Crush it. Smash it to death. No one could stop Xiao Chen from deciphering the Dao platform under him. Xiao Chen missed his old friends in the Kunlun realm. He longed for the ability to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. He looked forward to returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He did not want to be chased away in a sorry state by others again. Xiao Chen's willpower was like that of a killing god. No matter how strong the heart demon was, he would respond in an even stronger, more ruthless, and more resolute manner, refusing to compromise. Determination filled Xiao Chen's eyes, looking like pure gems in the starry heavens. Aside from perseverance, there was nothing else. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the most unforgivable. Chapter 2074. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the only thing that could be forgiven. Xiao Chen crushed his heart demon and defeated himself, still persisting bitterly. Whether he could decipher this ancient Dao platform depended on his ability. Whether he could persist or not depended on his attitude. This was how Xiao Chen always did things. If he persisted to the end, even if he did not obtain the result he wanted, he would feel at ease. Even if he did his best, he would feel at ease. This was the case now. Under Xiao Chen's persistence, the mysterious energy radiating from the divine universe steel already covered half of the Dao platform. Xiao Chen had already covered half of the Dao platform. However, he was now exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a spent force. This Dao platform before him was simply too vast. The ancient talisman scripts it contained were as many as the stars in the sky. Continue to persist. A person's potential is forced out by oneself. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth. Even though he was a spent force, he did not show any intention of giving up. Be it mental or physical fatigue, he was incredibly fatigued. The heart demon did not stop for even a moment, tempting him to give up. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt his will of soul explode. His soul energy, which was still at the end of its tether, poured out endlessly from his will of soul. The blazing sun and bright moon in the sky above Xiao Chen's soul pool rose up once more. The sun and moon shining together shone with resplendent light. I broke through. Xiao Chen immediately felt excited. Under the boundless pressure, his great perfection sovereign personage will of soul broke through to peak sovereign personage. After Xiao Chen broke through to peak sovereign personage, his originally dried-up soul energy instantly filled his soul pool. The sea formed by his soul energy was much larger than before. Indeed, heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. Originally, he had been on the verge of collapsing. His veritable essence energy was drained, and his soul energy dried up. He could no longer activate this divine universe steel. Who could have imagined that his will of soul would make a breakthrough at the crucial moment? The flood-like soul energy poured into the divine universe steel. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared behind Xiao Chen at the same time. Boom! After the divine universe steel received the replenishment of soul energy, it immediately felt like a god was helping it. In one go, it covered 2/3 of the Tao platform. The ancient talisman scripts were like stars as they entered the divine universe steel. Puchi! Just when the situation was looking good, Xiao Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. It turned out that his true essence had dried up, and his reckless advance had injured the source of his body. This mouthful of blood was not an internal injury, but 100 years of lifespan. Injuries to the origin of life were almost impossible to heal. If there were any flaws in the origin of life, it would be impossible to heal. At that time, the difficulty of advancing to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor would multiply. The primary goal of a sovereign emperor was to condense an undying body. If the origin of life was flawed, it would be a fatal problem for forming an immortal body. I don't have time to worry about all that. If I lose this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to break this Tao pillar. Xiao Chen had already paid too much, so he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He steeled his heart and decided to continue deciphering it. However, right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a mighty force attack him. In the next moment, the entire space directly froze. The divine universe steel's mysterious energy stopped radiating, and the runes flying over stopped flowing in the air. It was as if time had stopped. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. He could not move his physical body, so he could only look up. He saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue in the mountains burning as if it had opened its eyes. This mighty force came from this blue dragon statue. What's going on? Xiao Chen felt shocked, confusion spreading in his heart. It looked like he was about to break the Tao pillar. Was he going to fail at the final step? Dissatisfied. Xiao Chen felt dissatisfied. He circulated his physical body, vital qi, and will of soul, preparing to give it a try. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, the blue dragon statue opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored dragon essence. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, the dragon essence entered his body. The injury to his source of life instantly healed. Not only that, but Xiao Chen's veritable essence also spewed out continuously as the dragon essence melted, reaching its peak state in a moment. Xiao Chen felt very confused. In the next moment, his physical body recovered, and the stop time started flowing again. However, when Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains, he discovered that the blue dragon statue was just a statue. The mysterious phenomenon from earlier had completely vanished. If not for Xiao Chen's veritable essence recovering and returning to his peak state, he might have thought that what he saw earlier was just an illusion. Never mind. I can't think too much. I'll just break the entire Tao pillar in one go. After returning to his peak state, Xiao Chen drove the divine universe steel with ease. 1 hour later, when the mysterious energy released by the divine universe steel completely covered the entire Tao platform, the divine universe steel's aura shook violently. A bright light suddenly gathered on the divine universe steel, looking piercing and dazzling. Xiao Chen waved his hand slightly, and the divine universe steel's light faded as it slowly landed in his hand. The heavy divine universe steel required Xiao Chen to drive all his vital qi before he could firmly control it. Let's see if you are as miraculous as the blood-soaked dragon emperor said. Feeling some anticipation, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and his physical body directly entered the divine universe steel. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chen startled him. A Tao pillar actually appeared in the vast and boundless divine universe steel. This Tao pillar looked exactly the same as the Tao pillar outside. However, it was not forged from divine materials but imitated from energy. However, its Tao aura and internal structure were exactly the same. As Xiao Chen stood inside, he felt incredibly shocked. Can I use it? Standing in the center of the Tao pillar, Xiao Chen felt somewhat doubtful, not daring to be sure. I'll give it a try. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and soul energy surged and flowed into the Tao pillar under him. The Tao pillar's formation flickered for a while before stopping. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, entering deep thought. After all, this Tao pillar did not have a totem. It was like a dead object. He needed an energy source to revive it. I got it. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a resplendent spirit jade flowing with the power of the world appeared in his palm. A peak-grade spirit jade. This was one of the great treasures that Xiao Chen obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. However, he had never used it before. Now, he finally had a use for it. Peak-grade spirit jades were known as subdivine crystals. They contained the vast power of the world. Even a divine vein realm's sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Xiao Chen embedded the peak-grade spirit jade in the center of the Tao pillar's formation. The entire Tao pillar instantly flashed with light, washing away all the splendor and making it look incredibly plain. Only a faint spiritual light occasionally flickered in the formation. After completing the task, Xiao Chen drove his soul energy and veritable essence energy into the Tao pillar again. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a green ocean appeared in his field of vision. The Dragon Race's secret realm and the Empire's trans-realm transportation formation appeared one after another. At the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, in the depths of the sea, a totem hovered in the air. Success! Xiao Chen released his bated breath and stopped driving his veritable essence energy. His eyes filled with excitement. He succeeded. The divine universe steel successfully deciphered the Tao pillar and directly copied it. From now on, even if Xiao Chen was not in the Blue Dragon ancient city, he could still use this Tao pillar. He could enter the Dragon Race's secret realm and return to the Divine Dragon Empire or the Kunlun realm at any time. He could even bring his old friends from the Kunlun realm to this great thousand realms. All he needed was the divine universe steel. After the excitement, Xiao Chen slowly calmed down. He had succeeded. However, if he wanted to activate the Tao pillar beneath his feet, he would also need a lot of resources. It was not realistic to rely on his veritable essence energy and soul energy to activate this Tao pillar and use the Transrealm transportation formation. Looking at this huge Tao pillar, Xiao Chen would need a large amount of resources to fully activate it. Right now, Xiao Chen was poor and would find it hard to continue. There should be resources in the ancient Azure Dragon City. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. I am in this ancient city. Since I already deciphered the Tao pillar, I should scavenge the resources in the ancient city. Whoosh! Xiao Chen immediately took action after thinking about it. Then, he left the divine universe steel and returned it to his body. Xiao Chen landed back on the ancient city's Tao pillar. Just as he was about to move, his gaze fell on the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains. Xiao Chen hesitated. This blue dragon statue was rather strange. If not for that dragon essence earlier, he would not have been able to perfectly decipher the Tao pillar. Is it helping me? It's afraid that my foundations will be damaged, resulting in irreversible damage. Could there be someone inside? Let's go in and take a look. After a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he flew towards the mouth of the blue dragon statue. There seemed to be a whole new world inside. Chapter 2075. The might and pressure of the blue dragon statue was very strong. However, when it landed on Xiao Qin, it made him feel extremely comfortable. Just like the warm sunlight in winter, when it shone on a taut string, it unconsciously loosened. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped up from the 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak and executed Freedom Light. The blue dragon statue's gaping maw looked like the entrance to a cave. When standing in front and looking in, it gave off an unfathomable feeling. Xiao Qin revealed himself and hovered in the air, standing in front of the statue. This made Xiao Qin feel somewhat strange. I am Xiao Qin. Might I ask if Senior made a move earlier? If there really was someone, they would have responded. If there was no one, Xiao Qin would enter directly. Come in, then. A deep voice came from the dragon's mouth, startling Xiao Qin. There really was someone in the blue dragon statue in the ancient city. It was a person with spiritual intelligence and thoughts. It was like the desolate slave. No matter how deep his feelings for the dragon city were, he only relied on the thought of protecting it to survive. Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment before entering the dragon's mouth in a flash. It was pitch black inside. Just as he was about to ask, the dragon's mouth quickly closed. Xiao Qin was in the darkness. His spiritual sense and soul energy could not sense his surroundings. However, he did not panic. The person inside was much stronger than him. There were many opportunities to kill him. Xiao Qin felt like space was changing. Soon, his eyes lit up, and Xiao Qin appeared in a large hall. The walls and stone pillars of this ancient hall all had carvings of various ancient divine dragons. These carvings were of the pure-blood dragon race. This was a dignified dragon hall with many years of history, even older than the ancient city. Xiao Qin entered it. The blue dragon bloodline in his body felt extremely suppressed. A 10,000 dragons picture was carved on the frontmost wall of the hall. Each dragon was different. Even the heaven dragon was included. Xiao Qin even saw the terrifying black dragon in the shadows. In the middle were the 7-colored divine dragons, the blue dragon, the gold dragon, the white dragon, the green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the silver dragon, gathered together and roared at the same time. As Xiao Qin stood in front of the 10,000 dragons picture, he felt like there really were 7 dragons roaring at the same time in front of him. Roar! This made the bloodline in Xiao Qin's body unsatisfied. A dragon roar resounded, and an indistinct dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qin, roaring in discomfort. His body was a little unstable, like a pine tree, swaying with the wind. However, he did not fall or retreat. Not bad. If you can't stand firmly before the 10,000 dragons painting, then you won't be qualified to see me. The deep and resounding voice rang out again. In the ancient palace, a green dragon shadow appeared. His body was surrounded by several dragon pillars, and a dragon head appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was slightly surprised. The existence inside was not a human after all. From the looks of it, it was a dragon spirit. You are the person that the little dragon horse found, right? The dragon shadow asked Xiao Qin again. The little dragon horse. Xiao Qin felt slightly stunned. Then, he understood. This dragon spirit was referring to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace. Yes, I came from the Kunlun realm. I followed the old dragon horse's instructions and came to this great thousand realms. Xiao Qin answered honestly, not hiding anything. You came early. With your strength, what are you doing in this dragon city? You are not even a sovereign emperor, yet you want to use the divine universe steel to break the Tao platform. If not for the fear of damaging your origin energy and preventing you from advancing to sovereign emperor, I would not even bother with you. You have to advance to Sovereign Emperor before you are qualified to inherit the inheritance and treasures of this blue dragon ancient city. The dragon spirit felt somewhat confused. It said seriously, I wonder what that Soul Reaper is doing, to actually let you in. As the dragon spirit spoke, its body kept swaying. However, it kept its gaze on Xiaoqin. Interesting. All of a sudden, the dragon spirit seemed to have discovered something interesting, and it started to laugh. Xiaoqin remained silent, not knowing what to say. The other party did not give him a chance to interrupt. This Azure Dragon bloodline is rather strange. All the geniuses are extremely talented. All geniuses do not believe in evil and insist on dual cultivating righteous and demonic. However, that makes sense. If you did not cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique, I would suspect that you are not qualified to bear this responsibility. The dragon spirit muttered to itself, not intending to communicate too much with Xiaoqin. It said lazily, observe the 10,000 dragons picture for a while, then leave. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, you can go to the Divine Vein Realm. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, I will acknowledge you as my master and receive the inheritance of the blue dragon race. Xiaoqin felt somewhat embarrassed. He probed, Senior, since I'm already here, can you give me some resources? The dragon spirit smiled and said, interesting. It is not that you are unsatisfied. After taking a mouthful of my dragon essence, you have already converted 50% of your bloodline power. It is not just healing your injuries. There is also this 10,000 dragons picture. Even sovereign emperors find it hard to observe it. 50% of my bloodline power has been converted. Xiaoqin felt slightly shocked as he quickly checked. Indeed, it was as he had expected. It was already extremely rare for someone with a great desolate Aeon bloodline to be able to convert 30% of their bloodline power. 50% was extremely rare. After converting 50%, one's dragon might would undergo a complete transformation. The might of the blue dragon in one's veritable essence energy would also undergo a qualitative change. Many thanks, Senior. Xiaoqin quickly thanked the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit said indifferently, go and observe the 10,000 dragons picture. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Xiaoqin did not dare to delay. The 10,000 dragons picture in front gave him an unfathomable feeling. However, he had not examined it in detail. The dragon spirit silently withdrew from the ancient hall, leaving only Xiaoqin to seriously observe the 10,000 dragons picture. Each type of dragon in the 10,000 dragons picture was different, each with its own merits. Completely comprehending one type might take 100 years. Xiaoqin knew that he could not remain here for long. So, he focused on the Heaven Dragon, the Blue Dragon, and the Golden Divine Dragon. The former concerned himself, while the latter concerned his opponents. Xiaoqin carefully studied the mysteries within. Soon, he felt like he gained a lot. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to the group of dragons, experiencing the aura and Tao of 10,000 dragons appearing at the same time. What a miraculous picture. Each type of dragon is different. However, when they appear in the picture, their auras intertwine, forming a perfect whole. If I can imitate this 10,000 dragons picture and obtain just 10% of its mysteries, even sovereign emperors would have to avoid me. The more Xiaoqin observed, the more incredible he found this 10,000 dragons picture. He started studying it like he was possessed. When Xiaoqin startled awake, he suddenly discovered that a 10,000 dragons picture had appeared in his mind as well. However, this 10,000 dragons picture was somewhat hazy and blurry, hidden in fog. 10,000 dragons art. At the same time, information about a cultivation technique appeared in Xiaoqin's mind. These ancient words seemed to be deeply imprinted in his heart. When he thought about it, it felt like clear water flowing in his heart. When Xiaoqin finished reading through it, he felt somewhat horrified. This 10,000 dragons art was actually of a higher level than his purple thunder divine incantation and demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Unexpectedly, he gained a cultivation technique and even imprinted the 10,000 dragons picture. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. Even without any resources, copying this 10,000 dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 dragons art would be a great harvest. I did not lie to you, right? The dragon spirit appeared silently. A dragon head suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen as it spoke indifferently. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior. Why is this 10,000 dragons art so strong? I feel that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it." The dragon spirit said proudly, "The 10,000 dragons art was born in the great desolate Aeon. The epic came and went, but its inheritance never ended. There would always be dragon race powerhouses who continuously improved it. Naturally, it would not be weak. However, if you say that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it, I can only say that your horizons are too low and your strength is too weak." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen said, feeling somewhat deflated. At the same time, he did not dare to believe it. That is natural. There are still a few cultivation techniques that can compare to it. However, there are practically none that can surpass it, the dragon spirit said in an extremely tyrannical and confident tone. "All right, you may leave now. Come back again after the sovereign emperor." After that, the dragon spirit directly chased Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen felt somewhat reluctant and dissatisfied. He had come here after so much difficulty, so he could not give up this opportunity so easily. Xiao Chen quickly said, "One last question. Senior, can you give me some pointers on my martial Dao?" "How troublesome." The dragon spirit muttered. However, it still did as it was asked, looking at Xiao Chen with its spiritual eyes. Xiao Chen immediately felt that the other party knew all his secrets. "Not bad. You exceeded my expectations. I can tell that you have grasped the true meaning of many of your martial techniques. You did not blindly copy your predecessors. Instead, you walked your own Dao and followed your heart. However, I don't understand. Since you comprehended the state of cycle, why did you not continue researching it? This is truly a waste of heavenly gifts. You should know that this state of cycle is rare in the world. It can lead to the ultimate great Tao." The dragon spirit's eyes were very bright. Everything that Xiao Chen learned could not be hidden from it. When mentioning the state of cycle, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. "I cannot bring out my state of cycle in this great thousand realms. Even if I want to cultivate it, I do not know where to start." "Is that so? Why do I feel that you have a secret treasure on you that can help you cultivate the state of cycle? Such a state that leads to the ultimate great Tao cannot be cultivated or comprehended by oneself unless one reaches the faux God realm. One can only use a secret treasure to assist in cultivation. Coincidentally, you have such a secret treasure on you." Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, "I have such a secret treasure on me. Why did I not know about it?" This was really strange. Xiao Chen did not even know about such a secret treasure. However, the dragon spirit sensed it. "Think about it slowly. You are really stupid." Whoosh! Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to ask any more questions, the dragon spirit sent Xiao Chen out. Xiao Chen's figure turned blurry. When he recovered his vision, he had already returned to the Dao platform. When Xiao Chen looked up, the azure dragon statue had already fled to somewhere unknown. What is it? Xiao Chen still did not understand. What kind of secret treasure could help him bring out the state of cycle in this great thousand realms? Chapter 2076. Do I have a secret treasure that can help me execute the state of cycle in the great thousand realms? Clearly, that is not the case for the cycle throne. After a round of modifications, the cyclothrone's grade was still too low, not even a Dao tool. It was not that Xiao Qin had not used it before. However, aside from using it to travel, it was not very useful. What could it be? Xiao Qin felt somewhat depressed. He could not think of anything, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He could already feel the blood-colored mark between his eyebrows weakening bit by bit. Perhaps he could not remain in this dragon city for long. The blazing sun in the distance was sinking into the golden ocean bit by bit, and only a trace of its afterglow could be seen. Who knew what would happen when the desolate slaves and the army of the dead returned to the city? Even if he could stay, he would have to leave first. In any case, with the divine universe steel in his hand, he could come to this land of the blood moon anytime he wanted. The prerequisite was that he had sufficient resources. Speaking of resources, Xiao Qin felt a headache. He had undergone a complete transformation in this land of the blood moon. His strength had improved qualitatively. He had successfully awakened his divine body once, grasped martial and soul as one, perfectly merged his three great Tao, and attained the heaven dragon body. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell, Xiao Qin had thoroughly mastered the first three moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Furthermore, he had obtained the 10,000 Dragons art and a copy of the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. The combat experience he gained from fighting the black and white eggs was extremely valuable. In terms of benefits, there were simply too many. His strength had increased tremendously. However, he did not have any true resources, such as primeval heavenly pills, superior grade spirit jades, natural treasures, or spirit pills. Speaking of which, Xiao Qin felt frustrated. The previous heaven dragon should not have been so ruthless. If the previous heaven dragon had left behind some trash, he would not have been so poor. Without resources, Xiao Qin could not do many things. He could not cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. He could not break through his cultivation, and he could not activate the Tao platform in the Divine Universe Steel. The ancient city is so huge. It should be enough if I just scavenge a little. Although Xiao Qin could not obtain the Blue Dragon's inheritance, this ancient city was already a huge treasure trove. There were many intact courtyards and shops, treasure inspection halls, auction halls, and alchemy rooms. There were also the noble clans that used to live here. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped off the Tao platform and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shuttled through the ancient city. After choosing his target, he began to plunder. Restriction. As soon as they arrived before a house, Xiao Qin was speechless. There was actually a restriction here. It was another restriction. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at a majestic auction house. Looking around, he found another restriction. An hour later, Xiao Qin finally despaired. There were restrictions everywhere in the ancient city. It seemed that without passing the test of the dragon spirit, it would be impossible to obtain any other benefits in the ancient city. Never mind. Copying the 10,000 Dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 Dragons art was already sufficient. Boom! When the mark on his forehead disappeared, Xiao Qin immediately felt a repulsive force in the ancient city. Walking and flying in the city was quite difficult, and his strength was also limited. Xiao Qin had no choice but to leave the city. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, he saw that at the edge of the land of the blood moon, the sun had completely sunk into the golden ocean. In the end, Soul Reaper did not completely shatter it. The blazing giant managed to flee, and the golden armored army was nearly completely destroyed. When Xiao Qin looked around, the entire small world was in a state of devastation. Many pieces of land floated in the air, shattered. Terrifying mysterious phenomena lingered in the surroundings. When Xiao Qin looked around, he saw nothing but desolation. This was no longer the small world that Xiao Qin was familiar with. Even the blood moon in the sky dimmed significantly. Xiao Chen personally saw the blazing sun and the blood moon crash, nearly causing the entire small world to crumble. Fragments formed by the afterglow of the blazing sun and the blood moon scattered in all directions, each containing a great destructive power. The battle between the blazing sun and the blood moon caused the small world to shatter. Rumble. After returning from a great victory, the desolate slave Soul Reaper led the other desolate slaves and the army of the dead to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Xiao Chen temporarily avoided the clash and returned to the palace. He vaguely felt that the desolate slave Soul Reaper had glanced at him before entering the city. Egg, come. Tell us, what exactly did you encounter in the city? Upon seeing Xiao Chen return, the black and white eggs felt incredibly excited and rushed over. Xiao Chen hid the matter of the 10,000 dragons picture and told them everything else. There was no need to hide too much from these two puppets. After White Egg heard that, it guffawed. No wonder you have such a bitter expression. It turns out that you did not obtain anything. Haha. That's what I said. In the end, you are still too weak. It's not a good thing to go in early. If our master can go in, we'll have to go in. If our master could enter, he would be able to break the restrictions. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen did not obtain anything, the black and white eggs gloated, giving Xiao Chen a look of disdain. Had you known, you might as well have stayed here and collected the fragments that fell from the blood moon and the blazing sun, White Egg said softly with a smile. Fragments? Are these fragments valuable? Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. When the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed head-on, they had indeed scattered many fragments. Black Egg said in disdain, you are really stupid. When you fought with us, didn't you bring out a yin-yang flame diagram? That yin-yang flame diagram seems to be formed by yin and yang flames, looking very profound. The flames are also of high ranks, primal chaos level flames. Unfortunately, their quality is too low, just grade 4. If you can evolve that flame into an item, it would be incredible. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Are you saying that the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon can raise the rank of my flame? That is natural. Be it the blood moon in the sky or the golden blazing sun, they are formed by a secret technique using the essence of the sun and the moon in the real world. They took at least 1,000 years to form. The person who refined them is definitely a peak foe god. My master once said that the person who refined them should have entered the sun and the moon, stealing their cores. After White Egg finished speaking, it glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, it asked indifferently, do you think these fragments are valuable? Xiao Chen looked around, and joy immediately appeared on his face. This was the remnant land of the great battle, filled with fragments of the blood moon and the blazing sun. It turned out that they were all worth cities. Whoosh! 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 After thanking Xiao Chen, he stopped speaking and started to collect these fragments. Black Egg muttered to itself, this battle was really intense. Be it the blood moon or the blazing sun, their cores were damaged. They will need at least 500 years to recover their vitality. It is unfortunate for Bitchy Egg. He nearly killed Foolish Egg, but he failed at the last moment and let Foolish Egg escape. Haha. It is good that Foolish Egg ran away. Otherwise, the great show that happens once every few centuries would be over. The two of us would not have any excitement to watch. The black and white eggs chatted happily, not minding Xiao Chen's departure at all. 3 days passed. Xiao Chen collected all the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon in the entire small world. The total number of the two totaled more than 100,000. It was as the black and white eggs said. These fragments were indeed worth cities. The heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable essence energy advanced to rank 5 at the same time. The universe origin veritable flame was a heavenly flame, a primal chaos level flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples had the opportunity to grasp. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. After reaching rank 5, no one would say that Xiao Chen's Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and Universe Origin Veritable Flame were too low in rank. With a thought, Xiao Chen spread out his hands, and a strand of flame soared up from each of his palms. The flames continuously gathered. When they reached their limits, it looked like Xiao Chen was holding a full moon and a sun in each of his hands. The benefits of absorbing these fragments were not only to upgrade the 2 types of flames to the 5th grade, but also to the 5th grade. The more profound thing was that they absorbed the mysteries of the blood moon and the blazing sun. When the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin Veritable Flame fully unfurled, they already had a vague form of the blazing sun and the blood moon. This was a pleasant surprise to Xiao Chen. If these 2 flames rose to rank 9 one day, would he be able to control the sun and the moon at the same time? Then, he would surpass Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun and the mysterious person who fought Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. This thought only lasted for an instant. Xiao Chen knew that he still had a long way to go. These 2 condensed the blood moon and the blazing sun, grasping a secret technique. Xiao Chen did not have a secret technique. Unless he directly consumed the blood moon and blazing sun that the 2 refined, he would not be able to surpass them. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen pushed out with both palms, using the Taiji Dao to push the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin Veritable Flame at the same time. Of the 2 flames, one was pale white, and the other flickered with golden light. Both were the extremes of yin and yang. They chased after Xiao Chen. Soon, a Taiji diagram materialized. Closely following that, the 4 divisions and 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji diagram for the first time. Boom! In that instant, golden light spread out. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram soared into the sky, extending infinitely. Soon, this Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram filled the sky, covering half the sky of the small world. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The blue dragon seal in his soul pool, which represented the will of soul, flickered with light. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon appeared. Xiao Chen merged his soul mysterious phenomenon with the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in the sky. Surging soul energy continuously poured into the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. Whoosh! 4 hours later, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in the sky completely turned solid. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram gathered together, forming a simple and unadorned painting in Xiao Chen's hand. Interesting. I should have thought of infusing my soul energy into the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram long ago. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The mysterious phenomenon before him pleasantly surprised him. Although Xiao Chen said that, his soul energy did not show any abnormalities. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin Veritable Flame had not reached rank 5. If Xiao Chen rashly formed them, he might not be able to produce such a scene. Xiao Chen gently unfurled the painting in his hand, and a simple and exquisite Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram appeared before him. The background of the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram was a deep starry heavens. There was no flickering starlight, only a blurry blood moon in the pitch-black starry heavens. With a thought, the painting became like water, merging into Xiao Chen's physical body. Since then, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram had undergone a qualitative change. Even if it was a sovereign emperor's strike, Xiao Chen was confident that he could block it with the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. It is time to leave. If not for the golden armored army attacking, Xiao Chen would have left already. He had already wasted too much time. This time, he had to leave. After a simple farewell to the black and white eggs, Xiao Chen's physical body turned into flowing ice and soared into the sky. The blood moon dimmed. Compared to before, its might and pressure were much weaker. After executing the Heaven Dragon's body, Xiao Chen, who had turned into ice, successfully entered the blood moon. Then, he revealed himself. However, he did not rush to leave like the previous generation Heaven Dragon did. Instead, Xiaochen took out the Divine Universe Steel. Then, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, and scriptures appeared on the Divine Universe Steel. When all of them appeared, mysterious energy radiated from the Divine Universe Steel again. As the Divine Universe Steel radiated, Scarlet Talisman scripts flew over from the surroundings and entered the steel. When Xiaochen sensed a blood moon appear on the Dao platform in the Divine Universe Steel, he stopped. Then, he put away the Divine Universe Steel and started to look around, searching for a way out of this hazy, chaotic, scarlet world. 1 hour later, Xiaochen followed the previous generation Heaven Dragon's method and successfully triggered the spatial tunnel hidden in the blood moon. Xiaochen's body immediately shot upward uncontrollably. He moved more than 100 times faster than Xiaochen's movement technique. Xiaochen's surroundings spun around. Time and space turned blurry. He could not distinguish the east, south, or north. When Xiaochen startled to his senses, he felt himself rapidly falling to the ground. When Xiaochen looked around, the night sky was hazy and sinister, giving off a cold chi. This startled Xiaochen slightly. This was a familiar yet strange feeling. This was the night of the desolate sea. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw a blood moon several times larger than the small world above. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking like he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. An extremely realistic misconception appeared in Xiaochen's heart. He felt like he was falling from the blood moon. Chapter 2077. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the air and looked around. What is this place? Xiaochen was certain that this was the desolate sea. However, he did not know where in the desolate sea was. Xiaochen felt that his surroundings were somewhat familiar, but most of them were unfamiliar. There was a small city about 500,000 kilometers in front. It was not large. Rather than a city, it was more like a town. Such a small city was rare in the desolate sea. Azure Mountain. Wait a minute. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and discovered a familiar peak. After not seeing it for 4 years, the Azure Mountain looked the same, unchanged. Xiaochen thought for a while. It looked like the small village in the past had turned into a city. No wonder Xiaochen found it both familiar and strange. After landing firmly, Xiaochen was in a good mood. After being trapped for 4 years, he finally managed to get out. The small village in the past had turned into a city. It looked like it was developing pretty well. With the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor's promise, no one dared to make a move. It made sense that the place gradually developed. Someone is here. Furthermore, it is a sovereign personage. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he brought out the Azure Dragon body and transformed his physical body. His physical body turned illusory, turning into ice and silently retreating, vanishing into the night. After a while, 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them wore black and looked older. He exuded a faint demonic chi. Xiaochen recognized this aura. This person cultivated the demonic cultivation technique of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. The other person was a middle-aged man in scarlet robes, exuding an air of nobility. He did not look like someone from the Heavenly Slaughter sect. It has been almost 4 years, and you still have not completed the mission that the 8th prince gave you. Elder son, I don't know what you are doing. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man scolded with a cold expression after the 2 landed. The black-clad old man said helplessly, "It is not that this old man is useless." The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor promised that no one in the desolate sea would openly make a move on this Azure Mountain town. That Qin Zhuolin has not left in secret, so there is no chance to make a move. Humph. You can't even do such a small thing, yet you are finding so many excuses. You have disappointed the 8th prince. The 8th prince has lost his patience. No matter what method you use, you must finish it tonight. The scarlet-clothed middle-aged man snorted coldly. He looked at the black-clothed man with an expressionless face and said, "Do as you see fit. I've come here this time. If I let the 8th prince do it himself, then there's no need for you to exist." The black-clothed old man hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, you can't be like this. You and I saw it when we entered the city. I won't even have the chance to attack. Once I do, I'll definitely be exposed." The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes said, "It doesn't matter even if it's exposed. How could it be possible to achieve great things without paying a price? At that time, I will delay Qin Zhuolin while you make your move. If you are exposed, just find a scapegoat in the Heavenly Slaughter sect to apologize to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. What's more, we're not really going to attack Qingshan City, so it's not too much." The black-robed old man had a conflicted look on his face. Clearly, he was very hesitant. There were almost no experts in Green Mountain City. Only Qin Zhuolin presided over this place. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor personally promised to protect this place. Making a move in the city would be like slapping the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's face. This scarlet-clad, middle-aged man had a deep background and a terrifying origin. He did not fear the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but Xiao Qin could not do so. However, offending the 8th prince would not end well. Most importantly, if Xiao Qin succeeded, the benefits he would gain would be startling. After thinking for a long time, the black-robed old man made up his mind. He said, "All right, tonight it is. However, Milord said it first. Once I'm exposed, you have to protect me. Don't worry. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor wants face as well. At that time, I'll bring a scapegoat to apologize and take the initiative to admit my mistake. Will he kill me with one slap? I'm not really going to destroy this Qingshan city. All right, let's do it, then." After the two made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. After discussing the details, they flew towards Qingshan City again. Whoosh! When the two of them were far away, a wisp of cold light silently appeared in the pitch-black night sky like a stream of light. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Why are these two going to Blue Dragon City? The black-robed old man was a small perfection sovereign personage. Coincidentally, Xiao Qin had met this old man before. Back when Xiao Qin was destroying the nearby Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds, the most dangerous experience he had had was when 3 sovereign personages surrounded him. This old man had been one of them. However, this old man was not worth mentioning before Xiao Qin now. What Xiao Qin paid some attention to was the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. For a small perfection sovereign personage Heavenly Slaughter sect elder to be so respectful before this scarlet-clad man, this person had to have a great background. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is really persistent. Since I ran into them, they can forget about causing trouble for me. A murderous intent flashed on Xiao Qin's calm face. Xiao Qin did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Slaughter sect at all. 4 years ago, Xiao Qin had used his late-stage Holy Venerate cultivation to destroy all 88 nearby Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds. Xiao Qin already knew what kind of people these people were. They would do anything to achieve their goals. They raised bandits to do evil, not letting off the elderly, women, and children. For the sake of cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, they even reared children, devoid of conscience and humanity. Xiao Qin hid his aura and quietly followed. When Xiao Qin got close to Azure Mountain Town, he was surprised to discover that this tiny city had a defensive formation. This should be Qin Zhuolin's handiwork. This person was a good friend. Even though Xiao Qin thought that he was dead, he still helped him guard Azure Mountain Town until now. However, this defensive formation mainly targeted desolate slaves and other foul things that came out at night. It did not have much effect on sovereign personages. With the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's promise, normally, no one would come here to cause trouble. Under the moonlight, the residents of the small city had already fallen asleep. The entire town appeared quiet and peaceful. As Xiaochen followed the two into the city, he saw the two say something to each other after entering the city. Then, they went their separate ways. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen made up his mind to follow the black-clad old man. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should be going to find Qin Zhuolin. Given Xiaochen's understanding of Qin Zhuolin, even if Qin Zhuolin was not a match for this scarlet-clad man, his life would not be in any danger. Even now, Xiaochen found Qin Zhuolin somewhat mysterious and unfathomable. It was already late at night, and the city was pitch dark. The lights of the various clans had already been extinguished long ago. Only a rather tall pavilion still had lights burning. This was Qin Zhuolin's residence. Qin Zhuolin and Sang drank in the pavilion, casually chatting. This Azure Mountain town had developed under these two's watch. After a few years, their friendship had deepened significantly. Qin Zhuolin drained the wine in his cup in one go. Then, he asked softly, "Sang, are you sure that Xiaochen is still alive?" Sang nodded and said, "You asked me many times already. I'm very sure that he is not dead." The propping mulberry tree was still in the divine universe steel. Through this faint connection, Sang could sense some of Xiaochen's aura. Sang was very sure that Xiaochen was not dead. However, Sang had no idea where he was. Qin Zhuolin had not had a good time in the past 4 years. He regretted his decision back then. He should not have let Xiaochen follow him down. The heavenly Tao killing formation prevented Qin Zhuolin from bringing out his previous experience and strength. In the end, Qin Zhuolin walked out alone. Even after 4 years, there was no news of Xiaochen. It was hard not to feel guilty and unable to forgive himself. No matter what, this fellow should have come out after 4 years. Qin Zhuolin muttered to himself. If it were him, he would have gone crazy after being trapped for 4 years. Even if he did not die, being trapped and unable to come out was also a form of torture. Suddenly, Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's expressions changed at the same time. Qin Zhuolin said indifferently, "Come out. Stop hiding." Ha! Light flickered, and the lanterns in the pavilion flickered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Qin Zhuolin and said, "You truly deserve to be the only successor of the Heavenly Dipper Gate. I just arrived, and young Master Qin already discovered me. The Shuowu dynasty's people?" When Qin Zhuolin saw the scarlet-clad man, he felt slightly startled. Then, he mocked, "Interesting. To think that a desolate place like Azure Mountain Town would attract the people of the Shuowu dynasty's royal court." At the same time, Qin Zhuolin sent a voice projection to Sang, "This fellow might have companions. Go out and take a look. I'll deal with him." "Right." Sang replied and prepared to leave silently. "Ha! Stay behind. Don't think about leaving." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Then, he waved his hand, and a wriggling clump of blood formed a barrier, isolating the space. When Sang punched the barrier, the viscous blood barrier squirmed slowly. It felt like he punched cotton, powerless. "My filthy blood barrier has already reached the 6th layer. Even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to break it. The two of you should just give up. Stay here and chat with me. If you have a good attitude, I will not attack you," the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man revealed a confident expression as he smiled faintly. Chapter 2078. Inside the filthy blood barrier, the expressions of Qin Zhuolin and Sang changed. "Attack!" The two exchanged glances and immediately made up their minds, charging at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, "No one is a match for me in my filthy blood barrier. The two of you are seeking death." An intense battle quickly unfolded in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was a great perfection sovereign personage in the first place, far superior to Chinjuolins and Sangs. Hence, he held a significant advantage in the filthy blood barrier. However, Chinjuolin and Sang were not as simple as they appeared. One was a mysterious and unfathomable geomaster, and the other was a being born in the propping mulberry tree. When the two worked together, they were not at a disadvantage. This startled the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. However, his expression did not change, not changing at all. Taking down these two would indeed require a lot of effort, more difficult than expected. However, as long as Xiaochen followed the original plan and delayed these two, he could leave smoothly after Elder's Sun was done. There was no need to worry too much. On the other side, Xiaochen followed the black-clad old man, moving stealthily through Azure Mountain Town. Azure Mountain Town was not large. Soon, the black-clad old man stopped in front of a residence. That is. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Afraid of alerting the enemy, he did not dare to use his spiritual sense rashly. However, he vaguely guessed something. These two were here for the extreme body, Qingqin. Xiaochen already knew 4 years ago that the Heavenly Slaughter sect was in the Desolate Sea working for the 8th Prince. Most of the young girls that the 8th Prince had plundered were given to the Blood Moon dynasty. Bang! The black-clad old man shouted coldly without any expression on his face as he suddenly attacked. The house in front silently crumbled to dust, causing the young girl and the little boy who lived in it to feel horrified. After not seeing Qingqin for 4 years, she had grown significantly taller. The little boy should be her younger brother. Elder sister. The little boy cried out in fear as he hid behind Qingqin. Qingqin showed a nervous expression, but she still shielded her younger brother. She shouted, "Who are you? Quickly leave this place. Azure Mountain Town is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "Of course, I know that this lousy place is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Otherwise, I would have brought you away 3 years ago." Under the moonlight, Qingqin looked incredibly delicate. Her eyes flickered with a bright light. Qingqin's delicate body gave off a cold and aloof air. Right now, even if Qingqin was an ordinary person, one could tell that she had an extraordinary air. As expected of the extreme body. "It's a pity that the 8th Prince has taken a fancy to you. Come with me." Greed flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. He stepped forward, wanting to take Qingqin away. "Old son, I dare you to take another step forward." Just at this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly heard a chilling voice coming from behind him. The bone-chilling killing intent instantly pierced into their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold. The black-robed old man was scared witless. Who was it that had silently appeared behind him, and he had no reaction at all? "Who are you?" "I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Fiends sect." At the crucial moment, the black-robed old man used the name of the Heavenly Fiends sect to protect himself. In the Desolate Sea, the Heavenly Fiends sect was rather famous. Not just anyone dared to offend a rank 7 sect of the 6 demonic Tao great sections. Unfortunately, the one that the black-robed old man ran into was Xiaochen. "Who am I?" "Just turn around, and you will see." The black-robed old man turned around somewhat nervously. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad youth with delicate features. Under the moonlight, he gave off an extraordinary air, looking like he was shining with bright light. Even the night could not hide his sharpness. Xiaochen. The black-robed old man had interacted with Xiaochen before. Back then, Xiaochen had nearly died at his hands. However, there had been no news of Xiao Qin in the past 4 years. Rumor had it that Xiao Qin had either been killed by the dragon god Crown Prince Qin Mu or the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou Wu. In any case, Xiao Qin was a dead man. When the black-robed old man saw the other party suddenly appear before him, he was startled. Run! The other party was only a small perfection sovereign personage, the same cultivation as the black-robed old man. However, the pressure that he brought was nearly suffocating. The black-robed old man did not even think. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, wanting to merge into the night and take the opportunity to flee. You think you can leave? Xiao Qin smiled coldly, and a candle dragon image appeared behind him. Then, 2 candle flames lit up in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 An icy flame instantly burned the black-robed old man in the air, causing him to cry out in pain. It was not just his physical body. A strange cold flame even ignited his soul at this moment. The black-robed old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Before the black-robed old man could extinguish the flame on his body, Xiao Qin waved his hand and used Firmament's rage to grab his neck. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was just following orders. I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. If you kill me, you will have an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Slaughter sect. The horrifying great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage encased the black-robed old man, and boundless saber chi assaulted his entire body. As long as the black-robed old man dared to act rashly, Xiao Qin could easily destroy him with just a thought. Now, Xiao Qin could finally control Firmament's rage as he pleased, reaching the level of the first palace master back then. The boundless rage could shake the surroundings and shake the sky. However, when Xiao Qin executed it, he did so effortlessly and effortlessly. It's too late. From the moment he stepped into Azure Mountain Town, Xiao Qin had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. Xiao Qin took Firmament's rage a step further. The 5-element divine lightning infused into his palm, and a small world made of lightning and saber chi immediately formed in his palm. Xiao Qin instantly grasped the black-robed old man in his palm. He ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened his hand, blood shot out together with the saber intent and lightning in the air. The black-robed old man died without a complete corpse. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Qing Chen and her younger brother. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked in disbelief, "Big brother, is that you?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His appearance had changed significantly. Qing Chen, who was already a young girl, was still the same as before. Qing Chen's eyes would brim with tears at the slightest provocation. However, she would always stand before her younger brother. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's me. I'm back." Qing Chen smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, you finally returned. Many people said that you would not return. Little Qing Chen felt that you would definitely return, just like 4 years ago. No matter how long I waited, you would return." 4 years ago, Xiao Chen had destroyed the Heavenly Slaughter sect's 88 strongholds near Peach Blossom City alone. At that time, many people felt that Xiao Chen would not return. Only Qing Chen persisted in waiting for Xiao Chen. "Don't cry. Bring your younger brother to find Grandpa 7 first and settle him down." "I still have something to do," Xiao Chen said softly after consoling Qing Chen for a while. "Right. Little Qing Chen will listen to Big Brother." Qing Chen turned her head and glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, she quickly led her younger brother to Grandpa 7's residence. Xiao Chen sighed softly. As someone with an extreme mean body, it was practically impossible for her to live an ordinary life. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pavilion in the distance. Then, his eyes slowly turned cold. At this moment, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in the pavilion became increasingly relaxed against Qin Zhuolin and sang. As time passed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man slowly revealed his advantage in the filthy blood barrier. Qin Zhuolin and Sang attacked a few times but failed to break the filthy blood barrier. Instead, they gave it to the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Just give up. You have no chance of defeating me in the filthy blood barrier. I am already very restrained. If I want to, I can kill you at any time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly after knocking back Sang and Qin Zhuolin again. Damn it. This filthy blood barrier suppresses us too much. It completely cuts off the spiritual energy of the outside world. On the other hand, he can obtain endless energy from the filthy blood barrier. Sang said somewhat helplessly. Right now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. His strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary great perfection sovereign personage. Qin Zhuolin was even more so. 4 years ago, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage and grasped many secret techniques. When the two worked together, they did not fear any great perfection sovereign personage. However, this filthy blood barrier made it extremely difficult for the two to deal with the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Bang! The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man threw another palm strike. Boundless energy immediately surged over, making the might of his palm strike look like a vast sea with boundless momentum. Blood leaked out of Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's mouths as they crashed into the barrier wall. I am unrivaled in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man showed a cocky expression as he laughed loudly. He continuously unleashed the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage, making Sang and Qin Zhuolin feel even more uncomfortable. Is that so? Why don't I think so? Just at this moment, an uncoordinated figure came from the filthy blood barrier. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. This startled the other party. Who are you? How did you get in? You don't have to care about that. Martial and soul as one. Xiao Chen's will of soul merged with his martial Dao as he coldly swung his saber with a cold expression. The resplendent saber light immediately made the filthy blood barrier lose its dazzling scarlet light, leaving only black and white. Bang! The filthy blood barrier instantly shattered, and the saber in Xiao Chen's hand pierced into the other party's chest. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he did his best to block, not letting Xiao Chen's saber go any deeper. He blocked it. Xiao Chen found this slightly strange. At such a close distance, the other party actually blocked his martial and soul as one saber strike. That made sense. After all, the other party was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he could not even block one saber strike from Xiao Chen, he would be too weak. Blood Shadow Demonic Claw. Die! When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt Xiao Chen's attack pause, he became enraged and attacked ferociously. The might of a dynasty burst forth from his body. His eyes turned blood-red, and his golden pupils looked like crescent moons. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's right hand instantly turned into a demonic claw that rivaled a great desolate aeon ferocious beasts. It erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a great desolate aeon ferocious beast, wanting to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. You think that this is my peak strike? In that case, you are wrong. I was just warming up. Flawless Saber Dao, using the heart as a saber. Xiao Chen quickly pulled out the tyrant saber from the other party's chest, bringing out his saber great Dao to its limits. Saber light shone all over Xiao Chen's body. The boundless saber aura gathered on the saber. The saber light was like the moon, and the saber images were like the wind. Just as the terrifying demonic claw was about to grab him, Xiao Chen poked hundreds of holes in the other party's body. Pu Ci. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood shadow demonic claw crumbled on its own. The rebound worsened his injuries. Martial and soul as one. Horror flashed in the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Xiao Qin. To think that Xiao Qin used martial and soul as one. Legend had it that even sovereign emperors found it hard to achieve. Blood shadow demonic evasion. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man roared and suddenly self-detonated, turning into thousands of scarlet lines that scattered in all directions. This was the Blood Shadow Dynasty's secret technique. As long as one scarlet line managed to escape, one could survive. However, once one executed this secret technique, one would have to suffer extremely terrifying consequences. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would use it. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man thought that he would only execute this secret technique when he ran into a sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, a small perfection sovereign personage forced him into such a state. However, if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man knew what Xiao Qin was thinking, he would definitely go crazy. Xiao Qin wondered if he should give chase. That was right. Even if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man executed the blood shadow demonic evasion, Xiao Qin still had ways to chase after him. It would just be somewhat problematic. Chapter 2079. To chase or not to chase? Xiao Qin hesitated for only 1 second before making his decision. Chase. Under the blood moon, Xiao Qin soared into the air. At this moment, he unleashed his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and 3 great Tao without holding anything back. Flawless Tao, using the body as a saber. Xiao Qin incorporated the Ice Tao and the Thunder Tao into his flawless saber Tao and materialized them. Under the huge blood moon, the white-clad Xiao Qin brandished the tyrant saber and danced wildly under the moonlight. At this moment, Xiao Qin was like a flower bud bathed in moonlight, waiting to bloom. In the next moment, the petals bloomed, and boundless resplendent saber lights burst out. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. The blood moon in the sky instantly paled in comparison. Strands of saber lights burst out of Xiao Qin's body. Be it his fine black hair or his white robes, they could all be used as sabers at this moment. Whoosh! Thousands of saber lights burst out under the blood moon. Xiao Qin continuously chopped apart strands of bloodlines. Sharp, miserable shrieks echoed in the cold night. The blood shadow demonic evasion was an escape technique that only the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan grasped. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin used the most intense method to break it. No matter how many clones you have, I have one saber. I can send out thousands of saber lights. Break! 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 Xiao Qin chopped off a total of 9,000 bloodlines. When only 10 remained, the bloodlines mended. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could escape Azure Mountain Town, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he appeared. If he had not appeared, Xiao Qin would have killed him, not even leaving a corpse. You're out. Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a smile as he ferociously tossed out the saber in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The perfectly straight tyrant saber, which was 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long, spun continuously as it flew towards the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The purple saber flickered with moonlight as it flew over, kicking up a strong wind. The tyrant saber did not fly very fast. Logically speaking, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should have been able to dodge easily. However, the middle-aged man's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. In despair, Xiao Qin discovered that the aura carried by the saber had already suppressed him. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. No, it was even more terrifying than a mountain pressing down on him. Even the towering mountains could not withstand a single blow from the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. He could shatter them with a single punch. The aura of the tyrant saber was incomparably sharp, mercilessly shattering the remnant aura in Xiao Chen's body. His aura was like a vast ocean, bringing with it endless power, completely suppressing him. Xiao Chen could only watch helplessly as the tyrant saber flew towards him. A bona fide great perfection sovereign personage ended up like this. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt boundless sorrow in his heart. Below, the somewhat stunned Qin Zhuolin startled awake. He said, "Xiao Chen, don't kill this person yet." Puchi. With Qin Zhuolin's size, the tyrant saber, which should have shredded the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's body, did not last long. However, the tyrant saber stabbed the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's chest and pinned him to the ground. After gently landing, Xiao Chen looked at Sang and Qin Zhuolin. The three exchanged glances, sighing in their hearts. Sang kept saying that you were fine. Now, I finally believe him. With your strength, I no longer have to feel guilty. Qin Zhuolin heaved a sigh of relief. He had often blamed himself over the past 4 years. Now that Xiao Chen appeared and suppressed a great perfection sovereign personage, he would definitely gain a great fortuitous encounter. This was a blessing in disguise. Although Xiao Chen did not feel jealous, he could not help feeling some envy. Sang pointed to the front and said, "Let's catch up later. Let's see what exactly this fellow is here for." "Right." Xiao Chen nodded. The three pushed off with their feet and arrived beside the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in a few leaps. Upon seeing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man pinned to the ground by the tyrant saber, unable to move, Xiao Chen felt gratified. Earlier, Xiao Chen brandished his saber under the blood moon. In reality, Xiao Chen had already used his full power, not holding anything back. If he still could not hold this scarlet-clad, middle-aged man back, then his 4 years of bitter cultivation would have been for nothing. In the end, Xiao Chen materialized his flawless saber Dao because he discovered a flaw in his saber Dao. Some of the things that he once did not care about and threw away became shackles on him. Xiao Chen needed to fix this flaw before he could advance his saber great Dao to a Dao domain. Otherwise, he might not be able to advance further. "Brother Qin, why can't we kill this person?" Xiao Chen asked softly. Qin Zhuolin explained, "He is a member of the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan. We cannot casually offend the Shuowu dynasty. It is a faction even more terrifying than the 6 great demonic Dao sections. The Shuowu dynasty dominated the lower regions of the central Great Realm, ruling over all the demonic Dao factions in the world. Alone, it clashed with the 3 dynasties and the 8 great empires. Just this point alone showed how strong the Shuowu dynasty was. However, Xiao Chen already knew about this. He smiled and said, "So, that's why. I already knew before I came. He is the 8th prince's man. However, he is clearly just a sacrificial pawn. Otherwise, the 8th prince would not have left the matter of offending the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor to him. If we kill him, so be it. There is no value in that." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, who had been listening carefully, panicked when he heard that. This matter concerned his life and death, so he had to rush. He quickly said, "Don't kill me. I am the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Spare my life. The 8th prince will definitely come and save me. At that time, you can obtain benefits from the 8th prince." Xiao Chen stepped forward and drew his tyrant saber, causing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man to scream in pain. "Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before saying, "Since the 8th prince sent him, if he dies, the 8th prince will definitely guess that we did it. No matter what, we will offend the 8th prince. We might as well spare his life and let the 8th prince pay a price to take him away. At least, we can make use of trash." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. The 8th prince wanted Qin Chen. No matter what, Xiao Chen would not give her to him. Whether Xiaochen killed the other party or not, he would offend the eighth prince. Qin Zhuolin was right. Just make use of trash. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he felt like vomiting blood. What do you mean make use of trash? To think that I, a bona fide great perfection sovereign personage, am treated like trash to survive. Damn it. Don't give me an opportunity. I will definitely make you pay tenfold. However, when the scarlet-clad man thought about it, he recalled that this white-clad man comprehended martial and soul as one at such a young age. Even as a small perfection sovereign personage, he could defeat the scarlet-clad man. How could he have a chance to take revenge in the future? Such strength was already no weaker than the eighth prince's. What are you thinking about? Xiaochen watched as the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, his eyes still darting around. Xiaochen ruthlessly smacked the scarlet-clad man's face with his scabbard. Then, he quickly left a seal in the scarlet-clad man's body, restricting his soul energy and veritable essence energy, turning him into a cripple. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable, so he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Lock him up first. Send news of his capture to the Shuowu dynasty's eighth prince. If he does not come in half a month, kill him. Xiao Chen's casual words determined the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's fate. Half a month. That is impossible. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Sang knocked him out. Qin Zhuolin said, Xiao Chen, you seem to know why these two are here. Xiao Chen nodded and said, they are here for the extreme mean body. The demonic Tao cultivation technique that the eighth prince cultivates requires a large number of young girls. An extreme mean body is a boundless temptation for him. Extreme mean body. This is somewhat difficult. If no major faction takes him in, something will happen to him sooner or later. Neither of us can protect him, Qin Zhuolin said seriously, feeling slightly startled when he heard that. It's fine. I already thought of the arrangements. It's good that you thought of it. Tell us, how did you spend the past 4 years? Qin Zhuolin asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen revealed a rueful expression. My experiences in the past 4 years are hard to describe in a few words. It was indeed hard to describe in a few words. For 2 years, Xiao Chen got beaten up by 2 venomous puppets. He nearly lost his martial Dao heart. These were memories that Xiao Chen could not forget for the rest of his life. After 2 years, Xiao Chen worked hard to catch up. Only then did he regain his confidence in his martial Dao heart. Xiao Chen hid some of his experiences from the Blue Dragon Ancient City and the Golden Armored Army. He only talked about the black and white eggs and the palace that their master left behind. Ha ha ha. To think that there are such amusing puppets. I have to see them when I have a chance. Qin Zhuolin could not help laughing after hearing that. After chatting until dawn, the two took their leave, letting Xiao Chen rest alone. After 4 years, Xiao Chen finally had some free time to relax. However, Xiao Chen did not truly rest. He spent this time in his storage ring, searching for the secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned. The storage ring was very messy, containing all sorts of things. There was a large pile of things in the Kunlun realm alone. After arriving at the Great Thousand Realms, there were even more. After tidying up the storage ring, Xiao Chen actually discovered some treasures that he had not noticed before. Although they were useless to Xiao Chen, he could make some money if he sold them. Right now, Xiao Chen lacked resources. Every bit he could get counted as a sum. However, even after searching for more than 4 hours, he still did not find what he was looking for. What kind of secret treasure can help me bring out the state of cycle? Just as Xiao Chen felt somewhat frustrated, he took out a simple and unadorned bronze mirror. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. 3 life mirror. Chapter 2080. The Three-Life Mirror. The moment Xiao Qin saw the three-life mirror, he was stunned for a long time. He had truly forgotten about this treasure. Since Little Three, the item spirit, forcibly stopped time in the Kunlun realm, it had been in a deep sleep. The three-life mirror could see the past and the future, controlling time. It was a legendary powerful immortal equipment. The secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned should be this three-life mirror. It could see the past, the present, and the future, as well as control time, perfectly compatible with the state of cycle. However, even Little Three, the item spirit, found it extremely difficult to use. Now that Little Three was still in a deep sleep, could Xiao Qin rely on this secret treasure? Xiao Qin frowned slightly and sent a strand of spiritual sense into the three-life mirror. The world in the mirror, Little Three lay quietly amid the clouds, like an immortal realm. Xiao Qin could use this ancient mirror. Before Little Three fell into a deep sleep, it had passed the control over the ancient mirror to him. Xiao Qin would be forced to use it. The time Dao was very dangerous. Xiao Qin had experienced it firsthand. Little Three before him was a very good example. Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense, and the three-life mirror floated before him. Then, he entered deep thought. It was somewhat unrealistic to directly bring out the three-life mirror. He could use the three-life mirror as a supplement to bring out the state of cycle. However, that might not be impossible. As for the risks involved, Xiao Qin would have to consider them carefully. Inside the room, Xiao Qin paced back and forth, entering deep thought. If he could bring out his strongest state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms, it would have far-reaching implications. It would be even more terrifying than practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After all, no matter how strong the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was, it was still a martial technique comprehended by others. However, the state of cycle was something that Xiao Qin comprehended himself. The two were completely different concepts. However, if he failed, the consequences, spatial energy could tear apart Xiao Qin's divine body, which had just awakened once. What more time energy? To fight or not to fight? Fight! Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the three-life mirror. How many years had it been? He had walked this path. After experiencing life and death countless times, he was already used to it. This heart did not fear challenges. Xiao Qin did not hesitate to do it. Master, let me out to play for a while. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Qin's mind. Just like him, he had been trapped in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years. Although he didn't have many fortuitous encounters like him. However, the land of the Blood Moon had no light all year round. It was filled with a demonic cold qi that was endless. The demon blood vulture had reached great perfection sovereign personage, even stronger than Xiao Qin. The yin qi in the land of the Blood Moon was too heavy, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiao Qin did not have any resources either, so he could only be a sovereign personage for now. After releasing the demon blood vulture, Xiao Qin started experimenting alone in the courtyard. Xiao! The three-life mirror turned into a bright light and fused into Xiao Qin's body. His flesh, blood, soul, and quintessence began to fuse with the three-life mirror. The fusion process was quite smooth. Around Xiao Qin, time and space fluctuated. Many things that had happened in the past turned into countless scrolls that appeared in all directions. The memories of the past gathered together. At this moment, time seemed like flowing water, gently flowing before Xiao Qin's eyes. The previous experiences, which represented Xiao Qin's past, turned into flowing light and entered his body. Time was merciless. Back then, Xiao Qin had also been young and inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The past had already happened, and the future was unfathomable. The scenes representing Xiao Qin's future appeared. They were all hazy, unfathomable, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Xiaoqin did not want to see them either. He always believed that man could conquer nature and that the future was limitless. When the light representing the future entered his body, the past, future, and present, the three-life mirror, completely merged with Xiaoqin. At the same time, 7 beams of light came out from behind Xiaoqin. Those were the 7 colored lights representing the state of cycle. Whether Xiaoqin could gather them and merge them into one, bringing out the true state of cycle would depend on this moment. Condense. Xiaoqin shouted, and the 7 colored lights started to slowly merge. He felt an incredibly strong resistance. In the Great Thousand Realms, the structure of space and time was completely different from that of the Kunlun realm. It was not that Xiaoqin had not tried it before. However, it was completely ineffective, so he gave up. Today, Xiaoqin merged with the three-life mirror and tried again. If he still failed, there would be no hope of reappearing the state of cycle. The three-life mirror in Xiaoqin's body released a resplendent light, silently radiating out from his body. While the exterior did not look any different, Xiaoqin vaguely felt that the resistance to the 7 colored lights merging had decreased significantly. With a burst of energy, he let out a roar. The 7 colored lights instantly merged into one. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoqin used his soul energy and veritable essence energy to drive the state of cycle at the same time. The cycle Dao, reversing time. Immediately, an even stronger resistance than before appeared in front of Xiaoqin. It was like he was going against the entire world. Every step he took was incredibly difficult. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Halfway through, cracks appeared on Xiaoqin's body, and blood seeped out. This was forcefully reversing time. The price that his physical body had to bear was several times greater than what he faced in the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqin could no longer pull back the foot he took. At this moment, aside from withstanding the pressure and continuing forward, there was nothing he could do. The world before Xiaoqin already turned blurry. Half of his body had already entered the time tunnel. Space-time storms filled the surroundings. If he made any mistakes, his bones would shatter, and his soul would scatter. I'll risk it. Just as his physical body could no longer endure, a spiritual light encased Xiaoqin. It was the three-life mirror. The three-life mirror reflects 3 lives, seeing through karma and reincarnation. It illuminates one's heart for generations to come, reversing the past and the future. An ethereal immortal art appeared in Xiaoqin's mind, and the world before him slowly turned clear. What appeared before Xiaoqin was the courtyard he was standing in. Success. However, this world rejected him infinitely, and his physical body quickly immaterialized. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqin instantly drew the saber in his hand and chopped down the tree in the courtyard. His body completely immaterialized, and Xiaoqin returned to reality. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! Did I really succeed? Nothing changed in front of Xiaoqin. However, the physical injuries felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the three-life mirror protected his soul in the space-time tunnel. Xiaoqin's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all shattered. However, his soul remained unharmed. Just as Xiaoqin felt uncertain, the tree in front of him silently snapped in half without any warning. This stunned Xiaoqin for a moment. Then, he started laughing maniacally. I succeeded. I really succeeded. He successfully brought out the will of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. The three-life mirror could indeed help him bring out the state of cycle. Although the effect before him was not obvious, this was only the first time. As long as he cultivated it slowly, he would be able to achieve the same effect as when he was in the Kunlun realm. This allowed him to reverse space-time. As long as he stayed in the past or the future for 1 second, he could change the situation of life and death. How could such a heaven-defying technique not make one go wild with joy? After the wild joy, Xiaochen calmed down. This is just the beginning. When Xiaochen's physical injuries recovered, he continued practicing. Once he executed this heaven-defying killing move, he could change the situation at any time. 10 days later, Xiaochen finally familiarized himself with the 3-life mirror and executed the cycle chop. Xiaochen could stay in the future for 1 second and execute a peak saber strike. This was not comparable to the 3 seconds he could stay in the Kunlun realm. However, it was still a significant improvement. After all, Xiaochen had not been able to execute this move before. On this particular day, just as Xiaochen was about to continue cultivating, Sang and Qin Zhuolin came to find Xiaochen. The 8th prince is coming. Which 8th prince? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Qin Zhuolin said helplessly, "What have you been doing recently? How could you forget such an important matter?" The Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince. Xiaochen let out a soft sigh. Then, he recalled that he still had the trash of the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan. When will he arrive? We received the news 7 days ago. If there are no surprises, he should arrive tomorrow or the day after, Qin Zhuolin said with a somewhat nervous expression. After all, the 8th prince was the prince of the strongest dynasty in the Central Great Realm. They had to treat him seriously. No matter what they did, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Xiaochen entered deep thought and said, "He really will come. His main purpose is probably Qingqin." However, that did not matter. Xiaochen already received news of his arrangements. Sang asked, "What should we do?" It would be best if we could dispel his thoughts and resolve this peacefully. If not, there is no need for us to fear him. Chapter 2081. The Shuowu dynasty was a major faction in the west of the Central Great Realm, ruling over the demonic Tao. Naturally, none of the royal court disciples were simple. There were no weaklings. Ordinary people would not take the initiative to offend the Shuowu dynasty's princes. Naturally, Xiaochen would not do so, either. However, the other party targeted Qingqin and even sent an expert to infiltrate Azure Mountain Town. Of the 2 experts, one was captured, and the other was killed. Since there was already a grudge, there was no need for Xiaochen to overthink it. 2 days later, when the morning sun rose, an undisguised demonic might appeared outside the city. Xiaochen, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin sensed this aura at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man locked up in the dungeon also sensed this aura. He revealed an excited expression and said, "It's the 8th prince. There is hope now." Given the 8th prince's status and strength, Xiaochen will not dare to hold back. However, Sang brought the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man out before the scarlet-clad man could think. After a while, Xiaochen's group gathered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, whose cultivation was sealed, was tossed to the side. Boom! Just at this moment, demonic clouds encased the entire Azure Mountain Town. The sky instantly darkened, blocking out the rising sun. The villagers of Azure Mountain Town did not know what was going on, appearing confused. The black demonic clouds contained a terrifying demonic might, inspiring panic. The heavy pressure made Xiaochen's group somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhuolin frowned slightly. What a strong demonic might. Before this 8th prince shows himself, he is already putting on a show of strength. A light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes as he entered deep thought. The others did not know what he was thinking. Since the 8th prince is here, why not show yourself? Xiaochen asked softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the city heard him clearly. At the same time, Xiaochen silently spread out his dragon might. The citizens immediately felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. When they heard Xiaochen's voice, they calmed down. You are not qualified to meet me. Release my people, and I can pretend that nothing happened. The eighth prince's voice was filled with majesty and anger as it echoed in the surroundings. With each word, the demonic might that shrouded Qingshan town intensified. The city was already on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid you have no choice but to show yourself, Xiao Qin said indifferently. Behind Qingshan town, a blood-colored bird appeared. Its feathers were as eye-catching as blood and glowed faintly. It opened its mouth and inhaled. This was the demon blood vulture. However, the terrifying demonic clouds were great nourishment to the demon blood vulture. As soon as Xiao Qin gave the order, he immediately began to gobble it up. In a short while, the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen. A figure appeared in the sky above Qingshan town. He wore a blood-red robe, and the collar and cuffs of the robe were lined with gold. He looked gorgeous and noble. With the demon blood vulture sucking, Xiao Qin had no choice but to reveal himself even if he did not want to. Xiao! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of Xiao Qin's group, making their clothes flutter and hair flutter. They could not even open their eyes. Amid a flash of red light, the eighth prince suddenly appeared before Xiao Qin's group. He showed a sullen expression, a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. A great perfection sovereign personage. This eighth prince's cultivation had already reached great perfection sovereign personage. Together with his demonic might and dynasty bloodline, his aura was heavy and oppressive. However, Xiao Qin's group remained expressionless, appearing calm and at ease. However, this eighth prince actually came alone. He did not have any guards or experts with him. Xiao Qin did not know whether it was because he was skilled and bold or because there were experts hiding in the dark. The eighth prince glanced indifferently at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The other party felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to meet the eighth prince's gaze. Xiao Qin said calmly, "Name a price. If I'm satisfied, you can take this person away." Name a price. The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. Then, he mocked, "This should be the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are just a mixed-blood dragon chased out of the divine dragon empire. To think that you dare to threaten me after capturing my people. Cassier." Without any warning, the eighth prince suddenly appeared and flicked his finger. A strand of scarlet energy shot out. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could react, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. With his cultivation sealed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was like an ordinary person. He could not block the eighth prince's strike at all and died on the spot. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, unable to get up. He died with his eyes wide open. He had thought that he was the eighth prince's trusted subordinate. Who could have imagined that the eighth prince would not even spare him a few glances before killing him? Sang and Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince was so ruthless. No one can threaten me, much less a trash. I thought that you were some incredible character. A mixed-blood dragon is just a mixed-blood dragon. Your vision is too low, and you are just a joke. I am here today, not for this trash but for the extreme mean body in your city. Name a price, and I will take him away. The eighth prince showed an arrogant expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin, not caring about the other party at all. Seeing the other party not saying anything, the eighth prince felt that he had been shocked by the other party's actions. Indeed, the eighth prince had not seen much of the world. A great perfection sovereign personage was incredible. He could be considered an expert anywhere. However, there were many such great perfection sovereign personages in the Shuowu dynasty. Killing one was not a big deal. Who allowed you to kill him? What did you say? The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. He gave Xiao Qin a somewhat strange look. Xiao Qin's words sounded strange. Xiao Qin was just a subordinate with some royal bloodline. Did he need the 8th prince's permission to kill him? He is just trash. If I kill him, so be it. Do I need your permission? Even if he is trash in my hands. Boom. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, he immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, this dragon fist was headless, both in form and spirit. The 8th prince felt slightly startled. Without much time to think, he could only counter with a punch. Bang! The punch knocked the 8th prince back the moment they clashed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, the might of Xiao Chen's punch could possess such horrifying destructive power. It did not seem like something a small perfection sovereign personage could execute. The offensive power contained in the punch far surpassed the limits of a small perfection sovereign personage. The 8th prince looked at Xiao Chen in shock. You dare to attack me? You are seeking death. What shocked the 8th prince even more was that Xiao Chen, a prince of the Shuowu dynasty, dared to attack him directly. Demonic might surged out of the 8th prince's body as he roared ferociously. An overwhelming might burst forth as he slammed the ground and ferociously launched himself at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! As the 8th prince moved, his vast aura instantly crushed the hall where Xiao Chen and the others were into rubble. A strange scarlet light flowed on the 8th prince's body, enveloping him like water. Xiao Chen, this is the blood demon armor. It is very hard to break. Don't clash head-on with him. Qin Zhuolin recognized this strange martial technique, so he warned Xiao Chen to avoid the 8th prince's attack for now and not clash head-on with the counterattacking 8th prince. However, Xiao Chen ignored Qin Zhuolin. He directly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move, storing up power. Xiao Chen had already converted 50% of his blue dragon bloodline, and a 10,000 dragons picture appeared in his mind. Now that Xiao Chen executed the top offensive secret technique of the dragon race, he could no longer be compared to the past. The Supreme Dragon Fist's might appeared in his hand. Thousands of dragon images gathered on Xiao Chen's body. When he punched, he knocked back the 8th prince, who was charging over with overwhelming demonic might. Third move, Heaven Dragon, no regrets. Lofty sentiments and righteousness gathered in Xiao Chen's heart. This punch, no regrets, Heaven Dragon. Fourth move, Raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments and righteousness turned into rage. The world changed color, and the rage in Xiao Chen's heart shook the sky. Bang! When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's fourth move, the 8th prince's blood demon armor turned into a pool of blood with a crack, forcibly breaking. The 8th prince vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. His blood demon armor actually broke. Qin Zhuolin, who was at the side, also felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so ferocious, directly breaking the blood demon armor. Damn it! Blood held demonic eyes. The 8th prince roared furiously. His eyes glared, and blood leaked out. The 8th prince looked sinister and terrifying. Strange golden talisman seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen, this is the Shuowu dynasty's secret technique. Once it is executed, it can summon out the endless blood hell that the Shuowu dynasty refined. That is the blood hell that the Shuowu demonic monarch led 3,000 demonic venerates to refine. Once trapped in there, only death awaits. Qin Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could force the 8th prince into such a miserable state. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen even had to execute the secret technique. All of you will die. None of you can escape. You have angered me. The 8th prince showed a ferocious expression. The blood hell image in the depths of his eyes slowly enlarged. Scarlet lightning continuously tore through the sky. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. It looked like the end of the world. However, Xiaochen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber, using martial and soul as one to execute only one saber strike. Aside from the saber in Xiaochen's hand, only black and white remained in this world. Pu Ci. The eighth prince cried out miserably. His eyes popped, pierced by the dazzling saber light. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands, feeling excruciating pain. Then, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Imperial uncle, help me kill him. Kill him. My eyes are blind. Qin Zhuolin and Sangli recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here. Plop. While the eighth prince felt bewildered, an old man fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old woman slowly descended with Qin Chen in the air. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had used demonic clouds to envelop Azure Mountain Town at the start. The eighth prince wanted his imperial uncle to silently take Qin Chen away. However, the eighth prince did not know that Xiaochen had already come up with a countermeasure. Not only did the eighth prince lose his eyes, but his situation was also worrying. Chapter 2082. If Xiao Chen did not settle down properly, the other party would come endlessly to seek trouble for Xiao, becoming harder to deal with each time. What do you mean by this? Are you thinking of keeping this prince here? Xiao, let me tell you this, don't go overboard. Otherwise, even the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor will not be able to protect you. He glanced at the old lady beside Chu Xiang. The old lady's aura enveloped him, preventing him from making any big movements. Uncle, kill him for me. Kill him. I'm blind. In this world, apart from the saber in his hand, there was only black and white. When the eighth prince saw his imperial uncle being thrown down, he knew that it was all over. Seeing that the other party had left, Chu Xiang teased with a smile. The eighth prince let out a miserable shriek as his eyes were pierced by the dazzling saber light. Qin Zhuolin waved his hand and said, I don't need it. Just give it to Xiao. When Xiao heard that, he felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood. There were not many things that could interest Qin Zhuolin. Sang and Qin Zhuolin suddenly understood. It turned out that Xiao had planned this all along. Back then, this person did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had covered Azure Mountain Town with demonic clouds at the start. Even if he wanted to, he didn't know where Tianxiang was. After Chu Xiang and Qin Chen greeted Xiao, they left with the old woman. He had originally thought that he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on this experience, but it had destroyed both his eyes and left an indelible wound in his heart. The eighth prince had a fierce expression as the blood prison in the depths of his eyes slowly expanded. Blood-colored lightning continuously tore through the sky. A berserk gale blew sand and pebbles into the air. It was a scene of the end of the world. Xiao revealed disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, cut the crap. You are just a prince. There are hundreds of princes in the Shuawu dynasty. Since when is it your turn to represent the royal court? Take out 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Azure Mountain Town today. I don't mind spreading your scandal in Azure Mountain City to the entire desolate sea. Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao and said with a smile, I said it before. Sooner or later, your name will shake the world. The old man was a sovereign emperor. However, the old woman from the heavenly fragrance holy land firmly suppressed him. After handing a storage ring to Xiao, the old woman quickly left with the eighth prince. Where is the body of the previous holy daughter? Chu Xiang asked. However, he did not know that Xiao had already made a plan to deal with it. Not only had he lost his eyes, but the only thing he could rely on was his situation. Did I say you could leave? After killing my men, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a little too presumptuous? The eighth prince was infuriated. After putting away the storage ring, Xiaochen said in a light voice, since we've already become enemies, it would be a pity if I don't make him pay. That scarlet-robed middle-aged man was clearly the eighth prince's subordinate. Now that he had died at the eighth prince's hands, Xiaochen had escaped justice. Whoosh! Xiaochen looked at Qing Chen and said, go with them. The people in the village will help take care of your younger brother. They are all good people. Junior, don't be too extreme. Here are the primeval heavenly pills. Let's go. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that she had grown up, she was the one who caused all this trouble. If she wanted to take revenge in the future, her eyes would be destroyed. Now, she would lose all face in the royal clan. Xiaochen said calmly, I do not have any intention of making things difficult for this prince. I just want to repeat myself. Even trash has its value. He is, after all, a great perfection sovereign personage trash. You killed him just like that without showing any signs of gratitude, and now you want to leave. Oh, right, Chu Xiang, this is the jade pendant your holy daughter wanted. Xiaochen shouted coldly when he saw the eighth prince about to leave, showing no intention of letting the other party leave. Qin Zhuolin was truly a good friend. Xiaochen had done too much for her. The eighth prince was already frightened out of his wits. If he had another choice, he would not come to Azure Mountain Town even if he was beaten to death. All of you will die. None of you can escape. Xiaochen, you have angered me. If the eighth prince handed Qing Chen over to the heavenly fragrance holy land, as long as the other party took a liking to Qing Chen, he would not dare to seek trouble for her. Imperial uncle, let's go. TSK TSK. To think that it is the desolate city medallion. If I had known that it was this treasure, I would not have been so polite, Qin Zhuolin teased as he looked at the desolate city medallion in Xiaochen's hand. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. As a geomaster, the bloodline of adventurers flowed in the eighth prince's veins. He could suppress the restlessness in his heart and remain in Azure Mountain Town for 4 years. Xiaochen nodded with a smile. Such an ending was perfect for an extreme mean body. Hee hee. Big brother Xiao, you are really bold. To think that you dare to extort a prince of the Shuowu dynasty. To Xiaochen, these 5 million primeval heavenly pills were like sweet dew after a long drought, resolving his urgent need. The desolate city medallion. Plop. We will definitely meet again. Qin Zhuolin laughed loudly and turned to leave. Qin Zhuolin exchanged looks with Xiaochen. Then, he said, sorry, I have already become a desolate slave. There is nothing I can do about it. It looks like this jade pendant is something very important. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, I was lucky. I relied on Brother Qin's help to find it. Take care. I look forward to meeting you again. Xiaochen and Sang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Zhuolin's decision was too sudden. Xiaochen, what is this? Qin Zhuolin asked, still feeling confused. When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he immediately felt like laughing. Xiaochen was simply too interesting. This child is pretty good. I want to bring her back to the heavenly fragrance holy land. I have already spoken to her. However, I cannot let go of her little brother. Qin Zhuolin casually dealt with Xiaochen's killing move. Then, he barely managed to throw a palm strike and force Xiaochen back. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, Senior, please help me take good care of Qing Qin. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter already agreed to owe me a favor. There is no need to make any more requests. Chu Xiang and the old lady's eyes dimmed upon hearing that. 5 million. Xiao Chen received the ancient medallion. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he still said politely, "Thank you, senior." Xiao Chen and Sang wanted to keep Qin Zhuolin. However, the other party had already made up his mind, so they could not do anything. The main reason was that Xiao Chen was now extremely poor and urgently needed primeval heavenly pills. Although the eighth prince felt very sullen, he knew that there would not be a better result if he stayed. So, he decisively decided to leave now. Xiao Chen was rather straightforward. He shrugged and said, "If you need it, I can give it to you." The eighth prince raged, "Dream on. I only have 5 million primeval heavenly pills on me. If you have the guts, kill me. You are too polite. It is time for us to go. Goodbye. You have already been here for 4 years. Since you are fine, I can rest assured. I am truly happy for you that you have such a fortuitous encounter. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met?" The old lady smiled and said, "Child, your character is pretty good. No wonder Xiang kept saying good things about you along the way. How about this? I will give you a desolate city medallion. It is useless in my hands." With the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's interference, he could forget about obtaining the extreme mean body. There was no need to even think about seeking trouble for Xiao Qin. Right now, Qin Zhuolin's greatest reliance, the divine Vein Realm's sovereign uncle, was clearly not a match for the heavenly fragrance Holy Land Supreme Elder. Just as the eighth prince felt uncertain, an old man was tossed to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old lady slowly descended with Qin Chen in the air. Xiao Chen pointed to Chu Xiang and said, "This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's Miss Chu Xiang. This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land Senior." When they heard that Qin Chen has an extreme mean body, they specially rushed over. They arrived 1 day ago and are very satisfied with Qin Chen's talent. The severely injured eighth prince immediately paled in fright. He felt his entire body turn cold. The fear of death surged into his heart, turning into an invisible mountain blocking his throat. Xiao Chen checked his storage ring. There was a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills in there. After checking with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the number was about the same. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land's old lady said to Xiao Chen with some joy as she looked at Qin Chen. Xiao Chen clearly knew that the focus of his conflict with the eighth prince was Qin Chen. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen did not even think. He instantly drew his tyrant saber, and his figure flashed. A resplendent saber light pierced towards the eighth prince. When the eighth prince heard this explanation, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. No one has ever dared to speak to this prince like that before. "Xiao Chen, are you really going to offend the entire Shuowu dynasty's royal court?" Pu Ci. Qin Zhuolin and Sangli recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. "There is someone else here." "As you wish." The bona fide heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually became a desolate slave. Who could have imagined such an ending? Xiao Chen had just taken out the jade pendant when the old lady pulled it over. After taking a look, she looked up in shock and exclaimed, "It really is the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. How did you do it? Even I cannot barge through the heavenly Tao killing formation." In the time it took for a spark to fly, a figure shielded the eighth prince. It was the sovereign emperor that the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's elder injured. "Big brother, thank you. Qin Chen will be obedient. You have to take care of yourself as well." However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber and executed martial and soul as one, launching only one saber strike. Xiao Chen wanted his royal uncle to silently take Qin Chen away. Although he was blind, the eighth prince could still sense his surroundings with his soul energy. "Ha! Thank you. However, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do," Qin Zhuolin rejected with a smile. After a pause, he said, "I'm leaving." "How unfortunate." The old lady hesitated, her eyes filled with regret. After a moment of silence, she looked at Xiao Qin and said, "No matter what, the two of you have done a great service to my heavenly fragrance holy land by retrieving the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. Since the Holy Lord is not around, I will agree to a request on behalf of the Holy Lord." Chapter 2083. Qin Zhuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qin Zhuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qin Zhuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiao Qin watched Qin Zhuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. "Xiao Qin, I have something to say," Sang said as he looked at Xiao Qin somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiao Qin somewhat seriously. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Speak." "I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave, and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain Town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. They should have some connection to the Blue Dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay." If Qin Zhuolin wanted to leave, Xiao Qin would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny Azure Mountain Town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiao Qin was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiao Qin felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. "Where do you intend to plant the divine tree?" Sang pointed to outside the city and said, "Right beside the ancient well. Propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold qi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation." It looked like Sang had planned this long ago and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. "Let's go." The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold qi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiao Qin took out the propping mulberry tree from the divine universe steel. The divine tree sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusang, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. "Sang, these are for you." Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiao Qin was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiao Qin and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. "When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go?" Sang asked. Xiao Qin said softly, "I won't be leaving anytime soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue." Xiao Qin had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now, his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein Realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein Realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage Realm, the Primal Core Realm, and the Cloud Sea Realm. These 3 realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiaoqin was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, 4 dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire Central Great Realm, people with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiaoqian's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through, and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiaoqin to advance to the divine vein realm: Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiaoqin broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiaoqin to advance from Peak Holy Venerate to Peak Small Perfection Sovereign Personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiaoqin did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiaoqin came to this vast desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiaoqin could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiaoqian's helplessness. He nodded and said, "Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically 0. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations." Xiaoqin thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to sovereign personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiaoqin could only make up for the flaws in his saber Tao through constant battles. It was time for Xiaoqin to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiaoqin in deep thought, he said softly, "Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while." Xiaoqin nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiaoqin the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiaoqin landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiaoqin spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiaoqian's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiaoqin. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiaoqin was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd Palace Master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd Palace Master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble. In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Tao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiaoqin shouted, and the ancient Tao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiaoqian's body. Then, Xiaoqin leaped into the air and landed on the Tao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiaoqin stepped on the Tao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon, Xiaoqin sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiaoqin reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiaoqian's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiaoqin muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. 1 moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiaoqin could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiaoqin could come and go as he pleased. How carefree. There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. As Xiaoqin strolled around, he stopped before the divine rank medicine cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the 3rd Palace Master used it frequently. Xiaoqin gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle. Gurgle. A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiaoqin. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Whoosh! Xiaoqin saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then, he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient. This person seemed to be in too much of a rush and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiaoqian's presence. 3rd Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the 3rd Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiaoqin. That's not right. How could Xiaoqin return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom! A frightening aura burst forth from the third palace master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiaochen cautiously. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he realized that if he were the third hall master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then, he said softly, "Third palace master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the third hall master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right?" The third palace master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiaochen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiaochen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiaochen's body. "It's really you." Now, the third palace master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiaochen, he already felt that it was Xiaochen. However, it did not make sense, so the third palace master had to be cautious. Now that Xiaochen mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. "How did you get in?" The third palace master still felt suspicious. Given Xiaochen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Third palace master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so." When the third palace master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The third palace master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The third palace master felt shocked at Xiaochen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Xiaochen could feel the joy and happiness in the third palace master's heart. The third palace master truly missed him. This was also why Xiaochen could activate the Divine Universe Steel. The first thing that came to Xiaochen's mind was to meet the third palace master. "I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here." Xiaochen quickly stopped the third palace master. "Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the third palace master." The third palace master said, "Very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years." Xiaochen did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, "I want to know how the first palace master is doing now." The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Masterly only knew that the first palace master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Xiaochen anything more. "First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye," the third palace master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the first palace master. When Xiaochen heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the first palace master, the sovereign emperor elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiaochen and the third palace master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past, and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Xiaochen a sense of home. Xiaochen would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Xiaochen did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qin Mu's cultivation now? Xiaochen asked. The third palace master replied after some thought. He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important. Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the third palace master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Xiaochen smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Xiaochen brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The Divine Dragon Crown Prince did not fear him at all. Do I still have a chance to come back? Xiaochen asked. When the third palace master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly. Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the Golden Dragon bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon bloodline seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein Realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly. The value of a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiaochen's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiaochen and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time, there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiaochen smiled bitterly when he heard that. So, that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to Sovereign Emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiaochen's. However, the first palace master only imprisoned Xiaochen for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the Divine Dragon Empire." I understand now. Xiaochen showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time, the principle was this simple: the strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiaochen asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Chongfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the abyssal underworld to complete the sex missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiaochen felt at ease. Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity, please help me tell them that I am doing well as well. Right, you are leaving, right? The third palace master felt curious about how Xiao Qin would leave. This herb garden's secret realm was heavily guarded with tight formations. How could Xiao Qin enter silently? I'm leaving. If I have time in the future, I will come back. I hope that you don't come often. If you have any other thoughts, I won't even know that you have emptied out this distant secret realm, the third palace master teased. Ha! That reminds me. Xiao Qin smiled happily and performed a cupped fist salute in farewell. Then, he vanished into thin air, leaving only the divine universe still hovering in the air. This is... The third palace master's eyes lit up. A spatial treasure that can hide living people. Is this an inherited Dao tool or a soul tool? How high would a secret treasure that could hide people be? More importantly, the third palace master had never heard of a secret treasure that could hide ordinary people. Whoosh! Before the third palace master's shocked eyes, the divine universe steel vanished silently. The third palace master spread out his soul energy. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire secret realm. The somewhat incredulous third palace master circulated his divine energy to check the surroundings, thoroughly searching the entire secret realm. The third palace master had to believe that Xiao Qin really left. This little fellow has some fortuitous encounters. After the shock, the third palace master revealed a smile and sighed. Unfortunately, he did not enter Ancestor Dragon City. It is too difficult for a loose cultivator to grow. In the next moment, the divine universe steel appeared in the desolate sea's azure mountain town. When Xiao Qin came out and saw the divine universe steel, he felt it was miraculous. This was truly shocking. Not to mention the third palace master, even Xiao Qin felt like he was in a dream. Xiao Qin simply did not dare to imagine that he could return to the divine dragon empire with a thought, no matter where he was. Even a divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor would not be able to do that. At the very least, the third palace master, a divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor, was shocked. However, after this round trip, he lost 1 million primeval heavenly pills, which made Xiao Qian's heart ache. After all, the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince only had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. After conversing with the third palace master, Xiao Qin deeply felt the importance of strength. Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor. If one did not advance to Sovereign Emperor, one would not have the right to speak. A sovereign personage was already considered an expert. If Xiao Qin was content with the current situation and went to an outer region, he would not be able to defeat a sovereign personage. For example, in the Grave Sea Cluster, one could live a very good life. They were respected and aloof, able to decide the life and death of others with a single thought. However, Xiao Qin could not do so. His vision could not stop at sovereign personage. Even Sovereign Emperor was not the limit. Compared to the divine Dragon Crown Prince and the others, Xiao Qian's weakness was too obvious. How hateful! Xiao Qin hated how he was chased out of the divine Dragon Empire, unable to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. If there is a chance, I have to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice. The other party is someone comparable to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Qin thought, since I cannot figure out what to do in the future by myself, I have to ask an expert. Xiao Qin did not know where to go in the vast desolate sea. He did not know where to go for experiential training, where to improve his saber skills, and where to make up for the flaws in his saber Dao. Where to find resources to continue improving his universe origin True Flame and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's vision was much broader than Xiao Qian's. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of the martial epic. If Xiao Qin did not ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice, it would be inexcusable. Feeling the pressure and urgency, Xiao Qin did not hesitate. That night, he wrote a letter for the demon blood vulture to deliver to Peach Blossom City's Senior Chui. Half a month later, Xiaochen received a reply from Senior Chui. There were only 4 words: "Come over quickly." Upon receiving this reply, Xiaochen revealed a smile. It looked like he should not have any problems meeting the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After getting some fine wine from Grandpa Seven's residence, Xiaochen went outside the city to say goodbye to Sang. Sang was still taking care of the propping mulberry tree by the ancient well. He glanced at Xiaochen and said, "I have a feeling that after you leave, we will not be able to meet for a long time. However, I will always be in Azure Mountain Town. As long as you come back, you will be able to find me. Tell me, what resources does the propping mulberry tree need? The next time we meet, I will definitely bring them back for you." Sang smiled faintly and said softly, "Thank you. Go on, then. We will meet again in the future." With a gentle leap, Xiaochen soared into the air. A beam of red light descended from the sky and happened to catch Xiaochen. It was the demon blood vulture. Sang looked at Xiaochen, who was far away in the sky, and then at the 10-meter-tall propping mulberry tree beside him. Then, he said softly, "I wonder, between you and it, who will grow faster? The next time we meet, you will be a sovereign emperor, right?" The demon blood vulture traveled day and night. 7 days later, a familiar scene appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. 500 kilometers of peach blossom forest hid green mountains and beautiful rivers in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a painting. This was Peach Blossom City. With the demon blood vulture rushing over, not to mention being fast, Xiaochen did not look travel-stained at all when he landed. Xiaochen saw Senior Chui, who stopped at the same place. The peach blossoms on both sides of the river turned red every year. No old friends came with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, there was only a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Senior Chui had not changed. The boat stopped at the riverside, and no one dared to approach. Xiaochen boarded the small boat and said softly, "Senior Chui, it's time to set sail." "Same old rules. Don't set sail without wine. Satisfy me first." Xiaochen smiled faintly and tossed over a jar of setting sundae. Senior Chui caught it and drank to his heart's content, crying out in delight. After Senior Chui drank to his heart's content, he looked at Xiaochen and scolded jokingly, "Brat, who knows where you went for the past 4 years? You finally returned after so much difficulty, yet you only thought of coming to Peach Blossom City to meet me now." Xiaochen said helplessly, "Something happened and delayed me." Then, Xiaochen told Senior Chui about the Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince. There was such a thing. The Xuewu dynasty's prince went to Azure Mountain Town. This is somewhat strange. Although the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are relatively peaceful, if they get an opportunity, they will try to kill. The 8th prince should not dare to come. This is rather inconceivable. The one you met might not be his true body, Senior Chui said, feeling somewhat suspicious after hearing that. Old Chui asked doubtfully after hearing that. Not his true body. When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Based on Senior Chui's words, it did seem somewhat suspicious. Back then, when that 8th prince heard that Xiaochen wanted to extort 5 million primeval heavenly pills from him, he directly told Xiaochen to kill him. In the end, that divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor took out 5 million primeval heavenly pills out of fear of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land Supreme Elder before settling things. Senior Chui said, "In my impression, the Xuewu dynasty's royal court disciples are all terrifyingly strong. There are practically no weaklings among them. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also possible that this 8th prince is indeed not a powerful character. His demonic monarch bloodline is thin, so he does not receive much attention, which is why he dares to enter the desolate sea. Are the righteous Dao and demonic Dao really as incompatible as Senior says?" Xiaochen asked, finding this strange. Xiaochen recalled that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions did not have much conflict in Peach Blossom City previously. Furthermore, after Xiaochen wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch's stronghold, a group of righteous Dao disciples viewed him as an enemy. As Senior Chui rowed the boat, he said, "This happened 100,000 years ago. The righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions fought until the sky turned dark, even destroying the heavenly realm. Do you think this grudge can be resolved? You practically never left Azure Mountain Town in the Desolate Sea, right? What you can see is just the surface. The undercurrents are surging, and it's more tragic than you can imagine." When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Indeed, he had never left Azure Mountain Town and did not understand much about the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions in the Desolate Sea. "We've arrived." When the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor heard that you were coming, he was rather happy, Senior Chui said with a smile as the boat entered the city. Old Chui chuckled as the boat sailed into the city. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Xiaochen followed Senior Chui to the city lord's residence. Even after so many years, Peach Blossom City had not changed much. The place still had a rich wine fragrance. Taverns stood in great numbers, and the place was bustling. Chapter 2086. The place was as lively as before. However, Xiaochen felt that Peach Blossom City was somewhat different. As he walked, the city lord's residence came into view in the distance. Finally, Xiaochen knew what was different. The current Peach Blossom City was not like it was during the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Everyone from the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered here. All sorts of scheming people came, creating chaos amid the liveliness. Without the ostentation and chaos, Peach Blossom City was actually a quiet and reserved city. Aside from the fine wine, Xiaochen had some other things. The martial spirit of Peach Blossom City was very common. Experts clashed everywhere. Several of the cultivators even made Xiaochen's eyes light up, making him stop and watch for a long time. These are the cultivators under the city lord. What do you think? You like them, right? Old Chui asked with a smile as he stood beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen replied softly, "Old Chui is being too humble." The quality and strength of these cultivators already rival that of rank 7 sect disciples. Some of them are even comparable to the inner sect disciples of rank 7 sections. Peach Blossom City is truly shocking. Did the city lord specially nurture them? Old Chui smiled and said, "Of course, the city lord alone cannot deter the other factions from occupying such a treasured land in the Desolate Sea. Furthermore, the city lord will eventually reach the end of his lifespan. He has to make plans for the future of Peach Blossom City." However, the city lord did not specially seek out these people. Most of them came because of the fame. The city lord does not accept just anyone. The two chatted as they walked. After entering the city lord's residence, Old Chui led Xiaochen to a quiet pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Go in, then. The city lord has been waiting for a long time." Xiaochen pushed open the door and entered. There was no one on the first floor or the second floor. When he reached the top floor, he saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor drinking by himself. "Greetings, Senior." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor put down his wine cup and looked at Xiaochen. A trace of doubt flashed in his deep, star-like eyes. His eyes saw the hazy shadow of a dragon behind Xiaochen. When he tried to see it clearly, he discovered that the dragon was extremely ethereal. He was actually unable to capture it. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was about to forcefully capture it, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly appeared and glared at him, making his heart tremble. What a powerful dragon might! Just what kind of bloodline is that? I can't even see it clearly. However, it was certain that he had grasped the profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. The power hidden in the dragon's shadow was much stronger than 4 years ago, almost to the point of materializing. Interesting. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, you really astonish me. Now that I haven't seen him for 4 years, even I can't look at his dragon might directly." Earlier, Xiaoqin vaguely sensed that his dragon might clashed with the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not control it. Instead, it was the blue dragon's own majesty that had spontaneously formed a counterattack after being spied on. City Lord is too polite. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter. He directly said, "Old Shui already told me why you are here. Your thoughts are pretty good. You did not become blindly arrogant just because you obtained a fortuitous encounter. After all, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Without anyone to guide them, they will either walk the demonic Tao or remain stagnant, finding it hard to advance. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, the resources they require will be astronomical. Without a super faction supporting them, they will not be able to sustain themselves." After some thought, Xiaoqin asked, "So, Senior's meaning is? Join the Heavenly Alliance. You are not my disciple, and we are not master and disciple. I have no obligation to guide you. In reality, I rarely give personal guidance even to the people of Peach Blossom City. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, I will not do meaningless things." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke slowly as he looked at Xiaoqin, sounding extremely distant. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was clearly right before Xiaoqin, but he felt like an ocean separated the two. The Heavenly Alliance. Xiaoqin had heard of the Heavenly Alliance before. This was a faction formed by the peak merchant associations of the Great Thousand Realms. Aside from this, there were many Grand Master-level alchemists and blacksmiths, mysterious and strong. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to come into contact with the core existences of the Heavenly Alliance. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance. You should have heard of it before. Yes, I have. A Heavenly Alliance blacksmith helped me forge the saber in my hand. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sighed softly. Oh, I did not expect to come into contact with it. Don't ask me. Let me ask you first. What kind of faction do you think is considered a super faction? Xiaoqin thought for a while before replying. In the northern region, the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace should be considered super factions. The 6 great demonic Tao sects and the 4 dynasties. Rank 7 sects should be considered super factions. Xiaoqin had experienced the strength of the Divine Dragon Empire for himself. Just the Heaven Dragon's outer palace gave Xiaoqin the impression that it was a colossus. Furthermore, there were 6 even stronger outer palaces in Ancestor Dragon City with incredibly deep accumulations. If such factions were not considered super factions, then there would be no super factions. That's right. In your eyes, rank 7 sects and the 4 dynasties can be considered super factions. However, in the eyes of sovereign emperors, aside from the heavenly incense, there are only 8 truly super factions in the martial epic's Great Thousand Realms. The Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Alliance, the Universe Origin sect that controls the Tianwu dynasty, the Hidden Spirit Temple that controls the Yanwu dynasty, the Profound Heaven Holy Land that controls the Shenwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace that controls the 8 Great Empires, the Demonic Dao Hall that controls the Shuowu dynasty, and the Abyssal Underworld's Underworld God Hole. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke tirelessly, revealing many secrets that Xiaoqin did not know. Since the birth of the martial epic, the power structure has changed many times. After every great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, there would be a reshuffle. After the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, these 8 super factions now jointly manage the martial epic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaoqin and asked, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this?" Xiao Qin did not understand. I want to broaden your horizons. I once told you that there is an existence behind the purple gold dragon emperor that you cannot offend. Actually, that is the Bushin Palace, the most ancient and mysterious existence among the 8 super factions. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words deeply shocked Xiao Qin. This indeed surpassed his imagination. He found it hard to imagine that a rank 7 sect had such a terrifying faction behind it. What surprised Xiao Qin even more was that the Bushin Palace existed in this world as well. He wondered if the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace was related to the Bushin Palace of this great Thousand Realms. Before the 8 super forces, all the rank 7 sects are insignificant existences that can't even withstand a single blow. As a matter of fact, all the grade 6 and grade 7 sects that you can see are inextricably linked to the various super forces. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before continuing. For example, the Heavenly Alliance is behind Peach Blossom City. I can be so free and unfettered, occupying one of the rare treasured lands in the desolate sea, aside from my own strength, mostly because of the Heavenly Alliance. Shocking news came one after another. By now, Xiao Qin was somewhat numb to it. He asked softly, "So City Lord is suggesting that I join the Heavenly Alliance?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. Don't be so certain. It is still uncertain whether you can join the Heavenly Alliance or not. Naturally, the super factions will only take in the most talented and valuable cultivators of the martial epic. You are very strong, and your bloodline and comprehension ability are pretty good. However, do you know how vast the martial epic is? Just the Central Great Realm alone already has as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky, not to mention the other astral regions. Although the outer regions do not have as much spiritual energy as the Central Great Realm, they have many cultivators, at least 1,000,000 times more than the Central Great Realm. As far as I know, you came to where you are now step by step from the outer regions. Can you guarantee that there will not be a second you in the outer regions? The answer is certain. There will definitely be people comparable to you in the outer regions. Due to the sheer number of them, even in a remote and desolate astral region, there will still be powerful outstanding talents. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words made Xiao Qin enter deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words indeed made sense. The main reason I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance is a merchant association, after all. Compared to the disciples of the other super factions, the members of the Heavenly Alliance do not have as many restrictions and can choose to withdraw at any time. For example, right now, I have practically no connection to the Heavenly Alliance. Unless I need it, I will not go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor took a sip of wine and continued, the Heavenly Alliance's requirements for cultivators are not as strict as the other factions. For example, as long as I recommend you, you will qualify to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's selection. However, it will not be so easy for the other super factions. Of course, the most important reason why I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that I have not recommended anyone to join the Heavenly Alliance for many years already. Although I do not have a deep connection to the Heavenly Alliance, this is still a very embarrassing matter for me. I hope that you can help me gain face. After speaking for so long, it turned out that the last sentence was the main point. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really went around in circles. However, without going around in circles, it would be hard for Xiao Qin to gain a general understanding of the super factions. Chapter 2087. What do you think? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin remained silent. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Xiao Qin had come here to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some questions about the martial Dao. Who could have imagined that the other party would recommend him to join a super faction? Naturally, superpowers were extremely tempting to Xiao Qin. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words opened a door to a new world for Xiao Qin. Previously, he had not expected such a strong super faction to exist in the world. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not say anything, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "As long as you enter a super faction, you will be able to experience the true charm of the martial epic. Everything you've experienced before is just child's play in front of a true powerhouse. If you can't join a superpower, you'll never be able to come into contact with the core stage of this world. It'll be a pity for a genius like you. If you had not been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, you would have entered Bushan Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. However, now, aside from the Heavenly Alliance, the other super factions should not accept you." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words dispelled Xiao Chen's final hesitation. He said seriously, "I'm willing." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chen agree, he revealed a smile and put down his wine cup. "Good. You will be my disciple 7 days from now and head to Desolate City with me." Desolate City. You probably don't know that the force behind Desolate City is the Heaven Alliance, right? At that time, many rank 6 or even rank 7 factions in the Desolate Sea will send their disciples to participate in the test. There will also be many loose cultivators who will not miss out on this opportunity. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said softly, surprising Xiao Chen again. It turned out that the Heavenly Alliance was behind Desolate City. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that he might not be able to pass the test. Just the Desolate Sea alone had so many challenges. The Central Great Realm's eastern, western, northern, and southern regions, as well as the 3 dynasties, would definitely have gathering spots like Desolate City to attract cultivators to take the test. Not everyone can participate in the assessment, right? There had to be a threshold for the assessment. Otherwise, the number of participants would be unimaginable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and said, "Anyone under 500 years old and a sovereign personage can participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if you do not pass the test, as long as you have a certain level of performance, you will receive rewards from the Heavenly Alliance." At that time, there will probably be hundreds of thousands of cultivators taking the test. A few 100,000. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was shocked. This number really shocked him. It was a little too much. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked with a calm expression, "Are you very shocked?" Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Of the 8 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was considered one of the weakest. However, the Desolate Sea's influence covered the entire Great Thousand Realms. There was a Desolate Sea stronghold in every astral cluster. Just like the Grave Sea cluster that you once stayed in, the Profound Light Temple is the base of the Hidden Spirit Temple, a super faction. The Purple Flame sect is the territory of the Tianwu dynasty's universe origin sect. There are a total of 3,000 high-ranked astral domains like the Grave Sea cluster in the Great Thousand Realms. This does not include some of the more chaotic astral domains. If you include them, there will be even more. Do you still think a few 100,000 is a lot? Not a lot. However, the threshold seems somewhat low. All sovereign personages under 500 years old can take the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said, "In the martial epic, normally speaking, those who can break through to sovereign personage after 500 years old will not be able to advance to Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor. Those who advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old have the possibility of becoming Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperors. As long as one has the potential to become a Sovereign Emperor, the Heavenly Alliance will not let them off. The core force of the various super factions are the Sovereign Emperors. One Sovereign Emperor is worth more than 100,000 sovereign personages. Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor. Another Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor." Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly, and his blood surged somewhat. He recalled what the Third Palace Master said, which coincided with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors. As long as Shao Qin became a sovereign emperor, even the purple gold dragon emperor in the divine dragon empire would not be able to pursue the matter. Ancestor Dragon City would even personally apologize to him. Furthermore, there has never been a lack of outstanding talents in the Great Thousand Realms. However, facts have proven that those who can become Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors are mostly unknown existences. Many people only advance to sovereign personage at 200, 300, or even 400 years old. They continuously stabilized themselves, comprehended the great Tao of the world, and tempered their mental state. In the end, they easily advanced to sovereign emperor. Many powerful outstanding talents who advanced to sovereign personage before 100 years old either incurred the jealousy of others or died prematurely. Otherwise, they were too conceited and became a burden on themselves. If their mental state was not strong enough, they would never be able to advance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Shao Qin sternly. Hence, do not underestimate those late bloomers, able to maintain their composure in the sovereign personage realm. I said that you might not be able to pass the test this time because if you run into those people who have been sovereign personages for more than 100 years, you might not be a match for them. Shao Qin nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he felt somewhat doubtful. Finding it strange, he asked, does that mean that the super factions do not pay attention to outstanding talents? After all, most of those who become sovereign emperors are unknown existences. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help laughing. You can put it that way. However, if you can show that you have the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the effect will be different. This is because only the outstanding talents with astonishing talent and comprehension ability can advance to faux god after advancing to sovereign emperor. This is something far away from you for now. Just treat what I said as an eye-opener. Don't overthink it. Make your preparations. Come with me to Desolate City 7 days from now. Remember to adjust your mental state. All right. After leaving the pavilion, Shao Qin looked at the blazing sun in the sky. This conversation nearly toppled Shao Qin's entire worldview. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said not to overthink, but Shao Qin still felt his hot-bloodedness surge, feeling excited. Shao Qin, how is it? Old Chui asked softly as he arrived beside Shao Qin. Shao Qin recovered his wits and replied softly, I already promised the city lord that I would be his follower and participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test 7 days from now. Old Chui smiled and said, I knew that you would agree. Come, I'll bring you to the residence. There were many residences prepared for guests in Peach Blossom City, comparable to the residence of a sect. After Shao Qin checked in, he started meditating and adjusting his mental state. The night passed. When the morning sun rose again, Shao Qin felt much calmer. He was no longer as excited as before. Absolute calmness replaced it. Shao Qin started to think about how to raise his strength to ensure that he could pass the Heavenly Alliance's test. He had already merged the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He needed to bring forward the next 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin True Flame had just advanced to rank 5. He would not be able to find enough flame shards to nurture them in a short time. Shao Qin wanted to see if he could use the Heavenly Alliance to exchange for similar flame resources when he entered the Heavenly Alliance. He had already cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 10th layer. The next 2 layers were progressively more difficult than the one before. For now, he could not see any hope of breaking through. He had already cultivated the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art to the 2nd layer. Unfortunately, he did not have much room to execute it. He had just gotten familiar with the state of cycle and needed to continue familiarizing himself with it. This was Shao Qin's greatest trump card, so he could not relax. After thinking about it, the only things that could raise his strength in the short term were the 10,000 Dragons art and the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. Ever since he copied the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiaoqin had not truly studied it. However, the 10,000 Dragons picture had strengthened the might of the Supreme Dragon Fish significantly. Brother Xiao, are you free? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Yun Fei and Lei Hao, are here to seek an audience. Just at this moment, two voices requesting an audience came from outside the door. Since they were the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Xiaoqin had to meet them. It was possible that these two people would head to Desolate City with him. Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he opened the door to receive the guests. There were two people standing outside the door. One of them had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in white, looking very simple. The other person was tall and stocky. He did not show any expression, but he gave off a strong sense of pressure. The plain-looking white-clad youth performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Yun Fei. This is Lei Hao. Master sent us over to familiarize ourselves with Brother Xiao. This way, please." Indeed, as they chatted, Xiaoqin learned that these two would be heading to Desolate City with Xiaoqin to participate in the test. Aside from them, dozens of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples would be going as well. However, most of these people were just there to make up the numbers, to see the experts outside. The chances of them passing the test were not high. The ones that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly held hope in were Yun Fei and Lei Hao. Of course, there was now the addition of Xiaoqin. Chapter 2088. For the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to choose them, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. After inviting Yun Fei and Lei Hao in, Xiaoqin chatted with the two. He learned that while the two did not look old, they were already over 100 years old. This somewhat shocked Xiaoqin. "Little brother Xiaoqin, why are you so shocked? We are the ones who should be shocked. It is very normal for a sovereign personage to reach 100 or 200 years old. Not everyone can compare to the outstanding talents of the sections. There are many ordinary people in this world. Of course, for us to advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old means that we are already extraordinary." Yun Fei smiled faintly when he saw Xiaoqian's expression. That made sense. Compared to a sovereign personage's long lifespan, 100 or 200 years was not even a tenth of that. They could be considered young. The big Lei Hao seemed somewhat inarticulate. He only listened to the two talk, not speaking much. After familiarizing themselves with each other, Xiaoqin discovered that the two had pretty good temperaments and were easygoing. The three chatted with each other and got along well. The unfamiliarity immediately disappeared. Even Lei Hao started to talk more, changing Xiaoqian's impression of him. Compared to the sect disciples, factions like Peach Blossom City did not seem to have much internal strife. The sect disciples were chosen in batches and eliminated at the very end. This was a meritocracy. The competition between the sects was intense. Most of them would hold back. After all, Peach Blossom City was not a sect. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not seem to like that, either. His two disciples were the same. Yun Fei said softly, "I am skilled in the sword Dao. Now, I only cultivate one sword technique, the 13 wind-controlling swords." Xiaoqin found this strange. Only one sword technique. Secret techniques and killing moves. You don't cultivate them. The group started chatting about the martial techniques they cultivated. When Yun Fei mentioned himself, Xiaoqin felt shocked again. Yun Fei nodded and said, "I cultivated them in the past. However, after I obtained the 13 wind-controlling swords, I forgot about them. I only cultivated the 13 wind-controlling swords. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. After 100 years, I only managed to reach the 7th sword." Lei Hao's lips curled up as he said, "If you are stupid, then there are no smart people in the world. Even Master praised you." Even after comprehending the 13 wind-controlling swords for hundreds of years, he could not comprehend it. It's already unprecedented for you to be able to successfully cultivate it and even reach the 8th sword. Yunfei smiled. He didn't say anything else. However, Xiaochen thought to himself, a sword technique that can make a sovereign personage forget all other martial techniques must be very powerful. Lei Hao continued, I'm proficient in fish techniques and have grasped the great Tao of thunder. I also cultivate my physical body and have already condensed a thunder battle body. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. If this Lei Hao was proficient in saber techniques, he would be a carbon copy of himself. Brother Xiaochen, what are you good at? Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, I am skilled in the saber Tao and have grasped 2 other great Tao energies, thunder and ice. I also cultivate fish techniques. As for my physical body's vital qi, a casual strike can achieve 200 cauldron force. Yunfei and Lei Hao were speechless. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. No wonder Master let you participate in the test at such a young age. 3 great Tao, the force of 1 punch, and 200 cauldron force. TSK, a regular great perfection sovereign personage would not be a match for you. Yunfei said as he looked at Xiaochen. It's all right. Xiaochen replied modestly. However, he did not show much emotion, as Yunfei and Lei Hao both gave him a very strong feeling. These 2 were not ordinary great perfection sovereign personages. Furthermore, they were over 100 years old, and their cultivations were incredibly deep. Brother Yun, I'm very curious about your 13 wind controlling swords. Would you be willing to give me some pointers? Xiaochen asked as he looked at Yunfei. He was truly curious about the charm of the 13 wind controlling swords. It could make Yunfei forget everything he learned in the past and focus only on this one sword technique. No problem. Yunfei agreed readily. The 3 arrived at the drill ground of the residence, and Xiaochen and Yunfei landed there. After bowing, the 2 moved back 100 meters and cautiously looked at each other. Xiaochen, you need to see Yunfei's first move. If you cannot, you might lose in 2 moves at most. Lei Hao, who was at the side, reminded Xiaochen. So horrifying. Upon hearing that, Xiaochen could not help but focus. His veritable essence energy surged in his entire body, and his great Tao energy stored up, waiting to be unleashed. Unlike Xiaochen, who held his saber in his left hand, Yunfei carried his sword on his back. It was a simple blue sword. Xiaochen could sense that aside from the sword Tao, Yunfei also excelled in the wind Tao. A sword technique should focus on speed, causing one to lose their life before they could see it clearly. Brother Xiao, I'm going to make my move. Yunfei smiled faintly. Right after he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Xiaochen did not manage to see how the sword came out of its scabbard. The sword was 1 meter long and looked very plain. When Xiaochen saw the blade clearly, he heard a melodious sword hum. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent erupted from the sword. A terrifying sword move instantly surged over. A cold light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as Yunfei's sword arrived before him. Fast! This is simply too fast. Xiaochen did not see how Yunfei's sword arrived before him at all. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen drew his saber, and his aura erupted. Dragon roars rang out, and 3 kinds of Tao might layered on his body. In an instant, Xiaochen's suppressed aura soared to its peak. However, Yunfei's sword was too fast. Xiaochen only managed to draw his saber halfway before Yunfei's sword blocked it. Dang! When the tip of Yunfei's sword touched Yunfei's saber, Xiaochen vaguely saw the image of a head formed by boundless strong winds roaring ferociously behind Yunfei. The other party immediately suppressed Xiaochen's aura, forcing him to remain in the posture of drawing his tyrant saber halfway. The other party forced Xiaochen back. A strong wind blew by Xiaochen's ears. With every step back, he could feel the wind behind Yunfei increase in strength. Rumble. The strong wind swept through the entire drill ground. The formless wind seemed solid as it howled back and forth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Even the sky darkened under the force of the gale. What a terrifying wind, great Tao! Using the sword to control the wind. If this continued, Xiaochen would lose very sullenly. When Xiaochen's aura was completely suppressed to rock bottom, he might lose to Yunfei's next sword strike before he could bring out many of his moves. Xiaochen needed to draw his saber. However, once he did, the other party's sword strike would take advantage of the momentum to descend. Xiaochen would instantly lose. However, if he did not draw his saber and continued to be suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. Interesting. Xiaochen's blood surged, and a boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had not encountered such a strong sword technique in a long time. Not only did the predicament before him not disrupt Xiaochen's mental state, but it also made him excited. His blood surged, and his fighting spirit soared. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen did not have much time to think. Should I draw my saber or not? This is simply a trap. Whether I draw it or not, I will lose. The best way to do this is to find another way. Whoosh! Xiaochen's left hand, which held the scabbard, suddenly loosened, and the scabbard flew out. The instant the scabbard flew out, Xiaochen's left hand ferociously smashed a palm strike on the saber. With the aid of this palm strike, Xiaochen, who was originally suppressed and forced to retreat, instantly stabilized his footing. Amid a loud sound, Xiaochen's palm strike knocked Yunfei back. However, the instant Yunfei was knocked back, he executed a second sword strike. This sword strike was twice as fast as the previous one, piercing towards Xiaochen. Whoosh! Now that Xiaochen was prepared, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, just as he dodged, Yunfei's third sword strike arrived. The speed of this sword strike was still twice as fast as the previous one. The scarier thing was that Xiaochen discovered that not only was Yunfei's every sword strike twice as fast as the previous one, but its might could also be stacked. After the third sword strike, Yunfei stacked the second sword strike. A vast sword might pressed down on Xiaochen. Even the air froze under this sword strike. As Xiaochen moved his feet, he clearly felt a great pressure on his movement technique, slowing it down significantly. At this moment, unless Xiaochen executed a secret technique, such as the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the candle dragon eyes, or the divine lightning eye, it would be very difficult to break out of this situation. However, that would be pointless. It would make him look like a sore loser. After dodging the third sword strike with much difficulty and waiting for Yunfei to execute the fourth sword strike, Xiaochen decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Xiaochen tossed the sword into the air, and it turned into a beam of light that returned to the scabbard on his back. The strong wind that made the world pale instantly vanished, and the pressure it brought vanished. Ha! Xiaochen, you are really capable. To think that you can dodge 3 sword strikes in your first exchange. I thought you were going to lose in the second strike. Lei Hao walked over and said with admiration. This was because Xiaochen was not even 100 years old and was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, this was his first time coming into contact with the 13 wind-controlling swords. To be able to dodge 3 sword strikes was already very impressive. After all, this 13 wind-controlling swords was a supreme sword technique left behind by a sword god. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not comprehended it. Lei Hao, you're wrong. Just now, Xiaochen had the chance to break my third sword. Yunfei shook his head and corrected him. This time, it was Lei Hao's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiaochen incredulously and said, "Old brother Xiaochen, can you really break the third sword?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "I know 2 secret techniques. One is a defensive secret technique that can block the full power strike of a peak sovereign personage. It's an eye bloodline technique that allows one to instantly burn their opponent's soul with the flame of the candle dragon. However, even if I execute it, I might not be able to block the fourth sword strike. I believe that Brother Yunfei will have to use the sixth sword strike to determine the victor. That would not be necessary. After all, this is just an exchange of pointers, not a life and death battle. However, Yunfei and Lei Hao felt comfortable hearing Xiao Chen's words. Their impression of Xiao Chen improved significantly. At the same time, there was no need for Xiao Chen to be overly competitive as a follower of the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor. Let's stop here for today. Xiao Chen, I'll come and exchange pointers with you tomorrow. Let's fight to our heart's content. The sword technique that Yunfei cultivates will not allow him to fight to his heart's content. If we exchange pointers, we will definitely fight to our heart's content. When Lei Hao saw Xiao Chen's strength and character, he felt tempted. He looked forward to exchanging moves with Xiao Chen. Alright, it's a deal, then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and agreed straightforwardly. Chapter 2089. During these 7 days, Xiao Chen established a pretty good relationship with Yunfei and Lei Hao. As they exchanged moves with each other, they benefited greatly. As for Yunfei's 13 wind-controlling swords, after exchanging moves many times, Xiao Chen could already easily endure the other party's 5th move. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the pros and cons of this sword technique. This sword technique was too unyielding and lacked room for maneuver. With less room to maneuver, he forced both his opponent and himself into a desperate situation. Even if Xiao Chen ran into a peak sovereign personage, he would be able to hold his own with this sword technique. This sword technique did not leave a path of retreat for himself or his opponent. The martial Dao focused on advancing both hard and soft. Such an extreme sword technique clearly could not be respected. However, based on what Yunfei said, if one cultivated all 13 swords, one could also advance both hard and soft. However, before one reached consummation, one would not have much room for retreat. As for Lei Hao, Xiao Chen preferred exchanging moves with him. The other party was more than 200 years old. After becoming familiar with him, Xiao Chen addressed him as Big Brother Lei Hao. When the two fought, they could fight to their heart's content. They could bring out their strength without having to worry. This brought great benefits to both of them. They could improve each other in a hearty battle, discovering their own inadequacies. After 7 days, Xiao Chen's group arrived at the city lord's residence as arranged. Aside from the 3, there were dozens of other disciples. These people were clearly much weaker than Yunfei and Lei Hao. These disciples participated in the Heavenly Alliance's test to accumulate experience and obtain some other rewards. Soon, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Chui appeared before the group of people. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen's group and nodded slightly. Then, he said, "You do not know what day it is today, so I will not say more. At that time, just do your best and bring out your potential. Don't disappoint me. We definitely will not disappoint City Lord." The disciples below answered in unison. Alright, let's depart, then. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand, and a silver warship descended from the sky. This warship flickered with light, looking very dazzling under the sunlight. A 9-star heaven-suspending warship. Just this warship alone was equivalent to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. A heaven-suspending warship that reached 7-star was not something that ordinary sovereign emperors could obtain. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's 9-star warship probably did not exceed 100 in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would be going with them. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's status, he had to personally accompany the Heavenly Alliance's test. This meant that the standards of the Heavenly Alliance's test had reached a very high level. The interior of the 9-star heaven suspending warship was very spacious. Everyone had their own room, and the rooms were equipped with all sorts of facilities. Everything a martial artist needed could be found here. Not only was there a special spirit gathering formation in the cultivation room, but there was also a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills for anyone to use. In the bedroom, there was a Buddhist incense burner that could calm one's mind and help nourish one's soul. With the speed of the 9-star battleship, it only took them 3 days to arrive at the desolate city, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If Xiao Qin and the others relied on their own strength, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to reach Desolate City. Desolate City was at the easternmost end of the Desolate Sea. There was a true sea there. Past that sea was the territory of the 3 dynasties, which held the absolute luck of the entire Central Great Realm. We've arrived. Everyone, disembark. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sent out a message. Xiao Qin, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao disembarked the warship at the same time. The moment they landed, they were shocked by a dazzling golden light in the distance. That was a boundless sea. When the setting sun shone on it, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sea, making it shimmer and look dazzling. An ancient and vast city stood on the sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the city gave off a holy feeling. The glorious city looked like a vast nation. Little brother Xiao, is this your first time seeing Desolate City? Lei Hao asked softly as he stood beside Xiao Qin. As he looked at Desolate City, his eyes also filled with awe. However, he was not as shocked as Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nodded and said, unexpectedly, there really is such a vast sea in the Desolate Sea. Yun Fei smiled and said, this is the overflowing sea. Beyond this sea is the 3 dynasties. In the middle of this sea, in the center of this sea, there is a world gate that connects to the 7 great forbidden seas. It can be considered a sea of trade. No wonder the master of Desolate City was the Heavenly Alliance. As a faction formed by peak merchant associations, controlling such a city was simply too important. Let's go. Master is already waiting for us. Right. Under the lead of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Old Shui, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor cultivators headed for Desolate City. Along the way, the group met with several teams with the same goal as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, heading to Desolate City to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Qin discovered that many of them were true inheritors of rank 6 sects, even rank 7 sects. Xiao Qin felt somewhat shocked at the strength of the Heavenly Alliance. To think that even rank 7 sects would send their disciples to join the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps a super faction was even more horrifying than Xiao Qin imagined. He could not use ordinary standards to view them. Big Brother Peach Blossom. To think that you came personally. Brother Peach Blossom, it has been a long time. It's rare to see you again. Along the way, several sovereign emperors leading the teams showed surprise on their faces when they saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Then, they rushed over to greet him. Although they were all sovereign emperors, these people were exceptionally respectful to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, filling them with awe. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and replied politely, but he did not say anything else. It was clear that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather proud in his heart and would not be overly polite. The many teams headed for Desolate City in a grandiose manner. Xiao Qin took a quick look and estimated at least several thousand people. Most of them were sovereign personages under 500 years old. These were the people who came from the Desolate Sea to participate in the test. Furthermore, they were the early batch. If the participants from the outer sea clusters were included, the number of cultivators participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test would be much more than what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. The competition seemed somewhat intense. There are really a lot of people. Lei Hao said softly, feeling somewhat unconfident. With a cursory look, there were not many weaklings. Xiao Qin did not know how many people the Heavenly Alliance would accept in the test. There were not many people who could say with confidence that they would definitely be chosen. Xiao Qin said calmly, "Big brother, calm down. I believe in your strength. You still stand a good chance." Lei Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I hope so. However, there is no specific time for the Heavenly Alliance's test. It might open once in 100 years. The next time might be 1,000 years later. If you miss it once, you might miss it for life." Although there were many people participating in the test, there were even more people heading for Desolate City. Desolate City could be considered one of the 10 most bustling cities in the entire Central Great Realm. It visited the Overflowing Sea, the 7 Forbidden Seas, the 3 dynasties in the distance, and the people from all walks of life in the eastern and northern regions. Normally, tens of millions of people lived in Desolate City. The number of people going in and out was even more uncountable. Even a sovereign emperor would feel insignificant before such a city. "Come with me. Don't get lost." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, he led the group to a heavily guarded Dao platform outside the city. This Dao platform was not open to outsiders. Only those with a special medallion could enter. When Xiao Qin looked back, he saw that all the people who came to take the test did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, they all went to this Dao platform built on the mountainside. This Dao platform was not very large. However, it could accommodate 1,000 people at a time. When there were 1,000 people, the elders around the Dao platform activated the formation to activate the Dao platform. Among the crowd, Xiao Qin only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, the scene before him changed drastically. Then, he appeared on an even larger Dao platform. Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that this Dao platform was about the same size as the one in the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Of course, the most important thing was that this Dao platform floated in the air. The boundless starry heavens looked like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. "Peach Blossom, you are here." Many thrones floated in the starry heavens above the Dao platform. A purple-haired old man in the middle greeted the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with a smile when he saw him. This old man exuded a vast and boundless might. The flame mark on his forehead deterred Xiao Qin from looking at him directly. Xiao Qin felt shocked. Could this purple-haired old man be a faux god? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head and said to Xiao Qin and the others, "You all stay on the Dao platform and wait for the test to begin. Old Chui and I will go over." Whoosh! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sat on one of the thrones in a low-profile manner. Old Chui stood beside him but did not take a throne. More and more cultivators were sent over, one after another. They stayed behind with Xiao Qin and the others. The leading sovereign emperor flew into the starry heavens and sat on a throne. 1 hour later, more than 10,000 people filled the entire Dao platform. Many people guessed what the Heavenly Alliance's test would be like. At the same time, they felt shocked that so many people came to compete. Silence. The purple-haired old man suddenly said, and everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the purple-haired old man at the same time. "Very good. I am Desolate City's City Lord, Shengguan Yun. I am also the host of this Heavenly Alliance's test in Desolate City. There are 100 similar test zones in the Great Thousand Realms. This test has broken a record. More than 1 million sovereign personages came to compete for the Heavenly Alliance's test. 1 million sovereign personages." The crowd on the Dao platform immediately burst into a huge commotion, deeply shocked. Chapter 2090. More than 1 million. That's too exaggerated. I heard that there were only a few 100,000 people in the past few years. This is probably the Heavenly Alliance's test with the highest number of people since the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. Difficult, difficult, difficult. With more than 1 million people, it will be even harder to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The number of 1 million incited a huge discussion. Even the sovereign emperors on their thrones in the starry heavens conversed with each other, appearing somewhat incredulous. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. Actually, he did not care about the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if Xiao Qin, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao did not enter the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Qin would only be slightly disappointed. His emotions would not change much. In reality, the other sovereign emperors here were the Heavenly Alliance's outer circle elders. As long as they could bring disciples or members into the Heavenly Alliance, they would be rewarded. If Xiao Qin performed well, he could even continue climbing the ranks and enter the Heavenly Alliance's core elder circle. Unlike the other sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not care about this. Back then, he had been a core elder. Now that he had retired, he was already indifferent. However, when Xiao Qin heard the purple-haired old man say that there would be more than 1 million cultivators participating in this test, his expression immediately changed. Such a large number means that the martial epoch has already recovered from the destruction of the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, reaching a new peak. Since the Heavenly Alliance managed to recruit so many people, the other super factions will definitely be stronger. This is not a good thing. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought but did not say anything to the other sovereign emperors. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze around, and the place fell silent once more. The old man said indifferently, "Now, let me explain. All the cultivators participating in the first stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test have to go to the Heavenly Alliance. You will be randomly teleported to a special secret realm and stay there for a month. There are a total of 100 mystic realms. You can attack without worry in these mystic realms. The secret realm's heavenly Tao rules will push you out at the moment of everyone's death, so your life won't be in danger. There are special spirit jades refined by my Heavenly Alliance in the secret realm. They contain the faux god mark, which cannot be faked. What you need to do is find the faux god spirit jades in there. The more, the better. After 1 month, if the faux god spirit jades you possess do not rank within the top 100 of your secret realm, you will not be able to participate in the second stage." Xiao Qin fell into deep thought. There were 100 special secret realms, which meant that each secret realm had about 10,000 people. To put it simply, one had to be ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 people in order to participate in the next test. How ruthless. After the first round, only 10,000 people would remain, and 990,000 candidates would be eliminated. Lei Hao gasped when he heard this and said softly, "It's too cruel." Yun Fei said gravely, "Random teleportation. At that time, the three of us might not be in the same secret realm." Lei Hao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "No matter what, the three of us must pass this first stage. We'll meet again in the second stage." "All right." Without giving the cultivators on the Dao platform much time to think, the purple-haired old man activated the Dao platform. After the dazzling white light, the more than 10,000 examinees on the platform disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, runes appeared on the platform, continuously condensing. Many light screens appeared on the Dao platform. There were exactly 100 light screens. The purple-haired old man casually waved his hand, and the light screens immediately expanded 1,000-fold. The light screens stood in the starry heavens, surrounding the many sovereign emperors seated on thrones. The light screens showed the scenes of the secret realms. As the examinees entered, not a single detail escaped the eyes of these sovereign emperors. At the same time, similar scenes played out in the other Heavenly Alliance test sites in the Great Thousand Realms. After the purple-haired old man did all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "We can rest for a while now. I hope that the disciples that everyone brought will not embarrass my desolate city. Same as before, I will reward anyone whose disciple passes the first stage." Little brother Peach Blossom, if I recall correctly, this is your first time personally leading a group here, right? Are there any disciples you are proud of this time? Right after the purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, spoke, his gaze fell on the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor replied calmly, I'm fine. I have not moved around for a long time, so I came out to take a look. Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor, back then, you contributed greatly to the Heavenly Alliance. You were one of the strongest sovereign emperors in the Heavenly Alliance. How come after you retired for so many years, not a single disciple has entered the Heavenly Alliance? No matter what, you were once a core elder of the Heavenly Alliance. You can't retire too thoroughly. The one who spoke was Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Back then, he had some conflict with the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor. Back then, the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor always suppressed him. It was rare for the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor to come personally, so he teased Xinggu. Up until now, the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor had brought 10 disciples into the Heavenly Alliance. Among City Lord Shangguan Yun's subordinates, he was considered the most incredible. When comparing the two, the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor, who had no accomplishments, did not have any advantage. The purple-haired old man smiled and said, Xinggu did not let us down. He did not embarrass my desolate city too much in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Peach Blossom, you have to pay more attention to this matter. After all, if the Heavenly Alliance wants to continue developing, it needs fresh blood. In terms of outstanding talents, we are too far behind the other super factions. If we cannot even compare to the new disciples, the Heavenly Alliance will fall sooner or later. Lord Shangguan is right. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor felt helpless in his heart. However, this purple-haired old man was a peak foe god expert, the one who once led the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor had no choice but to submit to this purple-haired old man. Seeing the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor so humble made Sovereign Emperor Xinggu very cocky. Peach Blossom, don't mind it too much. In recent years, Xinggu had indeed made a lot of achievements. He had to be a role model. It is rare for you to come here. Don't mind him too much. Just give in to him. The purple-haired old man's voice projection rang out in the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor's mind. I know. Don't worry, my lord. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor casually replied. However, the purple-haired old man's comforting words upset the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Elder Cui, where are Yunfei and the others? Elder Cui pointed at the light screens and said, Xiao Chen is in Secret Realm 97, Yunfei is in Secret Realm 98, and Lei Hao is in Secret Realm 100. Right now, everyone is familiarizing themselves with the environment, and the rankings haven't been released yet. Not only could the light screen show the participants in the Secret Realm, but it could also show the ranking of all the participants. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiaochen found himself in an ancient, dilapidated city. When he looked around, the entire Secret Realm looked boundlessly vast. There was not a single person in sight. Of course, he did not know if there were people hiding. Participant Xiaochen, hello. I am the manager of Secret Realm 97. As Xiaochen familiarized himself with the environment, a small light figure made of energy essence appeared before him. The light gave off a faint divine might. Hello, the confused Xiaochen replied softly. The small light figure's mechanical voice continued, every one of you can enjoy my service. I can provide you with your ranking in the Secret Realm. I can give you a map of the Secret Realm and tell you the ranking of the others. If you feel that your life is in danger, you can get me to send you out. However, the foe god spirit jades on you will remain in this Secret Realm the moment you leave. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looks like this Secret Realm should be a world created by a foe god. The small light figure before Xiaochen was like an item spirit. However, it was much stronger than a regular item spirit. Participant Xiao Qin, I wish you good luck. After leaving Xiao Qin a map, the small light figure vanished. Xiao Qin unfurled the map and discovered that it showed not only the terrain of the entire secret realm but also the hiding techniques of the faux god spirit jades. As Xiao Qin looked at the locations marked with the faux god spirit jades, he could imagine what kind of intense killing would occur. The locations with the faux god spirit jades might have other dangers. Xiao Qin could sense the auras of terrifying ferocious beasts hidden in the secret realm, aside from the auras of human cultivators. However, compared to ferocious beasts, human cultivators were clearly more threatening. The rule of the entire first stage was to force the participants to kill each other and snatch the faux god spirit jades from each other. Just by searching, one would not be able to obtain the top 100 out of 10,000 people. I have 1 month. There is no need to rush. Xiao Qin made up his mind. He decided to bide his time and observe quietly. Chapter 2091. City Lord, the person with the best result among Peach Blossom City's disciples is Yunfei. He is already ranked 5,000 in Secret Realm 98. Lei Hao is slightly weaker, ranked 7,000 or so. As for Xiao Qin, he is 9,000 or so. He did not obtain many faux god spirit jades. There's no rush. It has only been 3 days. We can't make out much. However, I have high hopes for Yunfei. Although this stage is cruel, I believe that he can clear it. The 13 wind controlling swords gives him an advantage over these sovereign personages. And, Xiao Qin is still too young. The examinees who came to take the test this time are still too young. The main participants are great perfection sovereign personages 300 or 400 years old. There are very few who are under 100 years old. There's no rush for Xiao Qin. He is still 50 years old and does not fight. He will definitely get a second chance. 3 days had passed since the first stage of the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Chui discussed the 3 disciples they valued the most. However, they could not make out much in these 3 days. Many experts were familiarizing themselves with the environment of the secret realm and would not rush to make a move. The current rankings did not matter too much. The changes happened too quickly. Soon, 10 days had passed since the first stage of the test. Of course, to these sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in the starry heavens, 10 days was just the blink of an eye. Given their long lifespans, they had developed a patience that others did not have. 1/3 of the test had already passed. The sovereign emperors present started to make some progress. The rankings of the top cultivators in many secret realms were already fixed. Among them, many dazzling experts left a deep impression on the sovereign emperors present. This secret realm mate's Wu Meng is really strong. Meeting him is simply a nightmare for the other participants. So far, no one has lasted more than 10 moves against him. The weaker ones could not even last 3 moves. Wu Meng is also very murderous. Several people fell for his moves too quickly. The realm spirit nearly failed to rescue him. Secret Realm 50 Shimingxian is also incredible. There are many good seedlings this time. Unfortunately, each secret realm can only pick 100 people in the first stage. Everyone, don't rush to conclusions. It has only been 10 days. The sovereign emperors discussed among themselves. However, the purple-haired old man showed an unsightly expression. Because he found that among the 100 secret realms, only a few of the top examinees were from the Barren City assessment area. This was the largest test in history. If the desolate city couldn't even compare to some of the outer regions, it would be a great loss of face. Furthermore, Desolate City was one of the top 10 cities in the Heaven Alliance out of the 100 test zones. Fortunately, some of Xing Ji's disciples were rather eye-catching. One of them was ranked in the top 3 in the 6th secret realm and had the strength to fight for first place. City Lord, Yunfei is starting to show off. He's already in the top 1,000. Old Chui kept an eye on the secret realm where Xiao Chen's group was, reporting their rankings to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Lei Hao has also made it to the top 3,000, but Xiao Qin, what's wrong with Xiao Qin? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, finding this strange. Elder Chui said hesitantly, Xiao Chen's strength is declining instead of improving. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help saying, not advancing but retreating instead. He was already ranked more than 9,000, how could he retreat? Let me see. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's gaze fell on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. The last place was Peach Blossom City's Xiao Qin, ranked 9873. As for the 100-odd people, they were all eliminated. Now, only 9,873 participants remained in Secret Realm 97. Haha. Brother Peach Blossom, what's going on? Even if you are not paying attention, there is no need to be so half-hearted. Your disciple is actually ranked last. This is the Heavenly Alliance's test. All the powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance are watching. Xinggu casually glanced at the light screen and discovered the ranking of Secret Realm 97. Then, he immediately pretended to reprimand Xiao Qin. After Xinggu said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors immediately cast their gazes on Secret Realm 97. Xiao Qin. This person seems to be only 47 years old. He is rather young. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Even in a rank 7 sect, he would be an elite among elites. However, he is still too young. Compared to the other mature sovereign personages, there is still a large gap. Indeed. Most of the people participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test are 300-year-old or 400-year-old great perfection sovereign personages. This is indeed difficult. He is a good seedling. We should let him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test after he is 100 years old. After all, he is too young. Whether he can be relied on is a problem. Right. The accomplishments before 100 years old are too flashy, like the moon reflected in the water. One can truly see some things only after 100 years old. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is too impatient. Out of consideration for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's prestige, the surrounding sovereign emperors did not say anything unpleasant when they discussed in whispers. This evaluation was rather objective. If it was any other imperial monarch that had enmity with imperial monarch Xinggu, then the imperial monarch might say something unpleasant at this moment. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had a cold and proud personality. Even though these were objective evaluations, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was someone who did not care about fame and wealth. While he felt uncomfortable, he did not pay too much attention to it. Old Chui, do you think I was too impatient and overestimated Xiao Qin? Isn't this harming Xiao Qin? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor ignored the discussions of Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and the other sovereign emperors. Instead, he felt somewhat worried about whether Xiao Qin could endure this blow. After all, Xiao Qin was still a youth. He had traveled from the outer region until now and had not seen anything truly grand. Suddenly, Xiao Qin was tossed into the Heavenly Alliance's test to participate in the sovereign personage competition of the entire Great Thousand Realms. If Xiao Qin could not adapt and lose confidence, his mental state would not be able to endure it. That would be a huge problem. Old Chui did not know what to say. He could only console the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen is a pretty good child. His mental state is much better than that of the other youths. There should not be any problems. City Lord, there is no need to worry. I hope so. At this moment, in Secret Realm 97, in the same dilapidated city, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating the 10,000 dragons picture. For the past 10 days, Xiao Qin had not moved at all, remaining in this dilapidated city. This dilapidated ancient city was incredibly remote, and there were no faux god spirit jades. During the past few days, Xiaoqin had seen many figures flying in the air. However, no one noticed Xiaoqin in the city. In reality, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Whoosh! A scarlet figure flew over in the sky. It was Xiaoqian's demonic pet, the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture circled around before landing. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, and the demon blood vulture appeared before Xiaoqin. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a few spirit jades radiating divine light. Although Xiaoqin had not moved during the past 10 days, he had relied on the demon blood vulture to familiarize himself with this secret realm. It was as Xiaoqin guessed. Most places with faux god spirit jades had ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts even had faux god spirit jades in advance. After killing them, one would obtain a large number of faux god spirit jades. Now, nearly all the faux god spirit jades that could be found on the map were gone. In the remaining 20 days, there was only one way to obtain more faux god spirit jades: snatch them. The curtains to the true tragic battle were about to officially begin. I have already waited too long to rest and build up my strength for 10 days. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he toyed with the faux god spirit jades that the demon blood vulture delivered. Then, he muttered to himself, "It is time to take action." Xiaoqian spread out his spiritual sense. Then, he sensed cultivators within 50,000 kilometers. Xiaoqian sensed those with the most faux god spirit jades. The light coming from their bodies intensified. As long as one carried faux god spirit jades, one could forget about hiding in this secret realm. It is. Someone within 50,000 kilometers shone with a bright light. Xiaoqian estimated that there were at least 3,000 faux god spirit jades on him. Whoosh! 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 Xiaoqian's figure flashed. After 15 minutes, he found his target on a mound. That was a black-clad Great Perfection sovereign personage. He leaned leisurely on a rock with a sword stabbed into the ground, easily within reach. This black-clad man was in no rush to take the initiative to attack. The faux god spirit jades on him would attract many participants. He could no longer remember how many fearless people came over to snatch his faux god spirit jades. However, this black-clad man ended up killing them instead, increasing the number of faux god spirit jades on him. The black-clad man glanced around and saw Xiaoqin on the mound. He could not help smiling. Interesting. To think that a small perfection sovereign personage is targeting me. Scram far away. I have no interest in playing with you, pauper. The black-clad man's soul energy detected no light coming from Xiaoqian's body. With one look, it was clear that someone had already ransacked him. Such trash was worthless. The black-clad man could not even be bothered to look at him. This was a Great Perfection sovereign personage who comprehended the sword Great Tao. His sword intent was very strong, but he was still far from comprehending a Tao domain. Compared to Yunfei, this black-clad man was at least 50% weaker. Given his carelessness, he should be able to deal with him in 2 moves. On the mound, Xiaoqian's expression did not change as he quickly made a rough estimate of the other party's strength. Eye technique, Candle Dragon Eyes. A candle dragon image immediately appeared behind Xiaoqin. In the next moment, a boundless, cold candle flame started burning on the black-clad man without any warning. Cassier. Nearly at the same time the black-clad man executed the eye technique, Xiaoqin leaped forward. Before the black-clad man could scream, a resplendent saber light appeared on his neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. You. The black-clad man looked at Xiaoqin in horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the seemingly weak Xiaoqin would erupt with such strong combat prowess. However, it was already too late. The black-clad man's body slowly immaterialized as the realm spirit sent him out. After the black-clad man was sent out, a large pile of faux god spirit jades flickering with a divine nature remained in the air, a total of 3,800 pieces. Shao Qin sheathed his saber and gently beckoned. Without standing on ceremony, Shao Qin put all the faux god spirit jades into his storage ring. Then, he calmly searched for his next target. Up in the starry heavens on the Dao platform, the somewhat dispirited old Chui's expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes and looked around 3 times before daring to confirm it. City Lord. City Lord. This is incredible. What's wrong? Why are you making such a big fuss? Shao Qin, is he eliminated? No, I saw his name jump 800 places earlier. Then, it jumped another 1,000 places. He is already in the top 3,000. This news startled the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he heard it. Half a day ago, Shao Qin was still ranked last. How could it be so exaggerated in just half a day? When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the light screen for number 97, he was shocked to discover that Shao Qin's name had jumped again. Shao Qin's name had jumped from the top 3,000 to the top 1,500. Am I seeing things? Or is there something wrong with the realm spirit's ranking? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some disbelief. Chapter 2092. Everyone, look. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower jumped by 5,000 ranks in half a day. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor suspected that he saw wrong, the other Sovereign Emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens cried out in shock. After all, everyone had a rather deep impression of Shao Qin. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was ranked last. Furthermore, Shao Qin was so young. It was impossible not to have an impression of him. Anyone would be shocked to find out that the person who had been ranked last had suddenly jumped to the top 2,000th place. How strange. How did he do it? This is too shocking. He jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. Was he hiding his strength all this while? That is very possible. However, even if he was hiding his strength, he should not have jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. This is too exaggerated. It is still jumping. He is already ranked 1,800th. My goodness. How long has it been since we spoke? This. Lord Shengguan, please adjust Secret Realm 97 to Shao Chen's scene. Everyone here was a sovereign emperor and had seen many major scenes. Many things were no longer strange. The Heavenly Alliance's test had taken place several times already. However, they had never seen such a strange scene before. Shao Chen's ranking jumped so quickly that no one could react. The most crucial thing was that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was only 47 years old. If one counted carefully, Shao Chen was probably the youngest of the participants in this test. The many sovereign emperors immediately requested the purple-haired old man to get Secret Realm 97's realm spirit to lock the light screen on Shao Qin. Previously, the realm spirit controlled the light screen. However, if the purple-haired old man interfered, he could get the realm spirit to lock the light screen on a specific participant. Peach Blossom, your follower is rather interesting. After he comes out, introduce him to me. The purple-haired old man smiled and fulfilled everyone's wish, locking the light screen on Shao Qin. Definitely. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly. Initially, he did not hold much hope for Shao Qin. To think that he managed to attract Lord Shengguan's attention, gaining some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This was great. Even if Shao Qin did not pass the test, the purple-haired old man had the authority to let him enter the Heavenly Alliance. Of course, this was only a possibility. Emperor Xinggu pursed his lips and said, "It's no big deal. I didn't even make it into the top 1,000. At the end of the month, whether or not I'll be able to make it into the top 100 is still a question. My disciple, Nangong Fong, already made it into the top 10 in Secret Realm 10. He will definitely pass this stage. The purple-haired old man, Shang Wanyun, smiled and said, Xinggu, you can't say that. The most important thing about Xiao Qin was that he was young. He was not even 100 years old, but he already had such strength. Compared to the other factions, our Heavenly Alliance lacks such powerful demonic geniuses. If he really has perseverance, even if he does not show any results now, he would be worth the Heavenly Alliance nurturing. After all, compared to the other superpowers, the Heavenly Alliance was only an alliance formed by a group of peak chambers of commerce. Although the Heavenly Alliance was already in existence that superpowers could not afford to underestimate, the Heavenly Alliance was still in existence that could not be underestimated. However, in terms of accumulations of the martial Dao, the Shuowu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, the Tianwu dynasty's Universe Origin Sept, the Yanwu dynasty's Hidden Spirit Temple, the Xinwu dynasty's Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushan Palace that controlled the 8 great empires. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance was not as attractive to powerful demonic geniuses. Look, Xiao Chen is now ranked 900th. Just at this moment, the scene of Xiao Chen killing a great perfection sovereign personage appeared on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Densely packed faux god spirit jades immediately filled the light screen with the starry heavens. The eliminated person who was sent out before he died left behind a sky full of faux god spirit jades. This scene was very shocking. Xiao Chen, who was below, stretched out his hand and collected all the faux god spirit jades. Then, his ranking jumped up. Xiao Chen charged into the top 1,000, rising to 900th. So, that is the case. His spirit jades are all obtained by killing experts and robbing them. What a domineering brat. This was probably his plan from the start. He let the others search for spirit jades first and fight for them first. Then, he rested and built up his strength. When most of the spirit jades in the secret realm are gone, he will make his move and kill whoever has the most spirit jades. Ha ha ha. This little fellow Xiao Qin has the air of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor from back then. He is direct and decisive. What an interesting fellow. This is also based on his own strength. If he dared to do this without being strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. How incredible. Who could have imagined that he would charge into the top 1,000? Xinggu, who had just said that Xiao Qin was nothing, not even entering the top 1,000, showed a stunned expression, immediately feeling embarrassed. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was not as petty as Xinggu, the more indifferent the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was, the more upset Xinggu felt. Right now, this Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor must be mocking me in his heart, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought indignantly. Damn it. Why hasn't someone come and kill this fellow yet? Is everyone in Secret Realm 97 trash? City Lord, Yunfei's and Lei Hao's results are pretty good. The two of them also made it into the top 1,000. This is especially so for Yunfei. He already made it into the top 300. It looks like he has a good chance of making it into the top 100. Old Chui took some time to pay attention to the results of the other participants in Peach Blossom City before reporting the good news to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. It was worth it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had been very indifferent in the first place. He already felt very satisfied with these unexpected results. This was how the human heart was. When one was content, one would always be happy. Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's disciples all made it into the top 10, but he did not feel happy at all. Inside the secret realm, after Xiao Chen reached the 900th rank, his ranking started to slow. The secret realm was filled with sovereign personages in the first place. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all experts without exception. They all had many faux god spirit jades. Xiaochen could not surpass them in a short time. Furthermore, Xiaochen had been inconspicuous at the start, which was why he managed to succeed. However, Xiaochen's ranking now jumped wildly, jumping more than 8,000 places from the last to the top 1,000. This had already caused a huge commotion in Secret Realm 97. It was no longer possible for him to keep a low profile. Xiaochen called out to the realm spirit in his heart. Immediately, a small light figure giving off a divine light appeared before him. Congratulations, participant Xiaochen. You jumped from the bottom to the 900th rank in half a day. Earlier, I received a request from Desolate City's City Lord. The light screen for Desolate City's Test Zone 97 has already locked onto you. After the realm spirit appeared, it spoke before Xiaochen could say anything. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Being noticed was not a bad thing. Thank you. However, there is no need to congratulate me. It is pointless if I do not enter the top 100. The little light figure corrected Xiaochen. Even if you do not enter the top 100, you still deserve to be congratulated. After the competition, you can exchange your faux god spirit jades for all sorts of resources and treasures from the Heavenly Alliance. Why do you think everyone risked their lives to protect their faux god spirit jades? Even if you do not exchange them, you can absorb them for many benefits. Furthermore, do you think it is that easy to enter the top 100? All the sovereign personages of the Great Thousand Realms are gathered here. Those who can enter the top 100 in any secret realm are absolute experts among experts, existences who can preside over an astral region. It turned out that the faux god spirit jades had such wondrous uses. In that case, even if one did not enter the top 100, it would not be a loss. Xiaochen nodded and said, coincidentally, I called you out to see who the people in the top 100 are. The little light figure said softly, all right. I will tell you how many faux god spirit jades the top 100 participants have, their cultivation, the weapons they use, their appearance, and their age. However, I cannot provide you with any other information. All right, that is enough. Sorry for the trouble. Soon, the little light figure presented the information of the top 100 participants in Secret Realm 97 to Xiaochen. After Xiaochen looked through the list carefully, his expression turned somewhat grave. These were the top 100 participants. Most of the participants in the top 100 were peak sovereign personages, and they were more than 300 years old. Many of them were more than 400 years old, at least 10 times older than Xiaochen. However, the people in the top 100 who had not reached peak sovereign personages could not be underestimated either. For these people to be able to push other peak sovereign personages out of the top 100, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. They might even have comprehended a Dao domain. The one that caught Xiaochen's attention was the person ranked first. That person had a startling number of faux god spirit jades, more than 2 million, double that of the person in second place. Gong Liangyu. Xiaochen wondered how this person obtained his faux god spirit jades. Xiaochen looked at his own faux god spirit jades. He barely had 100,000, 20-odd times less than the person in first place. Even the last 100 had more than 400,000 faux god spirit jades. He still had a long way to go. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had said the same thing about the little light figure. This was a test from the entire Great Thousand Realms, a grand scene that he had never experienced before. This was a completely different experience from the arena battles that he had experienced in the past. This was not a stage for people of the same generation. Being young was Xiaochen's greatest disadvantage. There was no need to say that this was unfair. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rules. One could come back in a few hundred years. Since one was already here, one should not complain about being wronged. Can you tell me how this Gong Liangyu obtained the faux god spirit jades he has? Xiaochen asked the little light figure, sensing that this person had an abnormal amount of faux god spirit jades. The little light figure explained, he killed the 10 strongest ferocious beasts in the secret realm. At the same time, 10 peak sovereign personages died at his hands. Now, no one dares to offend him. I advise you not to target him. What a ruthless person. Someone is heading towards you. Good luck. The little light figure vanished. Xiaochen looked around and could not help frowning slightly. There were a total of 5 groups of people, and each group had at least a dozen examinees. It seemed that the abnormal jump in his ranking had caused some trouble. Chapter 2093. Whoosh. Not long after the little light figure vanished, figures flickered in Xiaochen's vision. In the next moment, 60-odd participants appeared before Xiaochen. Peach Blossom City Xiaochen. The light on his body is very strong. He probably has at least 100,000 faux god spirit jades. That's more than all of us combined. He truly lives up to being someone who jumped more than 8,000 ranks in one day. When the close to 70-odd participants arrived before Xiaochen, greed appeared in their eyes. The leader of the group wore blue robes and held a sword. He showed a ferocious expression as he said, "Cut the crap. If you want to remain in this secret realm, hand over all the faux god spirit jades on you." The 70-odd participants' auras merged into one. Their Dao might spread out, appearing very vast and terrifying. Countless auras locked onto Xiaochen. As long as he made any strange movements, all sorts of killing moves would await Xiaochen. Xiaochen took a quick look and felt somewhat disappointed. Even the strongest 5 of these people did not rank in the top 1,000. Can more people decide the outcome of the battle? Xiaochen smiled faintly, and a dragon roar erupted from his body. This dragon roar shook the surroundings. At the same time, Xiaochen's blue dragon divine might spread out together with this dragon roar. The 3 layers of Dao might behind him layered over each other, making his dragon might look solid and very impactful. Compared to this, the opponent's seemingly massive aura and stacked layers of Dao might were like paper. The aura that Xiaochen erupted with easily shattered the other side's aura. The group of people immediately turned somewhat flustered. They were forced to scatter and stabilize their auras. However, Xiaochen's attack was already like a great flood or ferocious beast. How could he give them a chance to regain their auras? Die! None of you can leave. An indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiaochen. Then, he shouted and quickly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Right now, Xiaochen's execution of the Supreme Dragon Fist was completely different from when he executed it in the Divine Dragon Empire. As Xiaochen attacked, he executed 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Heart of Clouds and Water. The mighty group of dragons roamed the heavens and the earth, ascending to the heavens and diving into the sea. Who was supreme? In the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the dragons were leaderless. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon was in power. How could he be respected? Bad luck, life as thin as paper. What is a supreme being? What is a venerable being? I am the supreme, only I am supreme. When Xiaochen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, he combined it with his surging killing chi and the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind. The 60-odd great perfection sovereign personages were mercilessly suppressed by Xiaochen, unable to advance or retreat. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky, following him like shadows. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and he couldn't win even if he wanted to. The rage in the sky was the heaven dragon roaring. The murderous chi filling the sky was the hot-bloodedness burning in Xiaochen's body. Die! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out. The realm spirit continuously sent out participants, leaving behind faux god spirit jades. Xiaochen turned into a killing god, moving like a roaming dragon. As electric light flashed, he continuously punched, chasing after the participants who tried to flee. When Shao Chen punched, 10,000 dragons roared. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and mountains and rivers exploded. This group of people, who were already frightened out of their wits, could not block the berserk Shao Chen at all. Run! 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 Just a moment ago, these people were incredibly arrogant, wanting Shao Chen to hand over their spirit jades. In the next moment, they fell into hell, screaming endlessly. When the several participants in the distance saw this scene, their bodies trembled slightly, horror appearing in their eyes. How ruthless! It is best not to casually offend this person. For him to jump more than 8,000 ranks in one day, how can he be someone that can be trampled on? Indeed. These fellows are too naive. When they saw that Shao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, they wanted to come and bully him. The facts have proven that the lower the cultivation of the people in the top ranks, the more terrifying they are, just like the great perfection sovereign personages in the top 100. At the same time, the sovereign emperors watching the light screen in desolate cities' starry heavens felt shocked. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist. It is one of the 3 strongest offensive martial techniques in the world. How incredible! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really chose a powerful demonic genius this time. He is too strong. Letting him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test was the right decision. Such a powerful outstanding talent can only truly grow after experiencing such battles. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance's test gathers all the sovereign personage experts of the Great Thousand Realms. Even if he loses in the end, it will be very beneficial to this Shao Chen. When Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu heard the group of sovereign emperors praising the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's choice of disciple, he showed an unsightly expression, feeling upset in his heart. These fellows only know how to flatter the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even when my disciple, Nangong Feng, made it into the top 10, I did not hear you say that. Up on the light screen, Shao Chen withdrew his hand and collected all the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. Shao Chen's ranking jumped from 900 to 800. Now that he was in the top 1000, it would be somewhat difficult for him to make such a large jump like before. Shao Chen was already very satisfied with advancing 100 ranks. One got away. After collecting the faux god spirit jades, Shao Chen looked around and discovered that it was the ferocious-looking blue-clad cultivator who shouted at him at the start. After him. Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he executed Light of Freedom. Then, he turned into a lightning bolt and gave chase. Damn it! Damn it! The blue-clad sovereign personage wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. As he looked at Shao Chen, who was chasing after him, he cursed continuously. The blue-clad sovereign personage had not expected a small perfection sovereign personage to erupt with such terrifying combat prowess. Not only that, but the combat experience that the blue-clad sovereign personage showed was also seasoned and calm, surpassing that of these sovereign personages who were only a few hundred years old. The blue-clad sovereign personage was truly a 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Pu Ci. The blue-clad cultivator, who was concerned about whether he could escape from Shao Chen, suddenly discovered a spear stabbed into his chest. A terrifying force surged out from the spearhead. This force would destroy his physical body in the next moment. At the crucial moment, the realm spirit made a move and directly sent the blue-clad sovereign personage out. Whoosh! Shao Chen's figure appeared, and his gaze fell on a spear-wielding cultivator in front. This person had soared through the air and instantly killed the blue-clad sovereign personage with one spear strike, snatching away Shao Chen's target. This person exuded an aura that far surpassed that of a great perfection sovereign personage. The strong aura contained an even stronger sovereign personage will. A sharpness radiated from this person's face, deterring others from looking directly at him. A peak sovereign personage. This spearman before Shao Chen was a peak sovereign personage. Shao Chen recalled for a while and knew who this person was. The Ink Sea Cluster's Cheonging. This person ranked 358th on the list that the little light figure gave Xiaoqin. He was a peak sovereign personage, and there was a portrait of him on it. Cheonging held a black spear in his hand as he slowly collected the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoqin. Cheongying's gaze contained strong pressure. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Xiaoqin knew that this was the pressure from the difference in cultivation. Unfortunately, although Xiaoqin's cultivation was not high, his will of soul already rivaled that of a peak sovereign personage. Under the boundless pressure of the other party's aura, Xiaoqin's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the other party. Since coming out of the land of the Blood Moon, Xiaoqin had not met such a strong opponent before. Xiaoqin's breathing turned somewhat ragged. It was not nervousness but excitement. He discovered that he had started to like this secret realm. This was the place of battle that Sang mentioned. This is interesting. Brother Peach Blossom, this little fellow under you should quickly run. Otherwise, he will be killed. Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. What a fellow! I finally met an opponent who can deal with you. The other sovereign emperors had noticed this scene long ago. This was truly interesting when facing a peak sovereign personage. The previously strong Xiaoqin had finally run into an existence that was not easy to offend. At this moment, one could either fight or run. No matter what the choice was, one just had to be decisive. The worst thing to fear was hesitation, not knowing how to make a decision. Dang! Right after Sovereign Emperor Xing spoke, Xiaoqin stabbed the unsheathed tyrant saber into the ground in the light screen. Xiaoqin's battle hunger blazed like a fierce flame. Even through the light screen, everyone could feel his surging hot-bloodedness. What a fellow! He has a temper. The purple-haired old man could not help praising softly. Xiaoqin's decisive decision was simply delightful. Chapter 2094. Cheonging was the top expert of the Ink Sea cluster. He was 400 years old and had already reached peak sovereign personage 100 years ago. He excelled at using the spear. When Cheonging felt the battle hunger that erupted from Xiaoqin, he felt slightly surprised. Originally, he would not bother making a move against a small perfection sovereign personage. However, when his soul energy sensed the light of a faux god spirit jade on Xiaoqin's body and his ranking, his expression slowly turned grave. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage, a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, ranked 800. This was a demonic genius. Cheonging was already 400 years old. He had seen all sorts of geniuses and outstanding talents. Many great perfection sovereign personages had already eliminated peak sovereign personages in this secret realm. Everyone in the secret realm knew this principle. The great perfection sovereign personages of the top 100 were even more horrifying than peak sovereign personages. Similarly, those who could make it into the top 1,000 as small perfection sovereign personages definitely had extremely strong trump cards. They could not be underestimated at all. Are you challenging me? Cheonging asked as he looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's battle hunger soared. Naturally, the answer went without saying. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. This is the first stage of the test, and it is not time to show our true strength yet. The people in the top 100 are already avoiding fighting each other to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Think about it carefully. At this point in time, challenging me is not a wise decision. Cheonging showed a calm expression. Not only did he not show the arrogance of a peak sovereign personage facing a small perfection sovereign personage, but he also lowered his status and discussed things with Xiaoqin. There is no way to withdraw a drawn saber. The battle hunger that has been ignited can only grow stronger. It cannot be extinguished. The other party's words made sense. If both sides ended up injured, it would be easy for others to take advantage of them. Only 10 days had passed. It was not time to go all out yet. However, right now, Xiao Chen was not thinking about how to pass the test. He just wanted to fight once, to fight to his heart's content. Ink C clusters Qiong, make your move. You will regret it. Qiong Ying's eyes slowly turned cold. Previously, he had been as calm as still water. Now, he suddenly erupted with a terrifying chill. Thousands of cold lights appeared behind him like stars, densely packed and flickering, materializing a vast and boundless mysterious phenomenon. Boom! Amidst the explosion of thousands of icy stars, the long spear in his hand pierced towards Xiao Qin at a speed faster than light. The spear moved, and the vast and boundless cold stars came pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Xiao! Xiao Qin did not retreat. He took a step forward and pulled out the tyrant saber stabbed into the ground. The instant Xiao Qin drew the saber light, countless electric lights flickered in the sky. 3 layers of Dao might layered over each other behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. Then, like a divine dragon, he charged forward fearlessly. Clang clang clang. The two of them manifested different auras as they fought against each other. Their figures flickered as they clashed with their weapons. In just a short moment, a battle of wits and courage had already passed 100 moves. Qiong Ying's eyes were always as calm as ice, and his feet were as steady as an iceberg. His every move was flawless and flawless. Xiao Chen was obviously unable to remain calm in the face of someone whose cultivation was 2 realms higher than him. He could only go all out and strive to exert 110% or even 120% of his combat power with every move. When a person was at the edge of a cliff, he could only force himself to continuously outperform himself. However, Xiao Chen's opponent did not need to do so. He only needed to remain calm and not make any mistakes, waiting for his prey to make a mistake. As the two fought, one was steady and the other ferocious. It looked like Xiao Chen's might was vast, and his attacks were like the tide. His saber light flickered with an overwhelming aura. However, in reality, the spectating sovereign emperors knew that the one holding the upper hand was the Ink C cluster's spearman, Qiong Ying. It was impossible for one to always outperform oneself. There would always be mistakes. It was just a matter of size. If Xiao Chen, who continued to erupt with power, could not break Qiong Ying's aura and gain a true advantage, the battle might end the instant Xiao Chen made a mistake, ending in one move. Reckless fool. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu said indifferently from above desolate city's starry heavens. In reality, most of the sovereign emperors felt the same way. However, they would not say it out loud. After all, no matter what, Xiao Chen's courage was already worthy of praise. There was no need to ask for more. No matter what, the other party was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chen did not have much chance of victory in the first place. Boom! Just at this moment, the situation between Xiao Chen and Qiong Ying suddenly changed. Qiong Ying, who had been fighting steadily, suddenly erupted, bringing out 130% of his combat prowess. A cold light flashed in the starry heavens. Qiong Ying roared ferociously and thrust his spear forward, making the starry heavens flicker and look like they were burning. Damn it! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Before he could change his move, Qiong Ying forcefully broke his aura. The cold light at the tip of the spear burst forth with a light comparable to that of the sun. Whoosh! The spear got closer and closer. Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. The light from the other party's spear tip was already so piercing that he could not see it clearly. Die! Qiong Ying's aura soared continuously as he took a ferocious step forward. With every step he took, 5 kilometers of ice appeared. A dazzling cold light burst out of Qiong Ying's body. Before the spear tip arrived, the vast aura forced Xiao Chen to continuously retreat. While at a disadvantage, the other party's peak sovereign personage will of soul pressed down. Xiaoning wanted to kill Xiao Qin in one strike, not giving him any chance or hope of turning the situation around. Xiaoning could not retreat any further. If he did, only death awaited him. Desperate situation. This was a desperate situation. Xiao Qin was at the edge of a cliff. If he took another step back, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. However, in this desperate situation, while Xiaoning looked like he had a slim chance of survival, the other party was frantically erupting in order to kill him in one strike. His moves would not be as flawless as before. This was a desperate situation but also an opportunity. Should I use a secret technique? It is not time yet. Not to mention that the other party might not have a secret technique. Xiao Chen's purpose in this battle was not to win. It was to stabilize himself between life and death, to find the saber Dao that he once lost. Sun and moon shining together. The frantically retreating Xiao Qin suddenly stopped, and his sole mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together, appeared. Instantly, the pressure that the other party's will of soul placed on Xiao Qin vanished. Flawless Dao, heartbreaking chop. Xiao Qin had not experienced the pain of a broken heart for a long time already. His old wounds had already healed. If his heart shattered again, the pain that it brought would be several times more intense than before. He had tried several times in the past, but he could not persevere. Xiao Qin made his choice. Ka Xie. His heart shattered, and his complexion instantly paled. However, the instant his heart shattered, his physical body also brought out its boundless potential amid the boundless pain. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's momentum plummeted. Then, he suddenly erupted. A shattered bright moon soared out from his body. Clang! Xiao Chen swung his saber light, and a loud, melodious sound shook the surroundings. At the crucial moment, the tyrant saber's blade forcefully blocked the other party's resplendent sun-like sharp attack. The moment the saber light clashed, the ground of this special secret realm shattered. The two were forced to their limits. He blocked it. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors watched this scene incredulously, feeling shocked. He actually blocked this spear strike. I thought that this spear strike would blast him into bits. I was even worried about whether the realm spirit could save him or not. To think that he blocked it. Inside the secret realm, Qiongning was similarly shocked. His thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. He could not let the other party counterattack. He withdrew his spear and soared into the air. The countless burning cold stars in the sky instantly entered his body. Secret technique, boundless burning stars. This Qiongning was also a ruthless person. He knew that if he gave Xiao Qin a chance to counterattack after blocking this spear strike, he would be in for a hard time. Thus, he might as well use the advantage he still held to decide the victor in one move. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had to hold their breaths again. The two's battle was simply extremely fascinating. Thousands of changes happened in an instant. One could not miss a single second. Qiongning, who soared into the air, let the boundless burning cold stars enter his body. Then, he thrust his spear forward with an even more ferocious aura. This thrust was boundlessly ferocious. The boundless aura seemed to sweep through the world, barring all life and leaving nothing behind. Rumble. Amid loud sounds, the ground around Xiao Qin continuously exploded. The shock waves surged out, shocking everyone. When the participants watching from afar saw this scene, they were startled. If they got struck by the shock waves, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Xiao Qin, who was in the center of the storm. The kind of pressure he faced was easy to imagine. Whoosh! Holding the tyrant saber, Xiao Qin did not panic. He swept away the shock waves around him and pushed off with his feet, calmly retreating. What is he doing? trying to flee. He is too naive. He has been smart all his life, but in the end, he made such a foolish mistake. Upon seeing this scene, several sovereign emperors nearly could not hold themselves back, wanting to jump up. At this crucial moment, Xiaoqin could decide the victor in one move, yet he still wanted to retreat. This was simply incomprehensible. Xiaoqin gently leaped up and retreated 50 kilometers, landing on a mound. As Xiaoqin retreated, Qiangying's spear strike, powered by the secret technique, was already twice as strong as before he retreated. In the next moment, Xiaoqin would have to face the peak strike of this secret technique. He could no longer retreat. This was the price of retreating earlier. However, retreating was not fleeing or giving up. It was just to bring out his strength more perfectly. If Xiaoqin had no fear in his heart and victory was in his grasp, what harm was there in taking a step back? Martial and soul as one, entering hell. The white-clad Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he faced the spear strike that could tear him to shreds in the next moment. He calmly entered the state of martial and soul as one. While retreating, he silently circulated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and swung it. Whoosh! The swastika on Xiaoqin's forehead erupted, and an endless purgatory swallowed up Xiaoqin. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw the world suddenly lose all color, leaving only black and white. The white-clad Xiaoqin held an evil world-destroying dragon as he clashed with Qiangying's sure-kill spear strike in this black and white world. Martial and soul as one. This time, the sovereign emperors who could no longer hold back jumped up. They looked at the light screen with the starry heavens as the background in shock. This was a technique that even sovereign emperors dreamed of grasping. To think that it appeared in the hands of a small perfection sovereign personage. Chapter 2095. Martial and soul as one, the merging of one's martial Tao, allowed one to enter the perfect state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. As Xiaoqin casually waved his hand, he could easily bring out any cultivation technique or martial technique to their limits. For example, Xiaoqin needed to put in a lot of effort before he could bring out 11% or 120% of his combat prowess. During this time, it was easy for him to expose his flaws, creating openings. However, after Xiaoqin entered martial and soul as one, he could easily bring out his limits with a casual strike, perfect and without any openings. More importantly, after Xiaoqin executed martial and soul as one, he could perfectly merge with the world. Every move contained the might of the world. The stronger one was, the more horrifying the might of the world that one could bring out after martial and soul as one. Just being able to casually bring out the limits of one's body was already enviable. When one executed a martial technique, one could bring out the heavenly might, inspiring envy. Very few sovereign emperors could grasp martial and soul as one. Of the more than 100 sovereign emperors present, only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could do so. Why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor receive so much respect? No one dared to underestimate him. Grasping martial and soul as one was one of the reasons. This Xiaoqin really hit himself deeply, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. He had not expected Xiaoqin to grasp martial and soul as one. Congratulations, Brother Peach Blossom. You accepted a good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor enviously. He was very unconvinced of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but he had to admit that this fellow's potential was indeed limitless. Even Sovereign Emperor Xinggu had only touched the threshold of martial and soul as one in the past few years. This realm had to do with comprehension ability. Without sufficient comprehension ability, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, it would be pointless. You are too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 This Xiaoqin is incredible. Whether he can clear the first stage or not, headquarters will definitely pay attention to him. For so many years, our desolate city test zone has never sent a powerful demonic genius to the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, you brought me great honor. If I want to reward you, I will reward you now. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly, appearing in a good mood. He rejoiced and wanted to reward the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor quickly said, Lord Shengguan is too serious. We have not reached the final juncture yet, there is no need to rush. Let's see how far Xiao Qin can go in the end. If he can pass all the tests and join the Heavenly Alliance, it will not be too late to talk about rewards then. The purple-haired old man calmed down. As he stroked his beard, he smiled faintly and said, I was somewhat anxious. However, the number of cultivators in this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history, exceeding 1 million. If it was in the past, I would have definitely passed the final test. However, it's hard to say whether I can pass the final test this time. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Someone who can comprehend spirit and martial arts as one has already proven his worth. The other super factions are very interested in such geniuses. They absolutely cannot let go of such a good seedling. City Lord, look. The outcome has been decided. Oh. The reminder drew everyone's attention to the light screen 97. Many faux god spirit jades exploded in the sky above the light screen. Qiongning, who was holding the spear, slowly turned immaterial. In the final confrontation, he did not expect his opponent to enter the state of martial and spirit as one. It was a pity that if he had known that the other party had grasped martial and soul as one, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Fighting against Xiao Qin, who had grasped martial and soul as one, in a single move was probably what the other party wished for. If he changed his strategy and continued to compete in martial arts techniques, he still had a chance of winning. Congratulations, the lucky fellow who comprehended the fusion of martial arts and soul. The Ink Sea Cluster's spearman, Qiongning, said softly as he looked at Xiao Qin with some envy. The outcome had been decided. In this battle, Xiao Qin had learned many things. No matter what, this Qiongning before him was a worthy opponent. He said, thank you. Will we have a chance to meet again? Qiongning said sullenly, in the past Heavenly Alliance's tests, there would be a loser's arena battle. If there is one this time, I believe we will definitely meet again. Boom. After saying that, Qiongnings's figure vanished. He had been eliminated by Xiao Qin in Secret Realm 97. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and waved. Then, he collected all the faux god spirit jades in the air. The number of faux god spirit jades on him immediately increased from more than 100,000 to 400,000. Congratulations, participant. You are currently ranked 287th in Secret Realm 97. On another note, among the top 300, you are the only participant who is over 100 years old but is not a great perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Qin called out the realm spirit and checked his ranking. Then, the little light figure's mechanical voice rang out, congratulating Xiao Qin. 287th was already an extremely high ranking. It would be difficult for Xiao Qin to raise it within a short time. Xiao Qin looked around and sensed many strong auras rushing over. In his current state, Xiao Qin was not suited to continue fighting experts. His figure flashed as he fled far away. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiao Qin left, several figures appeared one after another. As these people looked at the damaged ground and the lingering battle marks in the air, they showed cautious expressions. What a fellow! He actually eliminated Qiongning. There is another competitor. We cannot underestimate this small perfection sovereign personage fellow. If I did not see wrong, he executed martial and soul as one earlier to defeat Qiongning. Qiongnings's defeat is not undeserved. This serves as a reminder to us. Let's go. More people arrived one after another and quickly scattered. Now, all the peak experts in Secret Realm 97 knew that the white-clad bladesman named Xiao Qin was already a strong competitor for the slots. Another 10 days passed. After the initial intense killing, the Secret Realm entered a relatively peaceful period. This was the case in the other Secret Realms as well. That was because there were less than 5,000 people left in the Secret Realm. Most of these people were familiar with each other, so they could avoid many fearless battles. When the weaker ones saw the experts, they would immediately turn and flee, not linger in a fight. These people only hoped to be alive before the Secret Realm ended so that they could keep their foe god spirit jades to exchange for treasures. When the true experts met, they would be even more cautious. They could not attack rashly at this moment. Otherwise, if both sides ended up severely injured, who knew how many pairs of eyes would be watching? During the 10 days, Xiao Qin felt rather depressed. Right now, everyone in Secret Realm 97 knew the strength of the white-clad bladesman. The weaker ones did not dare to provoke him. The higher-ranked ones would not fight him at all. Sometimes, one day passed without even seeing a single person. The number of people who dared to fight with him could be counted on one hand. His ranking rose very slowly. Over the past 10 days, the number of participants Xiao Qin killed was not even as many as the number of ferocious beasts he killed. However, Xiao Qin also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As the end of the Secret Realm approached, the most intense competition would erupt. Until the very last moment, all the rankings were fake. Even those in the top 100 would not be unable to hide their strength at the very last moment and have no choice but to show themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Qin felt an extremely well-hidden soul energy sweep past him. He quickly put down what he was doing and started to track this soul energy without batting an eyelid. Xiao Qin immediately felt somewhat shocked. The range of this soul energy was frighteningly vast. However, since this soul energy was not specifically targeting him, Xiao Qin did not bother with it. At this moment, many eliminated participants had already appeared on the desolate city's starry heavens Dao platform. Lei Hao, whom the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor thought highly of, was among this group of eliminated participants. Lei Hao felt somewhat depressed. He had run into the strongest person in Secret Realm 8, Wu Meng, whom the others called the Saber Demon. Before Lei Hao could react, the other party instantly killed him with one saber strike and eliminated him. Lei Hao did not even manage to see the other party's appearance. He only saw a somewhat blurry face with a sinister smile. Damn it! I hope there will be a loser's bracket again. Otherwise, I will not have any chance at all. Let's see how little brother Xiao Qin and little brother Yun Fei are doing. Lei Hao sorted out his emotions and looked for Yun Fei's ranking on the light screen for Secret Realm 98. Not bad, he was ranked 403rd. If he maintained this ranking and lasted until the last 3 days, he might make it into the top 100. Second brother is still second brother. The 13 wind-controlling swords is indeed strong. Lei Hao laughed as he looked at the light screen for Secret Realm 98. When he glanced at the ranking, he was immediately stupefied. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Qin was ranked 108th. After a long time, Lei Hao said in a daze, "How did little brother Xiao Qin make it all the way to the top 200? Only at this moment did Lei Hao notice that the eliminated participants around the Dao platform were all looking at the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Their expressions were similar to Lei Hao's, all of them showing shock. A 47-year-old participant actually made it into the top 200. Chapter 2096. I heard that an incredible demonic genius appeared in our desolate city test zone. He managed to make it into the top 200 in Secret Realm 97 at the age of 47. That is the truth. 10 days ago, I personally saw him kill a peak sovereign personage. He grasped martial and soul as one. You did not see it. Those sovereign emperors in the starry heavens jumped up in shock. Damn! Martial and soul as one. This is too demonic. He is only 47 years old. My goodness. Comparisons are odious. However, it is still somewhat difficult for him to make it into the top 100. This test is simply too difficult. There are more than 1 million participants. This is the most intense test in the Heavenly Alliance's history. We can still look forward to it. After all, he came out of our desolate city test zone. I think that City Lord Shangguan is very happy. Who knows, if his results are better, we might even be rewarded. Right. There are still 10 more days. There is still a chance. When Lei Hao heard the discussions around him, he slowly revealed a smile after his shock. His brother really became famous now. He had gained some face for the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor. Even though he had been eliminated, his gloominess had lessened by a lot. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Only 2 days remained in the first stage. At this moment, many secret realms finally erupted with the final decisive battle after a long period of peace. Everyone who had a chance to make it into the top 100 went even crazier, frantically fighting for foe god spirit jades. At this point, if they still did not fight, they would not have another chance. The final madness officially began. A reign of terror spread throughout every secret realm. This was unavoidable in Secret Realm 97 as well. Congratulations to participant Xiao Qin. You have risen to the 178th rank in Secret Realm 97. Congratulations to participant Xiao Qin. You have risen to the 176th rank in Secret Realm 97. Whoosh. 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 Without any warning, Xiao Chen's ranking jumped from 180 to 170. However, Xiao Chen's foe god spirit jades did not increase. He did not kill any other participants either. Xiao Chen, who was preparing to move and do his best, looked at the little light figure in confusion. There must be a mistake. My foe god spirit jades did not increase. Please do not doubt Realm Spirit's words. Congratulations, examinee Xiao Qin, your ranking has risen to 165. The mechanical voice of the little light figure did not fluctuate in the slightest as it calmly narrated. Not good. Someone had started a massacre. The examinees in front of him were continuously killed and eliminated. His ranking was passively rising. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was not a good thing. There were no weaklings in front of him. More than a dozen people were eliminated so quickly. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Just as Xiao Qin was feeling bewildered, he noticed that there were many candidates fleeing into the distance with fear on their faces. Xiao Qin was puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to stop one of them. Brother, what's going on? Why is everyone fleeing? Scram! Don't block my way. That person threw a palm strike at Xiao Qin, trying to push Xiao Qin back. When Xiao Qin received this palm strike, he revealed a startled expression as he recognized Xiao Qin. Sorry, it turns out to be the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. Sorry for the offense earlier. After this person recognized Xiao Qin, his attitude immediately became much better. However, he still occasionally looked back, appearing somewhat anxious. What happened? Did a ferocious beast appear? That person quickly replied, it's even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. The top 10 participants of our secret realm split the participants for the overall ranking. They've divided up the participants of the entire mystic realm, and the area we're in right now is the territory of the number 1 Gong Liangyu. Don't you think it's scary? I'll be leaving first. You should leave quickly as well. Although the other places are also filled with the top 10 participants, it is at least much better than facing Gong Liangyu. After that person spoke, he immediately fled, leaving in a hurry. After that person went far away, just as he was about to vanish from Xiao Chen's sight, his body suddenly exploded, filling the air with faux god spirit jades. Whoosh! Xiao Chen vaguely saw a blue figure waving its hand and collecting the faux god spirit jades before disappearing. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that the other party had glanced at him. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt immense pressure, like he was imprisoned. Realm Spirit, what's going on? Xiao Chen quickly asked, feeling some lingering fear as he summoned out the little light figure. The little light figure answered mechanically, those who can enter the top 100 of the overall ranking in the first stage will have the advantage of being seated in the second stage. How come I don't know about this? Only the top 10 participants of the various secret realms can receive the information I send them. No wonder. When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. No wonder he felt an extremely vast soul energy probing the entire secret realm. It turned out that 10 days ago, the top 10 participants had started discussing their respective territories. This was really not good. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were definitely examinees who had an overwhelming advantage in their respective secret realms. If not for the realm spirit's reminder, the top 10 participants might not have erupted in advance for the sake of preserving their strength. For the other examinees, the pressure on them would be much less. However, now that they knew about seated participants in the second stage, they would definitely fight for it with all their might. This would simply be an apocalyptic disaster for the other participants. With the meticulous planning of these people, the participants below the top 10 became lambs to be slaughtered. The expressions of the many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens changed somewhat. The expressions of the many eliminated participants on the Dao platform changed dramatically. As they watched the top 10 participants being slaughtered on the light screen, they felt that this was simply too cruel. Lord Shengwan, what's going on? A sovereign emperor could not help asking the purple-haired old man. With this, the difficulty of passing the first stage increased several-fold. Furthermore, it became even crueler and cold-blooded. The purple-haired old man replied sullenly, I just received the news. This is a last-minute decision by the Heavenly Alliance. There are simply too many participants this time. The Heavenly Alliance needs to use a stricter method to select participants. Otherwise, it will still be the same as before, unable to keep up with the other super factions. When the number of participants in the various secret realms reaches 100, the first stage of the test will end early. We can only wish them good luck now. The top 10 participants of the various secret realms were all incredibly strong existences. They had a suppressive advantage over the other participants. From the light screen, it could be seen that the top 10 candidates had all been eliminated. When the other participants erupted with their full power, it was simply a massacre. There were few exceptions. The number of participants in the various secret realms rapidly decreased. This was very scary and unbearable to watch. This was too cruel. The number of participants in this Heavenly Alliance's test exceeded 1 million. This was already the most difficult part. Now, the Heavenly Alliance suddenly made such a move. This caught everyone off guard and was not easy to deal with. City Lord, things are not good. The strongest participant in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, has taken over Xiao Chen's territory. Gong Liangyu. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. He had an impression of this person. Gong Liangyu was the disciple of an old friend. At the age of 380, Gong Liangyu had already advanced to peak sovereign personage at the age of 100. His veritable essence energy, will, martial techniques, and various other aspects had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage. Gong Liangyu lacked only one fortuitous encounter to undergo his tribulation at any time and become a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor. Gong Liangyu was far stronger than the previous Qionging. Even if Xiao Chen grasped martial and soul as one, he would not be a match for Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu was too young. Gong Liangyu had been a peak sovereign personage for 280 years. If Gong Liangyu fought with Xiao Chen, Gong Liangyu would hold a huge advantage in all aspects. If Xiao Qin had another 50 years, he might not have feared Gong Liangyu. However, now, no matter what, Gong Liangyu was Xiao Qian's senior. When Gong Liangyu advanced to sovereign personage, Xiao Qin might not have been born yet. It would not be fair for the two to fight. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said sullenly, "If you run into Gong Liangyu, your chances of advancing are too slim. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too cruel. Even I cannot bear to watch." Old Chui sighed softly, "How unfortunate. The Heavenly Alliance's last-minute change is too fatal." When the top 10 participants fought for the faux god spirit jades with their full power, some of the participants did not even have time to be rescued by the realm spirit and died in the secret realm. Such a situation was very rare in the past examinations. However, it happened in nearly every secret realm now. The eliminated people on the Dao platform suddenly rejoiced, rejoicing that they were eliminated early. The participants who lasted until the last 2 days were simply too miserable. Chapter 2097. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Qin opened his heavenly eye and looked around, taking in the scene for 500,000 kilometers around. Gong Liangyu. Xiao Qin finally saw this person clearly. Gong Liangyu wore azure-colored profound robes with threads of golden thread. He looked elegant and graceful, noble, and extraordinary. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After Gong Liangyu chased after the other participants who wanted to flee, they would lose in 3 moves at most. Was this exaggerated? It was not. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one would have a suppressive advantage. Take Xiao Qin for example. If the other small perfection sovereign personages stood before him, they would die within 10 moves. Even a regular great perfection sovereign personage would end up getting crushed. However, the roles were reversed. As a sovereign personage, this Gong Liangyu stood even higher than Xiao Qin. This Gong Liangyu was not just a simple peak sovereign personage. The combat prowess that he displayed far surpassed that of other peak sovereign personages. Even that Qiongning might not last more than 10 moves if Gong Liangyu unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Cultivation realm was only one of the factors that measured a cultivator's strength. Even if one's cultivation was the same, there might be a huge difference in strength. As Xiao Qin watched a participant getting massacred, he felt a little emotional. At the same time, he thought of a countermeasure. Under the observation of the heavenly eye, the faster those who fled, the faster they died. Gong Liangyu's movement technique was extremely strange. He was always one step faster than others, catching up to the fleeing people and mercilessly killing them. What movement technique does he cultivate? He is so fast that it is somewhat scary. Xiao Qin frowned slightly, feeling that this was not easy to deal with. Being in the range of Gong Liangyu's massacre inspired despair. If Xiao Qin faced the other top 10 experts, the situation might be much better. "I'm not running anymore. I'll fight it out with him." Xiao Qin's heavenly eye saw that some people could not flee, so they roared and gathered 10 odd people to charge at Gong Liangyu. They should have done this long ago. Instead of running, they might as well counterattack. Whoosh! 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 When one was in despair, the potential that burst out of one's body would terrify even oneself. With nowhere to run, the 10 odd sovereign personages turned and charged at Gong Liangyu at the same time. There were all sorts of killing moves, continuous mysterious phenomena, and boundless Dao might. Xiao Qin, who was watching with his heavenly eye, felt that all these attacks had sealed off all the possible escape routes for Gong Liangyu. Facing more than 10 killer moves in the sky and on the ground, Gong Liangyu showed no expression as he stretched out his right hand. This was the first time Xiao Qin had seen Gong Liangyu's hand clearly. It was as white as jade and was even more beautiful than a woman's hand. Rumble. All sorts of killing moves arrived. The world changed color from the desperate counterattacks of these 10 odd sovereign personages. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another. This battle represented the peak attack of these candidates. At this point, he could no longer hold back. If it was Xiao Qin, facing such an attack, he would temporarily retreat, because there was no need to fight against a group of life-saving killer moves. The examinees who made a move only hoped to force Gong Liangyu back, not to win. He only hoped that he could force the other party to retreat and give himself a chance to escape. However, Gong Liangyu remained expressionless. He spread open his jade-white palm and grabbed. Then, something strange happened. Many mysterious phenomena in the sky fell down like meteors. The weapons in many people's hands even fell to the ground with a shwa sound. The world spun, and the targets of many people's killing moves changed for no reason, landing on the ground. That space seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Countless killer moves were instantly broken by Gong Liangyu. The Earth Great Tao, this is a Tao domain. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, these people are all going to die. The 10-odd sovereign personages paled in fright. They immediately turned around and fled. However, they were horrified to discover that the sovereign personages had already fled. However, they were horrified to discover that while they were in the air, they felt like their feet had sunk into a swamp. They had clearly brought out their movement techniques at full power, but they were like clowns swimming slowly in the air. Gong Liangyu's expression remained expressionless as he flicked his finger. A thick strand of black sword chi tore through the air. The sword intent was dense, and the sword aura was vast. Everywhere it passed, the other examinees died on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Heavy rain fell from the sky. It was the faux god spirit jades continuously falling. With a wave of his hand, Gong Liangyu collected all the faux god spirit jades in the air. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as if he had just done something insignificant. Xiao Chen withdrew his heavenly eye and closed his eyes. After resting for a while, he opened them again. Xiao Chen could not think about leaving. The faster he went, the more likely Gong Liangyu would target him. The other party grasped the Earth Great Tao and a strange movement technique. If Gong Liangyu targeted him, there was no hope of escaping. Xiao Chen summoned out the little light figure and looked at his ranking. It had already jumped to 130th rank. If one could understand the meaning behind this ranking, they would be as startled as Xiao Chen. There was no point in thinking too much. Since Xiao Chen could not leave, he would just fight with his full power. Xiao Chen had more than 600,000 faux god spirit jades on him. For the sake of the overall ranking, the other party would not let him off. Dang! Xiao Chen stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground beside him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his mental state. He continuously copied the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, storing up power and waiting to take action. Right now, Xiao Chen no longer thought about the Heavenly Alliance's test. He only hoped to go all out before an expert like Gong Liangyu, not leaving any regrets. Victory or defeat did not matter. As long as he did not get defeated in 10 moves and get eliminated before he could bring out anything, it would be too regrettable. Xiao Chen only wanted to fight to his heart's content, not leaving any regrets. At Desolate City's Starry Heavens Tao platform, Yun Fei appeared in the crowd with a slightly pale complexion. At the very last moment, he had managed to charge into the top 100 after much difficulty. In the end, he ran into the top 10 of Secret Realm 98, who did not give him a chance to execute the 13 wind-controlling swords. Second brother, come over here. It was Lei Hao's voice. Yun Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lei Hao waving at him from not far away. You got eliminated as well? Yun Fei asked as he looked at Lei Hao after walking over. He could not help feeling even more depressed. At the same time, he blamed himself. Both of them were eliminated. It was over. Peach Blossom City's people did not even pass the first stage. Lei Hao consoled, "Don't blame yourself too much. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too ridiculous. It is good that you survived and got eliminated. Furthermore, we still have a chance to enter the Losers Arena. Don't be too disheartened." Losers Arena. The Losers Arena was even crueler. In previous years, the Losers Arena had tens of thousands of people fighting in a chaotic battle royale. The remaining people would go on to the next round. This time, it would probably be a chaotic battle royale with 1 million people fighting for 100 spots. Yun Fei could only think about it. The requirements for strength and luck were too high. How is little brother Xiao Qin? Why don't I see him? Yun Fei looked around and did not see Xiao Qin on the Dao platform. He immediately felt somewhat worried. Several people had died in this Heavenly Alliance's test. Lei Hao pointed to a light screen and said, "Look over there. Little brother Xiao Qin has gained glory for master this time. Even Lord Shengwan is full of praise for him. I heard that he grasped martial and soul as one. He even defeated a peak sovereign personage and made it into the top 210 days ago." When Yun Fei heard that, he could not help feeling startled. When he fought with Xiao Qin, although he knew that Xiao Qin held back some trump cards, Yun Fei knew that he had grasped martial and soul as one. However, Lei Hao thought to himself, even if Xiao Qin brought out all his trump cards, he should be undefeatable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin was so ferocious, grasping martial and soul as one. Lei Hao sighed softly. Unfortunately, he is in Gong Liangyu's range. He is probably going to enter the Losers Arena like us. Is this Gong Liangyu very strong? Very strong. He is on the same level as that Wu Meng in my secret realm. He was already a peak sovereign personage 200 years ago. Furthermore, he grasped the Earth Dao domain. Little brother Xiao Qin is in trouble. Lei Hao hoped that Xiao Qin could defeat this Gong Liangyu. However, reality told him that it would be too difficult. This Gong Liangyu had reached the limits of a sovereign personage in every aspect. Furthermore, he grasped a Dao domain. Based on the mysterious movement technique Gong Liangyu executed, he clearly had a fortuitous encounter and possessed great luck. It seems like he is targeting Xiao Qin. Yun Fei's expression changed slightly. Then, he saw an azure figure approaching from afar on the light screen for number 97. Immediately, the nearly 10,000 eliminated people on the desolate City Dao platform focused their gazes on the light screen for number 97. Even the many sovereign emperors stopped chatting at this moment and looked over with grave expressions. After all, Xiao Qin came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's faction. He represented their desolate city test zone. No matter what, they hoped that Xiao Qin would perform well. Chapter 2098. Gong Liangyu frowned slightly. His 10 moves were each more ferocious than the last, not holding back at all. Xiao Qin's heart was pure, straightforward, and magnanimous. As expected, the Earth Dao domain had already spread out while Xiao Qin spoke. Boundless heaven and earth, body as a cauldron, sharp spirit finger. Just as that strand of sword chi was about to arrive, Xiao Qin calmly swung his tyrant saber. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes, an azure figure slowly descended at the limits of his vision. This scene frightened the onlookers. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's over. Xiao Qin, who had seen Gong Liangyu make a move before, had already expected all this. No one had ever seen or heard of Xiao Qin's method of blocking the other party's attack, startling everyone. City Lord Shengwan frowned slightly, thinking about something. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He remained silent as his figure flashed forward and threw another palm strike. Xiao Qin showed a cold and expressionless expression as he walked over step by step. His aura, which had already fallen, slowly soared as he walked. A strong wind howled, and the sky changed color. When the saber and sword chi clashed, a dazzling and resplendent light burst out, instantly illuminating the light screen for Secret Realm 97 in a piercing white. Gong Liangyu's blurry figure gradually turned clearer in Xiao Chen's vision. Finally, he landed 1 kilometer away. Xiao Chen immediately felt heavy pressure. The spreading Earth Dao domain restricted his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's palm strike landed, the layered mountain images gathered into a heavy and ancient stone steel. Then, it smashed down with absolute pressure. The strong contrast made Gong Liangyu look even stronger. Xiao Chen not only looked miserable but also humiliated. On the light screen for Secret Realm 97 with the starry heavens as the background, Gong Liangyu stood upright with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Only Xiao Chen's head remained on the barren ground in front of him. Kill. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. At such a close distance, he felt the horror of this sword chi. Xiao Chen was not wrong. He would not lower his head or bend his back. No matter how difficult it was, he did not feel fear or regret. 200 years ago, Xiao Chen was already a peak sovereign personage. His strength went without saying. The eliminated cultivators on the desolate city Dao platform couldn't bear to watch such a humiliating scene. Why was this child so persistent? All the other candidates in this area had already been eliminated, leaving only Xiao Chen. But even so, he still felt pressured when facing them. That deadly sword light was already less than 10 meters away from Xiao Chen. However, not only did Xiao Chen not move, he even sheathed his saber. Even those sovereign emperors had grave expressions on their faces. They stared unblinkingly at the light screen 97, not willing to miss even the slightest detail. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen and not give him any chance to turn things around. Primordial Divine Eyes, Bloodline Activation, Life Ceaseless, Battle Ceaseless. The purple-haired old man also couldn't help but praise. Gong Liangyu flicked his finger, and a strand of dense sword chi shot towards Xiao Chen. However, there was no fear in his heart. At most, he would just lose. Who could remain undefeated in this world? One only needed to be fearless and fight with one's full power. This move was too exquisite. Gong Liangyu showed everyone how to perfectly merge the Earth Dao domain with the sword chi. However, this move perfectly demonstrated what it meant to multitask, leaving no way out. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he merged all his veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy into one, silently circulating them. When the many eliminated cultivators on the desolate city Dao platform saw this scene, their hearts clenched. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious saber hum ignited the hot-bloodedness in Xiao Chen's body. In that instant, a boundless battle hunger soared into the sky. The scene reappeared. Xiao Chen held his saber with one hand, dressed in white. His complexion was slightly pale, and dragon images circled him. His aura did not seem affected at all. Clearly, he was not injured. Good. When everyone saw Gong Liangyu make his move, they all sucked in a deep breath. Gong Liangyu could not be bothered to waste time. While his aura reached its peak, he threw a palm strike with his left hand. Then, he placed his right hand on the back of his left hand. Fight! What was even more unbearable was that even at this moment, Gong Liangyu still did not show mercy. Gong Liangyu found this slightly strange. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, containing envy and disappointment. He said softly, "Who would underestimate a sovereign personage who grasped martial and soul as one? I can feel your surging battle hunger and the hot-bloodedness burning in your body. This mental state and will are truly rare." Xiao Chen faced Gong Liangyu calmly. Then, he said calmly, "This should be the first thing you said in the past 3 days. It looks like you still think highly of me." Many thanks. However, there is no need to pressure me with words. They are ineffective against me. Bang! Inside the secret realm, Xiaochen lay on the ground, with only his head remaining. His eyes were as clear as water and as bright as gems. From the start to the end, he did not show any fear or weakness. Xiaochen smacked his left hand above his head. The instant he turned into a cauldron, he blocked the other party's sword chi and the stone steel image's suppression. Did you block it? Xiaochen perfectly merged with the Earth Great Tao. There was nothing fancy about it, just a heavy and imposing aura. It's coming. Dragon Might and Tao Might merged into Xiaochen's aura and erupted. Xiaochen focused all his attention. How can it be like this? He actually wasted it at the crucial moment. Naturally, Lord Shengguan hoped that Xiaochen could go further away from such an outstanding talent, gaining some face for Desolate City's test zone and Shengguan. The most helpless thing was that Xiaochen remained in the other party's Earth Great Tao. His movement technique was restricted, and he could bring out less than 80% of his strength. Gong Liangyu looked at Xiaochen expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "You are rather smart. You are not like the others, jumping around, knowing that the faster you flee, the faster you die. You are also not like the other fools, taking the initiative to seek death. I am honored to tell you that you will be the last person I will kill in Secret Realm 97. However, since Xiaochen was here, there was no need to complain. This was the path he chose. Even if he had to kneel, he had to persevere. He would not lower his head or bend his back. Even if someone trampled him into the dust, he would not give up on his perseverance. It's over. The horrifying explosive force did not even give Xiaochen time to react. Gong Liangyu's palm wind slammed him into the ground. When the two palms layered over each other, the might that erupted from this palm strike surpassed the previous 9 moves combined. I can still breathe. Why do you think it's over? Only Gong Liangyu's head remained on the ground. Only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could guess that Xiaochen, a powerful demonic genius, had been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire in a humiliating manner. From the start to the end, Xiaochen had been suppressing his anger. He wanted to prove himself, to return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! No one understood why Xiaochen was so insistent. Not only did Xiaochen block this sword strike, but he did so without getting injured at all. This immediately elicited cheers. This surpassed many people's expectations. Gong Liangyu's sword chi looks casual. In reality, every strand of it is his full power. The Earth Great Tao is naturally dense and dense. It looks ordinary, but in reality, it is boundlessly vast, as heavy as a mountain. Almost all of the candidates were defeated by a wisp of his sword chi. Bang! Gong Liangyu did not give Xiaochen any chance to catch his breath. In the next second, he retreated and arrived before Xiaochen. I blocked it. Unfortunately, the more it is like this, the more serious I have to deal with it, the faster you will lose. It is destined that things will not go as you wish. After 10 moves, Xiaochen's aura reached its peak. After that, his aura could no longer rise and slowly stabilized. It was like now, even though Xiaochen knew that the Heavenly Alliance's test was unfair, he could not do anything about it. Boom! The realm spirit had not forcefully sent Xiaochen away yet, which meant that he still had the strength to fight. If not for the Dao domain spreading out on the ground, the might of this palm strike could have reduced the land for 500,000 kilometers around to nothing. Whoosh! This Gong Liangyu is really not giving him a way out. Fortunately, this beautiful light lasted for only an instant before quickly fading. However, others could roughly guess what had happened. Xiaochen was a rare demonic genius. Furthermore, he happened to come from the Desolate City test zone. When Xiaochen stubbornly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat Qin Ming, who used the Emperor Dragon Fist, in Divine Dragon City, he had already expressed his stance. Xiao Chen's palm technique looked simple, but it was heavy and dense. It was like he had thrown out many tall mountains. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body made him yearn for the empire that chased him out. Xiao Chen was not done yet. At this moment, his left hand moved as well. He held two fingers together and formed a sword light that pierced into Xiao Chen's face. Right after Gong Liangyu spoke, he ferociously raised his hand. That jade-white hand looked even more beautiful at close range. This was a hand that countless people envied. It was a hand of uncanny workmanship, meticulously carved yet natural. This is the final move. I'll send you out. Xiao Chen's hand slowly turned golden. The Dao platform set the place abuzz. Everyone felt incredibly anxious, eager to know what would happen next. Was there a need to risk his life in a battle that he was sure to lose? Could he not admit defeat? Retreat. Gong Liangyu said indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and stomped, trying to crush Xiao Chen's head. The most crucial thing was the sword light that Xiao Chen's left hand had pierced into Xiao Chen's face. Sensing that he could not get close at all, Gong Liangyu decisively scattered the stone steel and the sword qi before retreating. No matter how difficult it was, he would persevere on the path he chose. In the future, he would use his own method to return to the empire and prove himself. He is not dead yet. A sovereign emperor on the throne sighed softly. Clearly, this Gong Liangyu did not want to waste time with Xiao Qin. He used his full power, not underestimating Xiao Qin at all. Pu Ci. Xiao Qin was only 47 years old. He had advanced to sovereign personage only a few years ago. His innate disadvantage already sealed his fate. If Xiao Qin tried to dodge this sword qi with his movement technique, he would definitely die. Xiao Qin blocked this attack with some difficulty. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 3 steps back. This works. Xiao Qin slowly stood up. Gong Liangyu's words contained absolute confidence. However, the deeper meaning was somewhat terrifying. Xiao Qin, who was recuperating with his eyes closed, felt a strong aura slowly approaching him from afar. Amid the chain of palm images, Xiao Qin occasionally switched to a sword technique to attack, which was even more crafty and sinister. When Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi all merged into one and filled his entire body, he stretched out 2 fingers. To everyone's surprise, he used these 2 fingers to clamp down on that sword light. In mere moments, 10 moves passed. Xiao Chen's white robes were already stained with blood. His wounds were a ghastly sight, inspiring heartache. Xiao Chen did not bother saying anything. His coldness and ruthlessness inspired despair. Everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spines, feeling like they had fallen into an ice cave. The descending stone steel thoroughly suppressed Xiao Qin. If not for his innate divine body, his physical body would have been crushed. Everyone felt heartache. Even the purple-haired old man, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, felt his eyes moisten. Palm strike after palm strike, Gong Liangyu continuously sent out palm strike after palm strike. With each palm strike, the scene on the light screen shook for a long time. This battle had been unfair from the start. Gong Liangyu, who had lived for more than 400 years, had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage in all aspects. Chapter 2099. With a thought, Xiao Qin extended his hand, and a vast, boundless, blurry picture of 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky appeared. Gong Liangyu, who felt that it was over, relaxed for a moment. His perfect aura revealed some openings. Such a scene was very exciting, making one's blood boil. Everyone in Secret Realm 97, no matter where they were, could see this shocking scene when they raised their heads. The moment Xiao Qin activated his bloodline, it instantly blasted apart the Earth Dao domain that covered the ground. At the same time, 3 Dao might layered over Xiao Chen's body, working with his bloodline power. One could see a trace of scarlet shadow coalescing in the thousands of sword images. The rubble, and dust from the explosion piled up like a mountain. Gong Liangyu was in there, his status unknown. However, this thought only lasted for an instant before Gong Liangyu's expression changed. The surging dragon might gathered on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to erupt again, continuously climbing. Even a fool could tell that this was not the right time to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. Gong Liangyu felt sullen and upset. However, his shocking rationality suppressed all rash actions, remaining incredibly calm. Right now, if Xiao Chen did not admit defeat and let the realm spirit send him out, he might die to this 10,000 swords returning to the heart. After awakening the blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chen could endure even more of the ancient energy from his great desolate Ian bloodline. Is that it? Xiao Chen roared, and the berserk dragons quietened down. The earlier ferocity and berserk instantly vanished. Gong Liangyu had not expected his sure-kill trump card to be so useless before Xiao Chen. By the time Gong Liangyu recovered his wits, the picture suddenly descended and suppressed him. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished completely. Dressed in white, he fell to the ground somewhat weakly. Although this was his first time encountering the Earth Dao domain, Xiao Chen was more than 70% confident of breaking this Earth Dao domain. How can it be like this? Boom! 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 Heaven's unfairness. Only I am supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scene in the secret realm was earth-shattering. The examinees on this side were all scared silly. A foot as large as a mountain trampled him down. Gotcha! Gotcha! Xiao Chen crushed the image of the mountain behind him as it rose up from the ground. When the scroll was unfurled, the entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Gong Liangyu did not panic in the face of danger. His figure moved backward, trying to buy himself some time to come up with a plan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Buddhist divine ability, Dharma world. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of admitting defeat, Gong Liangyu's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke coldly. The reason why it had never been broken. Xiao Chen broke the restrictions of Gong Liangyu's Earth Dao domain on his movement technique. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's leaderless dragons. Immediately, 10,000 dragons soared into the air behind him, roaring. Furthermore, with the support of Xiao Chen's bloodline, the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist reached a horrifying level. Anyone would feel unbearable pain as Xiao Chen stomped down. An ordinary sovereign personage would probably turn into meat paste with one stomp. In 3 seconds, Xiao Chen stomped a total of 100 times. After 100 stomps, Dharma world came to an end. After enduring the final strike of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who had been suppressed for a long time, erupted. A terrifying aura soared up from his body, and the image of an ancient mountain rose up from the ground behind him. Gong Liangyu showed doubt for the first time since the fight started. He was stunned for a moment. Gong Liangyu brought out his Earth Dao domain to its limits. However, just as the mountain was about to soar into the clouds, oh no! The might of this secret technique already rivals that of an ordinary strike of a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor. Congratulations to all the participants. The 100 spots for Secret Realm 97 have been decided. Those who survive will be qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Gong Liangyu felt suspicious in his heart. Did Xiao Chen's attack end here? Just as Gong Liangyu's foot was about to stomp down, Xiao Chen's great desolate Ian bloodline instantly activated. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He moved his hands unhurriedly, sending out dense sword images. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content, fighting to the death. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. Why did Ancestor Dragon City not take him in? With the support of the 10,000 Dragons picture, although Gong Liangyu fought steadily, he was still forced back step by step. This was a scene that no one expected. The strongest expert in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, slaughtered all the participants within 500,000 kilometers. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change, but his murderous intent soared in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can erupt for. He could no longer tolerate this kind of entanglement with Shao Qin, a 47-year-old sovereign personage. Not admitting defeat. In that case, die. This was definitely a trump card that Gong Liangyu planned to use in the second stage of the test. Gong Liangyu, who originally thought that he would be severely injured, executed his killing move the instant Shao Chen's Dharma world came to an end. Amidst the loud noise, one mountain peak after another was snapped in half. The scene on the light screen trembled endlessly. One could only see Shao Chen's gargantuan feet descend mercilessly over and over again. Bang! The spectators were flabbergasted, feeling incredibly shocked. After receiving this punch, Gong Liangyu felt his internal organs crack as he got knocked back 500,000 kilometers. 10,000 tall mountain peaks rising from the ground. Gong Liangyu continuously shattered the dragon images flying at him. Because time was limited, Gong Liangyu needed to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gong Liangyu was too unfathomable. The thousands of sword lights filled with scarlet images bounced back with tinkling sounds, unable to break this painting. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame turned into a pair of yin and yang fish, chasing each other in the starry heavens of the secret realm. The reversal of the situation on the light screen for Secret Realm 97 excited all the participants and the sovereign emperors in the entire desolate city. The thousands of dragon images looked solid, carrying Shao Chen's hot-bloodedness and pride as they charged endlessly at Gong Liangyu like a torrential storm. The Supreme Dragon Fist was one of the 3 most ferocious offensive fist techniques in the world. Shao Qin could not clash head-on with it. A resplendent and dazzling sun-like light burst out from Gong Liangyu's chest. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from his chest. Even though Shao Qin already held a huge advantage, he did not relax at all. He was cold and emotionless, inspiring despair. Gong Liangyu was forced back by Shao Qin. After enduring the full set of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who felt incredibly sullen, seized the perfect opportunity after Shao Qin finished executing his fist lights to erupt with power. A painting appeared in Shao Chen's hand. Then, he unhurriedly tossed it into the air. However, Shao Qin forced Gong Liangyu to execute it in this stage of the test. Heaven Dragon regrets. Commanding the dragons. A vast and boundless Taiji yin-yang flame diagram covered the starry heavens, spreading throughout the secret realm. Furthermore, Gong Liangyu was forced into such a situation. He did not dare to imagine how the powerhouses of his test zone would view him. When Gong Liangyu executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had already been knocked back 500,000 kilometers, arriving in the territory of another one of the top 10 participants. A figure covered in wounds and disheveled hair charged out of a pile of rubble, looking very miserable. When this foot landed, the surrounding tall mountains all flew away. The ground cracked, and countless peaks appeared. Whoosh! 10,000 Dragons picture, Supreme Dragon Fist. The little light figure appeared before everyone in the secret realm's void and announced the end of the test. Great desolate divine eyes, bloodline activated. Endless life, endless battle. Gong Liangyu's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-long saber. Gong Liangyu looked up, stunned. Punch after punch, Gong Liangyu showed a bitter expression as he clenched his teeth and held on, continuously getting pushed back. Yin-yang burst. Rumble. Everyone said that Gong Liangyu was ruthless, cold, and emotionless. However, when this Xiao Chen showed his ruthlessness, it was even more chilling. My goodness! This truly lives up to being one of the 3 most ferocious fist techniques in the world. Even Gong Liangyu does not dare to challenge its sharpness. Xiao Chen revealed his true form and hovered in the air. The golden light in his eyes had already dimmed. The duration of his bloodline was about to end. 10,000 swords returning to the heart. The offensive aura coming from Xiao Chen was incredibly terrifying. It was like an ancient great desolate Aeon roaring at him. Every sword strike contained a drop of Gong Liangyu's heart blood. This terrifying killing move made the cultivators outside the light screen suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Chen did not give up. He continued to wait. Now, this opportunity finally appeared before him. As Xiao Chen pointed with one hand, this vast Taiji yin-yang flame diagram descended on Gong Liangyu. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura suppressed Gong Liangyu for the first time. After fighting with the black and white eggs for 4 years, Xiao Chen was no stranger to the Dao domain. I can still breathe. Why do you say that it's over? However, how could Xiao Chen give Gong Liangyu this opportunity? He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the strongest martial technique of the dragon race. Xiao Chen grabbed ferociously with his right hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. The terrifying might of the flames radiated out, killing many of the participants who could not dodge in time. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his blood surged. As a vast dragon roar rang out, 10,000 dragons attacked when he punched. Die! However, at this moment, Xiao Chen activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power. For a short time, his cultivation was no weaker than a peak sovereign personage. Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Upon seeing the terrifying secret technique that Gong Liangyu executed in the secret realm, the sovereign emperors in desolate city starry heavens immediately saw how extraordinary the 10,000 swords returning to the heart was.